plaintiff's mother?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And when did you enter into this lease with the plaintiff's mother?
The lease was entered into on April 16th.
Commencing when?
For May 15th.
And was it a year lease?
It was.
So it terminated on June 15th?
No, it actually would have terminated on May 15th, 2001.
Now, when did this incident occur?
On July 8th, 2001.
And according to your complaint, you went over to your mother's home with some other relatives.
Yes, my mother and my sister.
In order to secure the property.
Yes, ma'am.
That should have been vacated.
Yes.
And at that time, the defendant assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the lease extended, Mr. Abakali?
It was, Your Honor.
Until when?
Well, we had paid up until June 30th, but there was a dispute about a deposit that had been paid on the property for cleaning.
Just a second. You had extended it to June 30th as a month-to-month tenant?
Correct.
Okay. And you paid your rent?
I did.
On the 1st of July, you had not paid rent?
That's correct.
So you had no right to be there?
Well, I had sent a notice to the landlord that I was going to hold over the tenancy because of the dispute over the deposit that was originally paid.
Just a minute. You should have been out of the premises on July 8th because you had not paid rent. Now, let's move back. Now, I want you to tell me what happened when you got to the property on July 8th.
Well, when we got to the property on July 8th, we knocked on the door and there was no one there. We went inside and we were just horrified at the condition of the home when we walked in the door. I do have pictures of the home if you'd like to see them. And as we walked in and looked around the house, we realized that we needed to secure the property before any more damage had been done. The first picture is a picture of the home before, and the pictures following are there after Mr. Backley stating in his letter here that on the date of July 1st, he should be out of there and the house would be in move-in ready condition. And that house was not in move-in ready.
So what happened next?
So after seeing what had happened, we decided to go to Walmart and get locks to change the locks and secure the gates so that he could not come in with the rest of his family and do any more damage. So we went to Walmart, we came back. When we came back, Mr. Backley was in the home. My sister and my mother entered the house. I was outside, and I heard a commotion. I heard her yell, "Don't push me." And then I went in the house, and I guess he had apparently pushed her. So then he came back out. We told him to leave, and he said he was going to call the police. I said, "I'll call the police. You just leave." He left the premises. I went across the street and had the neighbor call 911, stating that he had pushed my sister and I need an officer there. So I waited outside while my mother was inside changing the locks. He comes back about 10 or 15 minutes later and parks out front of the house. He gets out and decides he's going to come in. I told him not to come in. He would be trespassing on the property. He tries to push by me. I push him back. He pushes by me, runs to the front door, and kicks the front door in. Comes back out. His wife comes with his daughter and son, I guess, in another vehicle. And they pull up. She's screaming profanities at us, telling us that we can't keep her car in the yard and stuff. And I told her, we're not trying to keep her vehicle. You know, I said, I will open the gate. You're more than welcome to take it out. Anyway, as this commotion is going on outside, him, his wife, and his daughter and them are all jumping over the fence onto the property after he'd already been told by the dispatcher to wait outside because we had called 911 again.
Outside of the gate?
Outside of the gate. Anyway, his wife came over the fence. My sister and his wife got into an altercation. Then the daughter came in and got involved with that with my sister. He jumped over the fence and fell down. And at that point, he says I was kicking him, which I was nowhere near him. After that point, I ran over and I tried to break it up. I told them to stop. The neighbor was over there holding my sister, telling her to let go, and the wife to stop. They stopped. That got settled, and then they started moving the rest of their stuff out, which was fine because we weren't there to stop. We were just there to make sure that if an officer was present, that it would have been much better for them to have waited. Anyway, he came back out of the house. They had gone and gotten a few things. He came back out. He pushed by her, and as he walked by me, I'm standing in the driveway saying, "Will you just calm down here?" He walks by me and just punches me right in the eye. And I just went back, and it was like, I didn't know if I had an eye there. All I could see was white. I do have pictures of the incident. I said to him, I said, "What the hell did you punch me for? I didn't do anything to you." And he just looked at me like this, and he kept walking. But these are the pictures of what had happened that night. Anyway, after that, they continued to get their stuff out. It took 5 911 calls to finally get an officer to get there.
Okay, that's the assault that you're complaining of.
Yes.
All right. I'll hear you, sir.
Well, essentially, as she stated at the beginning, it's true. I was inside the house. I heard somebody yell, "Hello," and the next thing that I knew, the plaintiff's sister and her mother walked into the bedroom where I was boxing stuff up and cleaning up, and they were yelling profanities at me. I was pushed by her sister, who then told me not to push her. I started moving out of the residence at that time because I knew there was a problem, and I was telling them, this is something that really needs to be handled in court. You need to file an unlawful detainer. You know, I've sent you letters about this. I have the letters that I sent over the whole course of the tenancy about the problems that we were having on the property.
What kind of problems were you having on the property, sir?
Well, the first day that we moved in, we discovered that there was all kinds of property from the plaintiff's mother that was left on the premises. The house had not been prepared for us to move in, and the very first day that we moved in, the plumbing in the house stopped up. We had to have a plumber come out, and we were advised that, you know, that was from rust in the lines, that it would take about 10 to 20 years for that amount of rust to accumulate to stop.
Why didn't you move out?
Well, I had paid her a $1,000 deposit in order to, you know, clean the property up.
Just a minute. You paid her a $1,000 deposit to clean the property up, or a $1,000 security?
No. On April 16th, she told me that she needed $1,000 in order to clean the property up. When we looked at it, there was all kinds of stuff in the backyard, there was stuff in the front yard, there was stuff in the area by the pool where the pump is. And she said that because, you know, she's older, she was having problems getting everything cleaned up. I understood that. She said that she needed the deposit then, and she would use that to clean the property up.
You mean the security deposit?
Yes.
So it was security deposit?
Yes.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Terry Zakari says her mother's tenant, Michael Abackerley, blindsided her with a punch to the eye. Michael says he intervened because Terry's sister attacked his wife.
Now, what I find interesting is this could have been resolved very easily without all of these letters, because what you wanted back, I assume, was your $1,000 security deposit.
Not in the beginning.
What did you want?
In the beginning, I just wanted the property to be cleaned up.
Well, sir, if you're not happy with property, if property is terrible property, you say, I'm moving out of this place, it's uninhabitable, and I'm leaving. You don't live there for more than the lease and then complain about it.
No, I realize that. I was trying to work with Mrs. Jenny, the plaintiff's mother, in order to clean the property up, and I spent a lot of time and money.
No, why would you want to do that if you're only going to be there for a year?
Because it was a place that we could live. We looked for a long time to find a house that would be adequate for us until we purchased another house. We were actually building a house at that time.
All right. So you wanted to keep the house nice and clean because you were going to be living there for a year.
Right.
So I still don't understand why you would not be out by the 30th of the month.
Because of the dispute over various things that had been done during the course of the tenancy.
Why didn't you vacate the property by June 30th and then institute a lawsuit and say, I did not have full use and enjoyment of the premises, instead of talking about holdover proceedings, staying on after your lease? I mean, you had been out of the property.
Yes.
Clearly. When did you move into your new house?
On July 2nd, 2001.
All right, so that's still 2 days over.
Right.
So
we were actually in the process of moving on the date of July 8th. There were still a few items that were on the property. We had a car.
They shouldn't have been there.
Right.
You were out, and you didn't pay your rent. So you should have been out. This is pretty serious injury. Were you arrested as a result of this assault?
I was not.
How come?
Because I was also assaulted.
Not by her.
No, not by
No.
her.
Not by her.
Well, I was assaulted at the point where I believe that her eye became injured. I think I may have struck her in the eye at the point that I jumped over the fence and fell down. What happened was I had called dispatch at the time that I left the property, and they told me to wait out in front of the property until a law enforcement officer arrived. While I was waiting in front of the property, my wife, my daughter, and my daughter's boyfriend arrived at the property, and my wife immediately demanded that they remove the chain off the fence so she could get her car.
So why didn't you say to your wife, the police will be here any minute, just wait, so that there's no confrontation, just wait, and then you get your car?
I was sitting inside my car at that time. When my wife said that, I saw the plaintiff's sister come out of the residence and move towards the car. I thought, based on what had happened prior to that she was going to damage the car. So I jumped over the fence and I fell down. I had my cell phone in my hand because I was on the line to 911. At that point, the plaintiff started telling me that I was under arrest and just to stay on the ground. When I looked over towards my wife, she was now inside the yard, and she was on the ground with the plaintiff's sister, and they were fighting. I saw a man standing over them.
You shouldn't have gone on to that property.
I wanted my car.
Then you wait until the police arrive.
We had waited, I'm sorry, we had waited. It had already been 2 hours, and I couldn't figure out why my husband hadn't come home. My daughter had just come up to visit us and had passed by the house and said that they were waiting for the cops to come.
So?
And then I asked her to drive me over there.
So?
And I asked them when I got there if I could get my car. And they said no.
Right,
Yes,
you're
I
supposed
did
to wait for the police to come. Because right now, if you had waited for the police to arrive, which I assume they ultimately did,
Yeah, ultimately.
none of this would have happened. If you had waited with your husband outside the fence, this wouldn't have happened. But you got hot. Sit down. This is not acceptable, sir. I'm just absolutely amazed that you weren't arrested. That's a pretty serious injury.
We got nothing but a runaround by the police department and everyone else because this man is supposed to be respected.
Your Honor, if I may, I was assaulted also. I was hit over the head with an object that
I didn't
split my
hit you.
head open. I don't believe that it was the plaintiff. However, it was somebody that was standing behind me, and I required 5 staples as a result of that. I don't have pictures of the injuries, unfortunately, but I do have the medical records that show that, in fact, I was also assaulted.
I believe that you were. You say in your answer that you were assaulted. The problem is you don't know who assaulted you,
Correct.
and that still doesn't explain this.
Your Honor, at the time that I went over the fence, I was the first one to go over
That's
the
not
fence.
when it happened, Your Honor.
My wife,
My
again,
sister
was
was
standing at
present.
the fence. I jumped over the fence. I fell to the ground. When I looked over, I saw that my wife was fighting.
Okay.
And there was a man standing over her and a woman on top of her. The plaintiff was pushing me down to the ground and telling me that I was under arrest to stay down. I pushed away at her so that I could get to my wife.
Yes.
Your Honor,
And just a minute. And
I believe that may be when that happened.
this wasn't a push.
I never struck her in the way
This isn't a push.
I did not punch her in the way that she's describing.
Oh, no, it just happened by itself?
No, just a second. This, sir, is not a push. This is, even when it's cleaned up, this is a slug right in the eye.
Your Honor, I would never slug a woman. I would never punch a
you
woman.
already
I
have.
would never
A
hit
liar.
a woman like that.
Just
You
a second.
did? It
Did
came
you
from
see the
your
pictures?
fist. He hasn't seen the pictures.
I
He
saw
just
the
didn't
injury at the
acknowledge that
time.
He did this.
She stepped up to me and said that I had cut her eye, and I saw that. I didn't realize that I had done that.
He was probably high at the time, Your Honor. I'm
No,
sure.
I don't know if he was
Something
high at
wrong
the
with
time.
him.
He was angry. But this whole problem started because of his wife. There's no question that it all started because of her.
Your Honor, I have to say that's unfair to my wife. She was not the one that was screaming profanities at the time.
Yes.
Just a
She
minute.
was.
Screaming, screaming, screaming does not do this. Let me tell you, sir, if you, who was standing outside, because you were certainly abiding by what you had been told, wait outside for me, right? When you
Yes.
spoke to the police, you were doing that. If the police had arrived, you were outside, they were outside, what would have happened was you would have said to the police, I still have property inside the house. We may resolve everything else. I want to go get the rest of my stuff. Police officer would have instructed them to unlock the gate. You would have gotten your property. Your wife would have gotten her car, and you would have left. And then if you wish to pursue a matter civilly with regard to these people, because you felt that they had not fulfilled their part of their agreement, you could have pursued the matter civilly. That's what would have happened had your wife not insisted that she enter the property before the police arrived to get her car. That's why it's your wife's fault, because she was the precipitating factor. You should not have been there on July 8th. Your tenancy was up. You had not paid rent. There was not an order permitting you to be there. You had, in fact, moved out into your new house, albeit you didn't move out on the 30th of the month. You still stayed over 2 days because your house probably wasn't ready or you didn't have a closing date for those 2 days. For all intents and purposes, you were out of the house. The house, I've seen worse, but was not left in certainly pristine condition. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is, but for her conduct, this whole problem wouldn't have happened. And quite frankly, I am absolutely baffled why the police did not pursue this matter. Even though you may have been assaulted, they may have had on their hands a case of assault where they didn't know who the perpetrator was, but they certainly knew who the perpetrator was of this. And if you're a nice young man, and I assume that you are, I assume that you wouldn't have spent any time in jail, but I'm quite certain that The police should have pursued this matter. I am absolutely amazed that they did not. I was a prosecutor for many years.
Your Honor, again, if I may, the case was submitted to the Attorney General for review. They reviewed the case and they determined that, in fact, I was justified in what I did. There were a variety of other charges that were also lodged against the other parties in this case.
Why was it sent to the Attorney General's office?
Because
Your Honor, it was sent to the Attorney General's office because of his position as being a Deputy District Attorney of Barstow. We couldn't have it heard in that court because he's being under investigation for criminal charges.
So that's why it went to the Attorney General's office.
there was a conflict of interest in my office.
Okay. In any event, you were lucky. You still have a scar on your eye?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you step up here? I'd like to take a look at it.
It's on the left eye here.
Oh, it doesn't look so bad.
Not now, it doesn't. Makeup does wonders.
Don't we know that?
Yeah.
How's your vision?
It's a little blurry, and I've been having headaches and nightmares from it. So
Headaches, nightmares, okay. Headaches, we all have headaches. Nightmares,
I'm also
doesn't look so bad.
seeking counseling. I'm going to therapy. Would you like me to step back?
Please.
Thank you.
Part of the thing that you're suing for is for mental distress, and I see a psychiatric evaluation that was done on August the 9th. You've been in therapy before, is that right?
No, ma'am. I started in August.
You never was taking any medication before August?
Yes, I was. I was seeing a regular family doctor for
And what kind
anxiety.
of medication were you taking?
I believe it was called Celexa or something like that. It was to keep me to be mellow and not
Right,
have the-
because you have sort of histrionic personality.
Yeah,
according-
I'm very hyper.
You're hyper. And how long had you been taking that medication?
For about 3 weeks.
Prior to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Before that, I seemed to be just doing okay.
So it was a recent onset, the need for psychiatric medication. You haven't suffered with these problems your whole life.
No. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I
don't
could
think
have,
so?
but
Sometimes bad things happen to nice people, so I don't believe you're probably a bad person. I think that this whole situation got out of hand. It should not have gotten out of hand, especially somebody who's charged in a position of some responsibility and authority. You owe to the community a higher standard than civilians. I always felt that way when I was a prosecutor.
And I agree with you.
Okay, so this whole situation got out of hand. She was injured. She was injured by your hand. She had substantial medical bills. She will continue to have some medical bills. She's suing you for $5,000. That's the judgment of the court. That's all. You two people lived together for 5 years. You have a child together. You moved out. You claim that the defendant either destroyed or took some of your property. He says when you moved out, you took his property. That's where we're at, right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start to live together?
We started in 96, if I'm not mistaken.
And have you been
October.
together continuously since 96?
Most of the time, yes. It was more after a while, breakup and separation and coming back.
And how old is your child?
She's 4.
Is there any reason why you didn't get married?
Yes, lots of reasons. Mr. Holt couldn't hold down a job for no more than 2 weeks. He just had one previously for a year and maybe 3-4 months, and he lost that one. The other reasons were Mr. Holt also a lot of times would smoke marijuana. I didn't like that too much, and he'll stop. I'll take him back and start back up. My mistake. Yes. And another thing was Mr. Holt's violent attitude. We had one incident already in 97 for domestic violence, and I took him back for, I know, for many reasons. No, I know, it's a sad story.
But you lived together for 5.5 years.
Yes.
And during that 5.5 years, I assume you were employed
Yes, I was,
continuously?
continuously.
And you were employed sporadically?
Yes, I was, Your Honor.
And who watched the baby when the baby was born?
I did.
While you were working?
No. We had a child care that I was paying for when Mr. Hope would go for his minimum wage job, and then he'll come home and say he's sick. And so the next day, the job wouldn't take him back because he either got sick, complained of a stomach ache or something. So that was on and off. And then when he was home, he would watch her, but I will pay for a sitter because I wanted him to try to get out there and find a job.
Why do you have such trouble keeping a job, Mr.
Your
Holt?
Honor, we got together in 1996. 1997, I had an injury to where I was disabled for a couple years.
What was the nature of your disability?
Well, me and her got into it because she went to go visit her ex-boyfriend. That's the reason why the domestic violence even occurred.
What was the nature of your disability?
I was shot by LAPD. Me and her went through a little confrontation. LAPD came up and they shot me
Where did they shoot you?
in my leg.
What?
Okay. The reason why he didn't get shot for that, he got shot because he was jumping on me. And the neighbor saw me. He dragged me, and the neighbor called the police. So he got shot for domestic violence and also for having a weapon in your hand.
What
Mr.
kind of
Holt.
weapon?
A knife.
So he was dragging you and he had a knife in his hand?
Yes.
So they disabled him by shooting him in the leg.
Yes.
You were real lucky.
Can I, Your Honor?
Let it rain. Shh. All right. Let's move on. You finally decided, Ms. Leday, that you had had enough.
Yes.
And you moved out.
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you claim that the defendant either took or destroyed?
Well, previously I had put him out in July. Mr. Holt begged to come back because he was on a lease and he was going to bring the police. So to keep everything down, and because I have kids, I didn't want the police at my house and everything being interrupted. I let Mr. Holt back in. We agreed November that we were going to separate it after the lease was going to be final, and I was going on with my life. He was going on with his. Mr. Holt, meanwhile, the beginning of September up to now, Mr. Holt decided, I guess he was going to find another place to lay his head and start having an affair on me. So when I found out about the affair, I was upset, of course, and I was angry. So I went home to pack as much stuff as I could. And I left it where Mr. Holt could come back in to get his own belongings.
What do you claim that he either took or destroyed?
He destroyed my whole household, my furniture, my bedroom set. I have photos. I have a police report.
Let me see, please. Was he arrested for this vandalism?
They
No.
haven't. They don't know where the case is right now. I went to the police department. They just have it on it because they don't have an address or.
So you weren't arrested?
No, ma'am.
You have the receipts for this furniture that you purchased?
Yes, I do.
You made quite a mess here, Mr. Holt.
The only thing that I did was color the couches with ice cone syrup.
What'd you do that for? Well,
Why'd
that's
I
a
do
big-
that? Because she took everything of mine, and everything in the house, she did not buy by herself. It accumulated with us for the last 5 years. None of that stuff was
I'm going to get there.
All right.
I mean, I see what you did to these sofas.
Yes,
She
that I
says she
did.
bought these sofas in February of 2001, so they were relatively new. Did you buy the furniture or did she?
She bought the couches. Yes, she did.
So that's the thing that you decided to destroy, the thing that she had bought.
Well,
Well, what?
she took
well is
everything
not
of
an
mine.
answer.
When I came in that house, everything was cleared. Everything, the TVs, the DVD player, the VCR, my PlayStation 2, a car that I helped accumulate with her, all my videotapes that I've been collecting with me and my daughter for over the past years. She took everything of mine. See, I'm not the type of person that would go to court.
Mr. Holt,
like
let me ask you a question, sir. Did you file tax returns last year?
Yes, I did.
How much did you earn on your tax returns last year?
And I made about
Not about file tax returns last year.
about 1823 for
What's
this year.
1823? 18.
About 23,000.
And how much did you report on your tax returns that you made the year before last?
About 14, 15.
Now, did you file tax returns last year?
Yes, I did.
How much did you earn on your tax returns last year?
My total earnings were 52.
52,000.
Yes.
So it's clear who was maintaining the household, because on what you earn, sir, you can hardly support yourself.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sylvia Leday says when she confronted ex-boyfriend Troy Holt about him cheating, he doused her couches with snow cone syrup.
Okay. Mr. Holt, do you have other children other than this child?
Yes, I do.
Where are your other children?
One's with her, and the other one's with her mother.
One child is with her mother. Do you pay child support for that
Yes,
child?
I do.
How much do you pay in child support?
Well, before she took me to the DA, and they came down with a price, I was paying her about $100 every 2 weeks.
So out of this 20-some-odd $1,000, you were paying child support in the amount of $200 a month or $2,400 a year. So let me hear how you bought this television set and this DVD player and the PlayStation and all that other stuff that you claimed that you stole that was yours.
Well, I mean, I get 2 tapes a month. I got a proof right here that I've been going to this guy for years, that I've been buying videotapes from him for years.
What's the rent on the place where you live?
$1,265 with our water and trash has come to $1,300.
Who paid the rent?
I paid the rent.
Just a minute. Did you have a joint account?
No, we didn't.
Your Honor, she didn't pay everything at that house. I gave out of each paycheck from $500 to $550 to $600 every single 2 weeks.
That's impossible, sir, on your earnings.
I was bringing home $1,400, $1,500 a month. So how is that impossible? I would barely have money for myself. I would ask her, where's the groceries at?
Grow up.
You grow up.
Okay, you have to understand, Miss Leday, when people live together, there is no way that a court is going to be able to, or wants to, make everybody whole.
Right.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
You chose not to get married. You said he's got a lot of impediments to marriage, but not a lot of impediments to living with him and having a child with him. There are no statutes like there are when you're married. You're married, everything is community property in some states, or it's depending upon who purchased it. When you live together for 5.5 years, no court is going to go back over history to decide whose tape was that and who made the mess here and who broke that dish and who broke that picture frame. It's just not going to happen unless there's a specific act of vandalism. Clearly, according to the police report, there were specific acts of vandalism. You have bills for the sofas that you bought, and they were, in fact, not purchased in February of '01, but according to this bill, they were purchased in August of 2000.
Yes.
All right, so you were mistaken. They weren't purchased just a few months ago.
Okay, I'm
Doesn't
sorry.
make any difference.
Okay, I'm
You
sorry.
paid not $1,700, as you quoted in the police report, but you paid for them a total of $1,432. That you're going to get back from Mr. Holt because he purposefully destroyed them, making them impossible for anybody to use. The police officer also indicates that the bedroom furniture
Yes.
was totally destroyed because he took the drawers out of the furniture, threw them around, making them incapable of being put back. Now, you only paid how much for that?
I paid $600, but it was in '99. It was a while.
Do you have a bill?
I just have a letter from her because it was from a friend.
No, I'm not taking this letter from
Your
a
Honor.
friend.
Okay.
What?
That she bought from a lady in Compton for $175
I'm not
because she
dealing
was
with
trying
that.
The
I'm not
drawers
dealing
were
with that.
already out.
I'm not dealing with it.
Okay.
Fine. Can't destroy property. It's not nice. Now, you have any bills for the TV, VCR, et
Do
cetera?
I? No.
Yeah,
She
well, then I-
took everything out of the
Then
drawers.
I can't help you.
But
She may have
I
taken-
do have bills of what she did take and how much it accumulated to.
I'm going to take a look at them, sir.
Okay.
You need a bill. And if she took everything, then you go back to the store where you bought the TV or where you bought the VCR, and you say, I lost my bill. Get me a duplicate bill, please. Did you do that?
No, I just went and got these tapes. They're just the tapes that I accumulated over the years that it was mine and my daughter's when it was our special moment together.
Do you still have visitation with your daughter?
No, I got to take her to court to get visitation.
All right. Let me just see his list so he feels as if I've looked at it.
May I say something? Your
Sure.
Honor? The tapes that he's speaking about are Dragon Ball Z cartoon tapes. Mr. Holt and I purchased those tapes together because our daughter enjoys those tapes. Mr. Holt told me when he was crying to me 2 weeks after his little affair, he called me 2 weeks telling me that he was sorry and that he still loved me, and whatever I do, keep the Dragon Ball Z tapes for Taylor and to just make sure that I keep the collection up. I told him, I said, okay, fine. I can do that with no problem. The TV...
I'm not dealing with the TV.
Okay, we're out for the TV.
Forget
You
the
did say
TV,
that.
forget the
Okay.
VCR. My question is, do you have the tape?
I sure do. And
I
his-
want you to do me this favor.
Okay,
Oh, you can do me a favor. We'll put it in an order.
okay,
I want you to box up the tapes.
okay.
in really good condition.
I will.
And give them back to him.
Okay.
Because if he eventually gets visitation with the child, then he'll be able to watch them with her. And if he doesn't, he can sit and watch them himself. Okay, go ahead.
I've been collecting these tapes and a lot of this stuff for a long time. Now, these tapes I put on shelves. They're in like mint condition. I collect these tapes because they add up to pictures. She's the type of person that will let everybody just take them, bend them up, wreck them up.
You're getting your tapes back.
Messed
She's
up?
not paying for them. There's no proof that they're messed up, sir.
When she hands them to me, it will be.
I didn't hear what he said. Did you hear what he said? So I'm not interested in what he said. There's no proof that they're messed up, sir. She doesn't appear to be the kind of woman that if her daughter wanted to watch a tape, what she would do is she would purposefully damage it so her daughter couldn't watch it. Right. So you're going to get your tapes back within 5 days, and you owe $1,432 for the couch. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Make sure a woman doesn't help you out with nothing. You do it all on your own.
Nobody likes him except for the Happy Meal that he have right now. He traded in filet mignon and lobster for a Happy Meal, and he has to be the toy. So that's what you get.
And now the next case.
All parties on Bennett versus Handel. Step forward, please.
30-year-old horticulturist Lisa Bennett is suing her ex-boyfriend, 28-year-old photographer John Handel, for a series of unpaid loans and damage to her home.
Ms. Bennett, according to your complaint, you met the defendant, began dating, he lost his job, you lent him some money, broke up, now you want it back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendant says that he acknowledges that he owes you some money, but 1/3 of what you are claiming. So, when did you meet him? When did you start to make these loans, and for what?
He was my next-door neighbor. We met about a year prior to us dating, and about a month after we had dated, he didn't have any money because he lost his job. He refused to go to work. He would lie to his boss and said...
Don't tell me, but he lost his job.
He lost his job, and he didn't have money to cover the December bills. So I took his sob story, and I paid for all of the bills for the month of December. In January, he didn't have any money to cover the month of January either, so I agreed to let him move in with me on the 15th. He did give me $250 for rent, and that was about it. And he lived with me for a month and a half before I finally was at my wit's ends with him and kicked him out.
How much were the bills that you paid for him in the month of December?
December, the rent was $595 times 28% interest for 6 months.
Just give me $595.
$595 in rent and $422.20 in other things like car insurance and his electric, cable, things like that.
Then he moved in with you?
Yes.
Where does the other money come from?
The first thing is he spilled chlorophyll on my beige carpet in my spare bedroom. So I feel that...
When did he spill this on your carpet?
About 2 weeks after he moved in. And he promised me that he would pay to have the carpet cleaned.
Did you have it cleaned?
Yes, I did.
How much was it to have it cleaned?
$91.50.
Did you promise to have the carpet cleaned?
Yes.
What's next?
He also put a hole in the wall when he was moving out that he needs to...
Did you put a hole in the wall?
I was disassembling my computer desk. A piece had fallen over and punched a hole about this size in the wall, and I did offer to pay for that repair.
And what is that repair?
That was at $25.
What's next?
That's it, minus the interest from my credit card debt.
The bills alone that you paid for him come to $1,133.50. Where do you get $3,000 from?
Because I have a 6-month interest fee on the December charges that I did for him. The interest is mounting, and I feel that he should pay that because he did put those on my credit cards knowing that he was going to have to pay the interest as well.
No, you never told me that he agreed to pay interest.
He knew that there was going to be interest because I put them on my credit cards.
We're still not up to $3,000, Ms. Bennett.
He also ran up my phone bill while he was living there. He did not pay any expenses. I paid for his food. I paid for everything when he was living there for a month and a half.
So?
Well, I think that he should pay for at least part of the phone bill that he ran up.
Did you have that as an agreement with him?
He was supposed to pay me some money back as soon as he got a job, which he never did.
So he never did.
Your Honor, there was some conversation between Lisa and I stating that of what I was willing to give her. At the time I had lost my job, At that time, she offered for me to come live with her. There was no, you owe me, after this is over or till you get back on your feet.
Now listen to me, sir. She feels as if you should pay her for the time that you were living there some of the expenses. But there was never that agreement. She feels as if it would be right. Well, we don't deal with that in court. We deal with what contracts are made. Contracts are made either verbally or...
I have contracts here, Your Honor.
Contracts from what?
One from my witness who couldn't make it.
Forget it. I'm not interested. Take it, throw it in the garbage. Next.
It's another witness statement.
Take it and throw it in the garbage. What else?
I have a check here that I had given her.
You gave her a check for how much?
$200.
Was that for expenses while you were living there?
Yes, just for, that's the only money I could come across at the time I was unemployed.
Fine, so you still owe her $1,133.50, right?
Okay.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all. Three of you?
Yes.
According to what I've read, the daughter was having a birthday party,
Graduation party.
graduation party, and sometime that evening there was a shooting around the house. Property of yours was damaged. You were petrified. A bullet grazed your shoulder. Your car was damaged. You were in fear of your life, and you and your brother decided to move. You are suing the defendants because you believe they are responsible for the damages that you suffered. So let's get some background information. When did you move into the house?
April 1st.
And when was the graduation party?
June 22nd.
Had you ever had any difficulty with the defendant's daughter in the past?
Oh, no.
So tell me what happened on the evening of the party.
Well, it started with she's holding a graduation party for her high school, and she has some of her friends coming over, and some friends were invited through other friends, so it became like a big party.
About how many people ultimately showed up at this party?
30, 40.
Okay.
And I was sleeping upstairs because the very day I bought my car, too, in the afternoon.
Where was your car parked? Because your car was also damaged, I understand.
Right. It's parked on the driveway where the shooting happened. And around 2 o'clock at night, I heard a gunshot. I wasn't quite too sure what it was, so I was with Gavin, my boyfriend. He was with me in my room. I had him look out the window. He said there are people hurt. So I went out the door, and I talked to Patty and asked her what happened. She said...
Patty is the daughter?
The daughter.
Is that you?
Yes. She confirmed me that everything's okay. However, my boyfriend said that it's necessary to call the police. So we called the police. The police came over, and that's when I actually stepped out the house and saw my car got shot severely, along with the garage door, the walls inside the garage. I have the pictures of it.
I'd like to see it.
Okay. Along with the police report?
I'd like to see everything that you have. Was anyone, in fact, hurt that evening?
Yes. 2 people were sent to the hospital for this.
Gunshots?
Gunshots.
Looks like a lovely home.
Very lovely. I also have the bullet that landed on my shoulder, if you want to see it.
Where were you when the bullet landed on your shoulder?
I was on my bed.
You mean it came through the window?
Yes.
I see. Was anybody ever arrested for this?
I don't know.
Was anybody ever arrested?
No.
Had you had a car before?
Yes.
Where did you usually leave your car?
I leave it on the driveway.
On the driveway?
On the driveway.
You don't park it in the garage?
No. My brother does. Mark?
I do.
Mark parks his car in the
Yes,
garage, and you leave your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Mark, you weren't hurt that night, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, good. Then this is something that money can fix, so that's a good thing. What happened to the other people who were injured?
They have bullets still inside the body. They're inoperable.
How many people were shot?
2 of my daughter's friends.
Where were the bullets lodged?
I'm not sure.
One in the chest.
Step up. You're Jenny?
I'm Patty.
Patty.
Yeah. One in the chest and one in the lower back.
How old are you, Patty?
18.
How old were you at the time of this shooting?
18.
How many friends did you have at this party?
Approximately 20 to 30.
Were they all invited?
Yes, they were all people that I knew.
Did you ever have anyone crash the party?
No.
Do you have any idea why someone would want to shoot up a party that you were having?
No.
What are you doing now, Patty?
Going to school and working?
Still living in the house?
Yes.
Who else lives there?
A relative?
A relative of yours?
Yes.
An older relative?
Yes.
Do you know anything about this incident?
Only what my daughter told me as a result of that shooting. I became involved late in the case after the plaintiff moved out. She demanded her $700 last month's rent returned to her, and my wife did not want to return the money to her because she had overstayed a week into the new month.
So they had $700 worth of security deposit with you, and how much did you return to them?
That was the last month's rent. That's where we differ in the terminology. It was not a security deposit, but last month's rent.
Let me tell you something. It's up to you as to whether you want to allow your daughter to live in the house after an incident like this occurs. But an incident like this was the only precipitating factor in their moving. And I, too, would get the hell out of there as fast as I could. So your wife had no reasonable cause to keep any part of the $700 because they stayed there an extra few days into the month to gather all their stuff and find someplace else to live. Do you understand?
Yes.
I want you to put yourself in, switch places. So, now, do you have homeowner's insurance?
Yes.
Did your homeowner's insurance cover all the damage to your house?
We haven't filed a claim.
Why not? Aren't you going to have it fixed?
Not yet.
Why not?
We haven't decided what we're going to do, whether to sell the house or not.
Well, who do you think is going to buy a house with bullet holes in the garage door?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Catherine Cheng says her ex-landlords, Louis and Jenny Valdivia, owe for the return of her security deposit and damage to her property. Catherine says during a graduation party for the Valdivia's daughter, gunfire broke out.
Go ahead.
I just want to point out, my wife and I are not the owners. We don't own the home.
Who does?
Her brother. Her brother owns the home, and he lives in China.
Who signed the lease for the plaintiffs on behalf of the brother?
I don't think there was a lease.
Do you have a lease?
Yes.
Can I see it, please?
Along with the security deposit.
let me see
It's
it.
written in Chinese. It's got translated to English.
Mark.
We
You can
went.
stand up there, Mark.
we went
Don't
to this-
speak yet, Mark. I love people who come prepared. I have here an affidavit of translation of a foreign document that is certified. Your wife signed this lease. Does your wife have power of attorney to sign a lease on behalf of her brother, who lives in China, who owns the house?
Yes.
Good, then she should know about everything. She should know about the insurance, because it would seem to me if her car was damaged while on the property, then anything that happens on that property should be able to be submitted to your homeowner's insurance. Now let me see an estimate for the damage to your car. So far, you only got partial payment of your security deposit back. How much did you get back?
0. For a security deposit, 140.
It's on an envelope. We didn't even open it because it's so disgracing that the number of amount that she actually gave us.
Oh, so you didn't even... So it's here.
with the contract,
It
the
was
envelope.
the folder has
In
the-
here?
Yes.
You don't mind if I open it, do you?
No problem. You can. This is the first day it's open.
$147 and change.
Correct.
Okay. Bird. I don't count change. Change goes into boxes for charities. That's a good thing. But you can give this back to the plaintiffs because they get an additional $553
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
from
you,
their
Your Honor.
security deposit. Now, if you bought a new car, you had insurance. Is that right?
Yes.
And so how much did it cost you out of pocket to fix the car? What was the deductible?
500.
So that's what it cost you out of pocket to fix your car.
Correct.
Good.
And meanwhile, I need to rent a car so I can get to school and get to work.
Let me explain something to you, Mr.
Okay.
I don't believe that there's any evidence that you have that the defendant or his daughter are responsible for this shooting. Now, you may surmise that somebody may have been angry that they weren't invited to a party and therefore decided, instead of sending a nasty note, decided to shoot up the place, which is what you suggest in your papers. But that's only supposition. I believe, however, that the defendants are responsible for certain damages that you had. One of the damages that you had was to your car, which they should have been able to cover on homeowner's policy. If you were a legitimate tenant in the house, they have a homeowner's policy. She doesn't know anything about anything because I have no paperwork there that shows that she has any power of attorney on behalf of her brother. All she did was collect your rent, right?
Correct.
Okay. As far as renting a car and moving is concerned, I certainly think it was a good thing for you to move.
Thank you.
But they're not responsible for your moving. Let me give you an example. Let's say you live in an apartment house, and there are 50 families in that apartment building, and there is a murder committed within that building. Not in your apartment, but in an apartment 1 floor away. And you decide that you don't want to live there anymore because you're afraid, you don't think the security is good enough, you want to live in a different neighborhood where you feel more secure. The landlord is not responsible for your moving. That's a choice that you make. It's a very well-reasoned choice, but that you have to pay for yourself. I certainly think, however, under the circumstances, it was ridiculous for your wife to take any part of their security deposit or their last month's rent or whatever she wanted to call it because they stayed an extra couple of days. That's ridiculous and overreaching. What?
We're students right now, and everything's under a student budget. And the moving expense, because we had to move out immediately, that cost us around $300.
I just explained to you, that's your choice. I try to give you an example. You weren't paying attention.
Okay.
The landlord is not responsible for your moving expenses. That is your choice. It was, I believe, wise of you to move, but that was your choice. I quite frankly don't understand how you could let your daughter live in that house.
Your Honor, I mean, she has no mode of transportation while the car is being in repair, so I feel that she should get her rental.
Well, when you wear one of these, then you can make that decision. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,053. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
This was a drive-by shooting, a random. It was a terrorist act.
According to a police report, it's something gang-related.
Her brother, I understand, is an ex-Asian gang member, and perhaps they were targeting him.
I was terrified. I mean, all I heard was banging, and there's people running around on the streets saying people got shot.
I'm glad nobody was injured. That's the main thing.
It was just a horrible experience.
Plastic, metal, you know, and glass can be repaired, but not meat or flesh.
The thought of having the bullet shot into your room, the pellet landed on your shoulder, and then with your car shattered with like 20 other bullets, I mean, what kind of traumatic event is that?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Edwards versus Parks Chandler. Step forward, please.
25-year-old grad student Trevor Edwards is suing his former friend, 22-year-old student Amanda Parks, and her ex-boyfriend Otis Chandler. Trevor says, while storing his computer at Amanda's home, Otis destroyed it in a jealous rage.
Mr. Edwards, Miss Parks, according to your complaint, had been a friend of yours.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were moving, and you asked her if she would hold on to your computer and ship it to you sometime later, or wait until you got back, perhaps to where you had been formerly living, you would take it back. But she agreed to store your computer for you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. She was going to ship me my computer on my internship in Seattle, but I asked if she could hold it for me for the summer, upon when I returned, that I would pay her.
So you had just an internship there. You planned on being away just for the summer.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Chandler was your boyfriend?
He was my boyfriend at the time of the incident, yes.
So the computer is in your house. Was boyfriend living there as well?
No, he was not living with me. He lived in his own apartment.
But he came over one day. The two of you had an argument, and according to you, he destroyed the computer.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
You want the money for the computer?
Yes, ma'am.
You say it was just an accident, and then he shouldn't have left it there anyway, and so let me hear.
Well, on that evening...
what day did this happen?
I can't recall. It was a while
Miss
ago.
Parks, what day did it happen?
August 12th, 2000.
Ladies always remember those days.
It was a Sunday, so I remember also.
Okay. Something you would prefer to forget, I assume, Mr. Chandler. August 12th.
Well, on that evening, me and Miss Parks had a little bit of argument over the computer.
Why were you fighting over this inanimate object?
Well, I guess it's a mailing thing, I guess you would say. I didn't appreciate his belongings being left over there for such a great amount of time. I had asked her to remove the computer at that time. Nevertheless, we were in her kitchen arguing by the computer.
Why did you resent the computer being there? I don't understand.
Well, at one point in time, me and Mrs. Parks were on a breakup, I guess you would say, and she was dating, I guess, Mr. Edwards at that time. Which
Not true, Your Honor.
That's what you thought, anyway.
Well, she had relayed to me at one point in time. They went out during the evening to get some drinks a couple of times. So I'm only going by what she said.
So according to what you said, she went out with him for a drink a couple of times.
Right, that's dating as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
At that time, we are in the kitchen at that point arguing over the computer, that it should be removed and go back and forth. During the duration of that, it got kind of physical.
How physical?
Well, we weren't going to blows. We weren't like Mike Tyson and Holyfield in there or nothing like that. But, you know, we were pushing and shoving because I was trying to get to the computer, to open the computer, because I didn't know really it was a computer in the box.
You were trying to get to it to open it?
Right.
What were you going to do if you opened it?
I was just wanting to make sure there was a computer in there.
What did you think was in there?
I didn't know.
A person?
Shh!
Excuse me, Your Honor.
And so at that time, there was water on the counter, and during the midst of me and Ms. Parks arguing, water got spilled to the computer.
Well, how did the water get spilled? It didn't walk over to the computer.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Parks, tell me your version of what happened. You said water accidentally spilled onto the computer. Let's hear.
First of all, I jumped on his back because he was going towards the box, take the computer out of the box. From what I thought, he was going to destroy the computer. So I jumped on his back, realizing that I could not contain Mr. Chandler. I went into my room and shut the door. I then came out 30 minutes later, and I saw the computer on the floor with the wires cut and destroyed. And then I took him home.
That's a pretty strong glass of water that could, all by itself, cut the wires on the computer.
In a box.
In a box.
Yeah?
Yeah. How much did you pay for the computer?
Can I present this to you now? Thank you, Mr. Burke.
You're welcome.
It was $1,900.
1,866.53.
Well, I included the court costs in the total I was suing for also.
And you bought this computer when?
January 16th, the year 2001.
Well, now you get to buy a new one, right?
Or invest it.
Don't invest it now. Go buy a new computer.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Mr. Chandler, sometimes when you overreact and that testosterone starts to go, it ends up costing you money. Certainly it's not Miss Parks' fault.
Yes.
I know you're suing both of them because, according to you, you believe that it was her responsibility to safeguard the computer. But this was really an act of vandalism, Mr. Edwards. It was an act of purposeful vandalism for which she is not necessarily responsible unless we don't have the culprit. But we have the culprit. So the case against Ms. Parks is dismissed. With regard to Mr. Chandler, judgment is for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,866.53. Thank you. Is your allegation that the defendants offered to watch your dog for you because the place where you were living didn't accept dogs?
Yes, correct.
And now they refuse to give her back?
Yes, correct. I've had this dog since
Just
the birth.
wait a second.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Just a sec, please. Please don't talk. I do talk. You do answer. When did you turn the dog over to the defendants?
April 22nd of this year.
And when, for the first time, did you ask for the dog back?
In the beginning of October. But we had an agreement.
Just a second. So they had the dog for a little over 6 months.
Yes.
This was a friend of yours?
Yes.
How long had you been living in your apartment?
I've been living there for 8 months.
Before the dog was turned over to them?
Yes.
And the dog was living with you for 8 months?
My sister...
Don't tell me your sister. The dog was living with you for that 8-month period?
Temporary.
Was living with you?
Yes. That's a lie, Your Honor.
Just a second. So why all of a sudden did you turn the dog over to the defendants?
I lived with my sister, and I moved out in December of last year. My landlord wouldn't let me keep the dog, so I had asked my sister to take care of it for me, but she was pregnant at the time, so she could not take care of the dog. So I had asked Jennifer, I have known her for over 10 years, and I had asked her if she could watch my dog until I find a new place where I could take Penny back, and she agreed.
How old is this dog?
He's now 2 years old now.
All right. So the dog lived with your sister, and then you moved into a place where you lived for 8 months. The dog did not live with you. You gave the dog to them. Another 6 months. So all in total, how many months did the dog live with you?
Year and a half.
That's a lie.
It's 2 years old.
Okay, good. The math doesn't work out there, Miss Chin. How often in the 6 months that the dog was living with the defendants did you visit with the dog?
At least once every week, sometimes every day.
That's
at
a
least
lie.
Once
I
every
remember
week.
her
I went
coming
by.
over every day.
My sister went by
If
to visit.
anything,
I'm not talking about your sister. I'm talking about you. How often did you go to visit with this dog during the 6-month period?
At least once a week, once every week.
to see
Oh.
me, not the dog.
So once a week. How far did you live from the defendants?
5 minutes away.
So you could have gone over every day.
Sometimes I went over every day. I went over there every chance I could.
They were friends. I mean,
We were friends. She came to see me, not the dog. I mean, yeah, when she came, she saw the dog, but she never ever called me once to say that she's gonna come see Penny. It was because
Your
we
Honor,
had
that's a
plans.
lie.
No, we
That's
had
a lie,
plans.
Your
Just a
Honor.
second. Just a
We
second.
had plans, but maybe she came over to see me.
Just a second.
And she never had possession of the
Did
dog.
you say? Hey,
listen.
how much money did you give the defendants in the 6-month period to take care of the dog? Food, vet bills, grooming bills?
I did not give them any cash. When she first came over to my
So the
house,
answer is you gave them nothing.
I gave them all the supplies. Big bag of dog food, shampoo, conditioner, dog's bed, everything.
That was just leftover from
Just
when
a
she had
second.
it.
I'm talking about in the 6 months the dog was there, not when she first took the dog, which is the supplies that you had in the house. I'm talking about if she was merely babysitting for this dog for you. It would seem to me you would have an arrangement to say, look, I don't want you to spend any money on, what kind of dog is that, a Maltese?
Yes.
I don't want you to spend money on grooming, on vet bills, on food, or anything else. You're just watching this dog for me. I want to pay you.
I have the grooming bills here too.
If they do have it, I've told them I'm willing to pay for
That's
it.
not what
That's
I'm
not the
asking
point.
you. So you lived in your apartment for 8 months, and they had the dog for 6 months. Then you went and found a new place to live.
Yes,
And the new place allows dogs.
yes,
So you want the dog back.
yes.
What is your version of how the dog came into your possession?
Okay, basically, she never had possession of their dog, Penny. Her sister, took care of Penny. She was giving birth and she couldn't have a dog in the house. She asked me for a favor, if I could give Penny a new home. And I told her that I'm going to ask my brother because I live with my parents and my brother, and I know my brother loves dogs. So I never owned a dog myself, so I didn't know. So I told her that, I'll ask my brother and my family. I told her maybe a couple days or a week later that my brother was willing to take care of the dog. And there was times before they gave Penny up, they sold this dog, once before and they got it back. I mean, who gives a dog away?
When
and
did
then,
they sell the dog
A
before?
couple months before, they sold the dog. They took it back.
then now they gave it to us and
Just a
just
And
second.
then
Under what circumstances? Do you know the story about how they
yeah,
sold
they just
the
wanted
dog?
to get rid of the dog because they knew
Your
they
Honor,
couldn't house
that's
the
a
dog.
lie.
Just a second.
it wasn't convenient for them.
Yeah,
and they
and they
think
don't-
that they can give this dog a new home anytime that it's inconvenient for them.
Just a minute. Who did
And
they
that's
sell
not
the
fair.
dog to?
They put an ad out and they sold it to someone.
Did you put an ad in the paper for the dog?
Yes, I did.
When?
In November of last year. Because at that time, my sister was pregnant. I was living with my sister. I had no intentions of moving out. So my sister was pregnant. We could not take care of my dog. So I put out an ad in the newspaper, and someone wanted to buy it for $300. They had it for a day, and my sister kept crying. She could not sleep, eat. She had a hard time getting over it. So we called them back, and we told them that we want our dog back. Is there any possible way if we could buy the dog back? They said, well, we paid $300 for it, and we took Penny to the vet, grooming. Are you willing to pay all the fees that we pay for? So we paid them double, $600, to bring Penny back. And we
Because, just a second, because your sister couldn't sleep?
We sold Penny.
No. Because your sister couldn't sleep. That's
She
what you said.
couldn't sleep. She was crying. She was
But
having
then-
a hard time getting over Penny.
Fine, but then your sister said, I can't take care of Penny anymore.
Exactly.
Right?
No, we bought Penny back, so we
You
brought
bought
him
Penny back.
And then I moved out in December.
And then your sister said, I can't take care
No,
of
so
Penny
that's why
anymore.
I had it temporary. I had it in my apartment without my manager knowing, and my manager found out that I had a dog, and he told me that I cannot keep my dog in my apartment.
Shin,
That's
listen to
when I
me.
asked Jennifer.
You didn't say to me that when you sold this dog before to somebody else, you thought you made a mistake. You couldn't sleep at night. You couldn't eat. You said your sister.
Me and my sister.
No, that's not what you said.
No,
You
and
said
then
my sister. You said my sister.
I am the one who paid
$600 out of my pocket to bring Penny back. I'm the one that drove
If it was
over there
that
to
hard for
Torrance
you to get over
to bring Penny back.
Don't.
And then
what?
Without telling my manager, I snuck Penny into my apartment. I kept him for a while, and then my manager found out. He told me that I need to either move out or take Penny to somewhere else. So I brought Penny back to my sister, and then that's when Jennifer offered me.
Just a second. You brought the dog back to your sister, and your sister said, I can't manage your dog because I'm pregnant now.
Penny was only there for a week.
Did you hear what I said? Your sister said to you, I can't take her now, because otherwise you would have left the dog with your sister, right? Right? I mean, if you moved into a place where you couldn't keep the dog, and your sister, who couldn't sleep at night 2 months before, she would have said, fine, I'll keep Penny until you find another place to stay. But your sister said, I can't keep her.
She was pregnant. That's why I kept it in my apartment without my
So
manager's
she got over
approval.
being hysterical.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sharon Shin says former friend Jennifer Yu and her brother Jay Yu refused to return her Maltese named Penny. Jennifer and Jay say Sharon abandoned the dog.
My next question to you, Ms. Shin, is if you had the kind of love and affection that you seem to want me to believe that you had for this dog, why didn't you find an apartment in a month?
I tried to. I found
2 months.
The place that I
3
moved-
months. 4 months.
The place that
6 months later?
Yes, but I trusted these people. They had agreed that they would watch Penny for me until
Miss
I
Shin,
could
that's
find
not
a
what
place.
that's not what I'm saying to you. We're not talking about a cup or a desk or a pair of glasses. We're talking about an animal that has a feeling. You want to know how I know? Just stand there for a minute and I'm going to show you. This one's mine. This one's mine. Lily, come sit here with me. This one's mine. When I went to find a new apartment and the landlord said, you can't have a dog, I don't care if they were offering me a palace. It's not worth it, because if a dog is part of your life, is part of your soul, you don't move into a place where you can't have a dog. And you don't give up a dog for 6 months and let it bond with another family and then say, I want it back. You don't do that.
Thank you.
You don't do that. That's outrageous.
Yes, but
Go buy another dog.
That's what they told me, Your Honor.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Go buy another dog.
Your Honor, I've had this dog since the birth.
You've never had this dog.
Just a minute. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You didn't. The dog lived with your sister.
I
Then the
lived
dog
with
lived
my
with
sister.
them.
I lived with my sister for a year
Listen
after
to
he
me.
gave birth.
You lived with your sister. Then your sister had the dog. Then you moved into an apartment for 8 months. Then they had the dog for 6 months.
7 months.
7 months. Now you want the dog back? You're not bonded with this dog. Because if you were bonded, you would not have moved to an apartment where you couldn't have dogs. That's the first question you ask. You say, I have a pet. So if you move into a place that says no pets, you say no pets, no me. And you go someplace else. But you don't let your dog bond with another family and then say, I want it back. This is not an animal that you've had for 10 years. You had this animal, all told, maybe for a year. But not the last year. The last year, they've given this dog a home and affection and attention. So if you want another Maltese, go buy one.
Your Honor, this dog belongs to me.
Not anymore. Your case is dismissed.
Your Honor,
Goodbye.
please. I have the evidence here.
You may step out.
This isn't fair. They agreed that they'll watch dogs for me until I find a place. It's a temporary agreement, and now they're saying they're denying the whole fact that they. I trusted these people.
She's just inconsiderate and she's very selfish, obviously, because she just thinks that this is Penny's an object, and it's not. She can't give it away anytime she feels like it's inconvenient to her and take it back whenever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of DeRosa versus Lane, step forward, please.
22-year-old hairstylist Angela DeRosa is suing former friend, 24-year-old customer service rep Michael Lane, for the cost of rims for his Mustang and a new Movado watch. Michael says they were both gifts.
Mr. Rosa, you claimed 2 loans to the defendant.
Yes, I did.
Why would you make him loans to begin with? You had a relationship with him?
We were friends. He got into a car accident. He needed help. He wanted rims for his car, so I helped him out.
All right, he got into a car accident, and you were just friends.
Yep. When he
Look
got into
at
his
me.
car accident, I was the person he called to come get him.
Look at me. He got into an accident with his car.
Mm-hmm.
You came and rescued him.
I came, picked him up at the hospital.
And now tell me about the rims.
He wanted particular rims for his car.
How much after the accident?
It was right after the accident. The ones they were going to give him were the same ones he had before, but he wanted something bigger for his car, so he wanted 17-inch ones. So I made a phone call to my uncle. He got me the name of a place where I could get them at a good deal.
Did you tell him that you were doing that?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to him?
I said, I found them.
Look at me.
I said, I found them for $7.94.
And what did he say?
Yeah, let's do it.
And what did you say?
I said, all right, you need to write a check out, whatever, and then we need to figure this out. How many days can I get them to you? He wanted them right away, so we had to pay for extra shipping and handling. So I did it, and he was supposed to give me half the money when they came, but he never did because he didn't cash his check.
Well, you didn't say anything about him giving you money. You just said that you got him the rims. When was he supposed to give you money?
That was the deal we made. I would help him out with them when he asked me.
Helping him out by loaning him the money?
Yes. It wasn't a gift, it was a loan.
That's what you say. He says it was a gift. Mr. Rosa, why didn't he pay for the rims himself?
He didn't have the money.
Why didn't he have the money?
I don't know. He said he didn't have the money.
So then why did you do it?
Because I was being nice.
And that was very foolish. He wants 17-inch rims instead of 14-inch rims. He's got to compensate for something. So you say, listen, you don't got the money, go with the 14 inches. When were the rims? In what month?
I want to say August.
What else do you claim you loaned him money for?
The watch. He has the watch on right now on his wrist.
Yeah, so when did
He
you
went
loan
with
him?
me to go pick it up.
When?
We went to go pick it out, I think, in October or September. And we went to go write a check out, but...
Just a second. When did you actually transfer money for the watch?
October.
So 2 or 3 months after the rims hadn't been paid for.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So now he wants a new watch. Now tell me how it came about that you turned over any money to him for this new watch.
Because he had given me some money for it.
How much did he give you?
He gave me $150.
When?
That day we went to go get it.
Well, how did it come about that he came to get this new watch in the first place?
He saw it. He said he wanted it. He was going to write out a check. He couldn't write out a check. I figured I could write one out. They didn't take mine, so I said I'd go back and I would withdraw the money. And as we were leaving, he said that he needed the money back, and he'd give me the money when I gave him the watch. So I went back the next day and picked it up.
And paid for it?
Yep. And he was supposed to meet up with me to give me half the money. When I met up with him, he didn't pay it me.
What about the watch?
The watch was a gift. Actually, my birthday's in June, and we went in July. So it's a correction of the date there. And she said, this is, I didn't get you anything for your birthday, so I'm going to grab you this watch because I know you want it. The watch itself was something that I could have done without. I didn't need it. At the time, I had my another watch.
What'd you need the rims for?
My car insurance was going to pay for the rims. The rims that I wanted. It wasn't a necessity. I mean, it's something, I wanted, but it's something that she offered. And I said, honestly, at the time, we were friends, and it wasn't an intimate relationship, but it was to the fact that she cared about me, and I appreciate it. But it's something that, if I know I'm not going to be able to pay somebody back, I'm not going to go ahead and offer, say, listen, I'm going to pay you back later on down the road. I know that the circumstances at the time, I couldn't pay it back. So I most certainly wasn't going to take anything. So,
Mr. Lane.
Yes.
You lied right there.
Just a second. Mr. Rosa, because you acted foolishly doesn't mean you get paid.
I didn't act foolishly.
Yes. Oh, yes, you did.
Actually,
yes, you did.
He just said that I got it to him as a gift. Actually, the gift that was given to him for his birthday is a tattoo that's tattooed on his arm that was paid for. That's what was given to him.
Mr. Rosa, if you don't think you acted foolishly, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. Let's say I believe your scenario that this man who had no way to make any money of consequence wanted 17-inch rims for his car at a cost of $800 when the insurance company was going to give him 14-inch rims. And if you liked him and if he was your friend, you say, that's nice. You want to buy him? Buy him. But you knew he didn't have any money.
That's not true because I used to help him out by cashing his checks for him because he didn't have his bank account check yet, so I would cash them for him and give him the cash from his check.
I have direct deposit.
He said he had to pay back his cousin.
So he said he had to pay back his cousin, so he wasn't giving you any money. You did a very foolish thing. And after you did the first foolish thing by buying him these rims, let me tell you what you wrote here in your complaint, which I found very interesting. You said, defendant decided he wanted new rims for his tire. He was very persistent on getting them. So I special ordered them for him and had them delivered to him right away.
Yes. He was at my house the day he called me and said, did you get them yet? Did the rims come yet? He used to sit at my house. Did they get them yet? I have to go to work. Where are the rims? Why aren't they there? I have to have them dropped off.
He used you. He's not a nice person. Let me tell you something. From what he just told me, he's not a nice person. He has a bad character because he said to me, I knew I couldn't pay it back. I didn't want her to buy me any presents. I didn't want anything from her. I knew I couldn't pay it back, but he took them. He took the rims, and he took the watch, and he's wearing the rims. He's wearing the watch. I'd like him to wear the rims. He's wearing the watch, and he's driving around on the rims. So he is a person of poor character. Because if what he's intimated in his answer is true, he said you liked him more than he liked you, and therefore he took advantage. Claim that owing to the fact that your mother made a false report to Child Protective Services, your children were removed from your custody for a brief period of time. In addition to that, you lost your job and suffered other financial ramifications as a result of that false complaint. Your mother's response indicates that she told the truth. She doesn't deny that she made a report to Child Protective Services. Is that right?
That's right.
Your grandson was visiting with you.
Yes, he was.
How old is he?
9.
Your daughter has how many children?
2.
You have a 9-year-old and then a 5-year-old?
5-year-old.
5-year-old is a girl or a boy?
Boy, 2 boys.
And other than the 2 children, who do you live with?
My fiance.
Is he the father of either of these children?
No, he is not.
Do the 9-year-old and the 5-year-old have the same father?
No, they do not.
When was your grandson visiting with you?
I picked him up on October the 2nd. I took him home on October the 5th. And then I went back and picked him up again on October the 7th. And I kept him until October the 10th. When the Sheriff's Department called me, took my statement, and asked me to bring my grandson to the police station.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me, Ms. Kugler, what prompted you to call Child Protective Services?
My grandson, on October the 3rd, told his grandfather
Step up.
that Mommy had threw a phone and hit him.
You didn't hear this conversation?
No, he told his granddad.
Okay. Mr. Kugler, where were you when you had this conversation with your grandson?
In the front room of our house.
What prompted the conversation?
He came in, he was on the computer doing a school game, computer game, or race cars or something. And he came in to me and he says, Daddy, my head hurts. And I says, what happened? And he says, Mother hit me with the phone. I looked at it and there was a bruise behind his ear and a little redness.
Just redness?
A little lump. Not.
This was the day after he arrived?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Gina was at therapy treatment. When she came home, I said, Timmy came up to me a little while ago complaining of a sore behind his ear. It hurt. So we called Timmy back in, and he repeated it to us.
Did he say when that happened?
It was just the day before when he was over at the house with his mother.
No, Judge Judy. Timothy didn't give me the exact date, but he had told me that his mom, when his dad brought him home from a visit, had threw his Pokemon cards in the garbage.
Okay. And then what did he tell you?
He says, my mommy threw the phone, and it hit me right here, Grandma. I says, what happened, Timothy? He says, Mommy was mad because I was whining over my bicycle, my finger bicycle.
A finger?
Finger bike. It's a little bike that you play with, you can use for your fingers. And it broke, and Mommy was mad. And I went, okay.
That's not true.
Go ahead.
So I told him, I says, Timmy, I says, I know that you're 9 years old, and I know that you're a big boy, but Grandma needs to see you. I says, I need to see if there's any marks on you. There was black and blue marks on Timothy's bottom.
Where on his bottom?
They were across his bottom.
Across his buttocks?
Yes.
What did they look like?
They were black and blue marks.
Were they linear?
He had a bruise on his leg that looked like it was an electric cord that he got hit with.
Did you ask him about it?
I asked him, and he says, Mommy hits me with the belt wherever she wants to hit me.
Oh, my God.
So what did you do, Miss Kugler?
I cried because I know how nasty my daughter's temper can be.
What did you do?
They called the police.
Shh. Ms. Hopkins.
No, I did not, Your
What
Honor.
did you do?
I called CPS the following morning.
Okay, and you made a report.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then you say on the 5th of October you brought your grandson back to his mother's.
Yes, I did.
Did you have any conversation with her when you brought
No,
the
I did
child
not.
back?
I did not ask her about it.
Okay. Was this the first time that you had noticed any bruises on your grandson?
No, it's not.
When previously to that had you noticed any bruises on your
Back in
grandson?
1998, when he was 5 years old, he had a bruise on his leg that you could tell it was a cord that had smacked his leg.
Did you have a conversation with your daughter at that time?
I told my daughter at that time that she needed anger management because she was very, very angry when it came to her kids. That same day that we got into that conversation, Your Honor, she told my grandson he didn't mind his grandpa one day. She told him if he didn't listen to his grandpa, that she was going to pound the living out of him.
Okay. When you had this conversation with your daughter when your grandson was 5, did your daughter acknowledge at that time that she had in fact hit him?
No, she didn't.
When did either Child Protective Services, Ms. Hopkins, or the police come to your home?
October 10th. There was 2 reports made, one on October 3rd, the second one on October 10th. They said that I was accused by my stepfather, Mr. Googler, that I beat my son in the head with a phone. And I said, that didn't happen. What did happen was about 3 weeks before, Mr. Timmy got mad at me because I threw his Pokemon cards away.
Mr. Timmy, is that
That's what I would refer to my baby. Well, I have Mr. Timmy, Mr. Andy. Mr. Timmy got mad at me because I threw his Pokemon cards away because I don't approve of them. And he said, I want to call Grandma. I said, you're not calling Grandma. You're going to go to your room. He said, you're being just like Grandma says, Mom. And I threw the phone out the wall, and the phone did break.
When you threw the phone at the wall, did any part of the phone hit him accidentally?
I don't know. It could have. The battery or the back of the phone could have. But there was no marks on that child.
Okay, just a second. So that it is possible that part of the phone, when you threw it in anger, did in fact hit your son.
It could have. It could have.
Could have.
It could have.
Now, as far as the mark that your mother says she saw on the child's buttocks.
She bumped her head.
Pay attention to me. Have you ever used a belt or something else to reprimand your children?
I have spanked my son on his behind with my hand. I have never beat him with a belt, an extension cord, a vacuum cord, or anything
Or any
for
other
that matter.
kind of cord. When was the last time prior to October the 3rd that you spanked your son with your hand?
He doesn't get spanked all that often.
No, I'm just asking you because your mother says she saw.
My mother's a liar.
Just answer my questions, would you please?
Months.
Months.
It doesn't do
So
anything
that
to
would-
spank Timmy.
Fine. Now, the police arrived with Child Protective Services, and they arrived at your house on the 10th.
It was just the police at first. They
And
talked to me and my fiance. As soon as they left, I called my mother and I said, you need to bring Timmy home because we need to have a family discussion. No, I don't want to bring him home. What's going on? I said, just bring him home. I'm going to lose my grandson. And she started crying. And I said, okay, I will meet you at your house and we'll sit at your table and we'll have a family discussion. We did so. Myself, my fiance, and my 5-year-old went to my mother's house. We sat at her kitchen table. And I said, Timmy, why did you say that? And he looked at my mother. And I said, Timmy, baby, you need to tell me because I'm in a lot of trouble now. Because I wanted to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's house for the rest of my break. I didn't want to go back to stay with my dad on the weekend. And I said, you shouldn't have lied. And my mother looked at Timmy and said, Timmy, you shouldn't have told Papa that if it wasn't true. You should not have lied to Papa. And he said, I'm sorry, Grandma.
Okay.
We left, and about 6 p.m., sheriff showed up at my house and took my 5-year-old and said that I was under investigation for child abuse and child neglect. And they took my kids.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer Hopkins says her mother, Regina Googler, filed a false report with Child Services. Regina says Jennifer threw a telephone at her 9-year-old son.
Okay. At the first court hearing, you were present?
Correct.
You had an attorney?
Correct.
And the Child Protective Services attorney was present?
Correct.
And a social worker?
Correct.
When was that hearing?
The first one was November 6th.
And at that point, both the children were out of your custody?
Yes. They were in
Who were
foster
they
care.
with? Both children were in foster care with
Yes.
strangers?
Uh-huh.
Were both of your children returned to you after the hearing of
Nope.
November 6th?
No.
They were not?
No, they went to their fathers. Timmy went to live with his dad in Barstow, and Andrew went to live with his father in Hesperia.
Okay. Were both fathers present at the hearing?
Yes, they were.
And the fathers had attorneys?
Yes, they did.
And the fathers wanted custody of the children, at least temporarily?
Temporary custody. They'd rather have them, and I would have rather had them with them than foster care.
Okay, but the judge did not return the children to you after the hearing?
No. He gave me visitation, supervised visitation.
Did your mother participate in that hearing, by the way? Only the social worker?
It was the 3 parents, the social worker, my attorney, and their attorneys.
And also an attorney.
We were not allowed to be there.
No. Listen. I was in family court for a long time. That's how I can ask these questions. Yes. In addition to all of the adults and their attorneys, the children also had an attorney.
Correct.
And was it the position of the children's attorney that the children should not be returned to your custody at that time?
Correct.
So, Child Protective Services, after an initial evaluation, and a judge hearing the testimony, Ms. Hopkins, of the social worker, and the judge, after hearing the recommendation of the children's law guardian, decided not to return the children to you at that time.
Correct.
Then you had a second hearing.
January 8th.
And on January 8th, were both of your children returned to you?
Yes, they were.
At the fact-finding hearing, did the court make a determination as to whether either of these children had been either abused or neglected?
I have a report from the social worker.
I'd like to see the court's finding.
I have this one here.
I'd like to see it, please. Am I correct that the recommendation of the court was that your older son be returned to his father?
That was my recommendation.
No.
If you read a little
the court's
further,
recommendation, in summary, is it is recommended that the court finds the allegations of the original petition to be true as amended. And that is that you admitted
to throwing the phone.
To throwing the phone in the direction of the child. You admitted to that. So the court made a finding of neglect.
I admitted I threw the phone.
Then the court made a finding of neglect against you. And then there was a dispositional hearing. And at the dispositional hearing, it looks to me as if the recommendation was that Timothy go to live with his father and that custody be granted to the father. Now, did that happen?
Yes, it did. I gave
so that both
that
just.
right.
So I'm correct, Ms. Hopkins, that Timothy is now in the custody of his father.
Yes, he is.
So that both children are not in your custody. Only one of them is in your custody.
I let Timmy go live with his father. The social worker and the kids' attorney asked me if I wanted him to go live with his father, and I said, it's in there. And I said, yes, because he's been transferred to 4 different schools in 3 months.
Look, there was a complaint filed. A complaint was filed by your mother because of an allegation that your son made that he was excessively corporally punished by you. Under the circumstances, she did the right thing. She saw a mark on his ear.
There were no
I'm
marks.
speaking. She saw a mark on his ear that was consistent with being hit. There is no question that your son, Timmy, told his attorney that he had in fact been hit by a phone or a piece of the phone by you in anger. The judge at the conclusion of the hearing made a finding that you did in fact neglect your child while in anger throwing an object which caused him to be injured. The judge set a disposition, which is deciding what to do about your 2 children, because if you were neglectful of one, the law presumes that you have neglected both, and the court scheduled a dispositional hearing. The recommendation that the court made was that your older child be turned over to his biological father and that custody be granted to the father. You may have agreed with that, but that was the recommendation. And that since you had attended anger management program.
Correct. Anger management
and
parenting.
I assume you would not have consented to unless you felt that you needed it.
I did need it.
And you went, and the judge at that time said that the judge would return your 5-year-old to you under supervision with a social worker who comes to your house occasionally.
He's home. That's the dispositional hearing.
I understand that. The 5-year-old was sent home to you, but Child Protective Services continues to monitor.
Correct.
Listen, I was in the family court 25 years. You're not talking to some jerk. Ms. Hopkins, what I'm telling you is you have no case against your mother at all, because a court found that you had, in fact, neglected, under the law, both your children by losing your temper and throwing the phone. So the greater issue is, it seems to me that your children, your younger child at least,
Hmm.
who is still in your custody, and probably your older child, who I assume that you see under this visitation arrangement.
He'll
Do
be
you
home in 6 months.
Well, who knows whether he's going to be home in 6 months, Miss Hopkins. You're not entitled to that child any more than his father is entitled to his custody. Wherever the child is best suited, that's where the child is going to be. Right now, you have a finding of neglect against you. If the child is thriving in the care of his father, that's where the child will stay. And no judge is going to remove that child from his father's care. Maybe that the child will come home, maybe not. Now, this fiancé of yours that you called your mother about to ask her to help you get him out of the house at one point, there is no question in my mind that happened. Now, my question to you is, you have 2 children. They have 2 different fathers. You have a fiancé. Is he still living with you?
Yes, 4 years.
What kind of work does he do?
He's a correctional officer.
Does he have children of his own?
No, he does not.
Do you see your 5-year-old grandson?
I don't see either one of my grandchildren. That's one thing. When I filled out the paperwork with the CPS people, they handed me a packet and asked me to fill it out. I did, and I put in the paperwork that I would like. I didn't mind if my grandchildren went to their fathers, or even if my daughter got them back. I would just like to have grandparents' visitation rights.
There was orders made January 8th. She is not to have any contact with either child because the social worker and the children's attorney and the social worker's supervisor found that she had lied to them and that the allegations that she had made were absolutely absurd. There were no marks when they removed the children from me. There was no marks whatsoever. They took them from me to the emergency room. There were no marks on the children.
Miss Hopkins, the original complaint was made on the 3rd of October, and Timmy was not removed until the 10th of October. By that time, in that 8-day period, bruises go away, bruises fade. The fact that you acknowledge and that the court found that in anger you injured your son, which is what he reported to his lawyer. He didn't lie to his lawyer. He didn't lie to the social worker. And in fact, he didn't lie to his grandmother. And your mother didn't lie to Child Protective Services when she called and said he was hit behind the ear with a phone that Mommy hit him with. Well, to a 9-year-old, that's true. And the fact that by the time they removed him, whatever marks your mother saw on the 3rd of October had dissipated doesn't mean that you didn't see them on the 2nd. And all I can tell you is this. Children thrive on the widest possible community of love and affection. And it may or may not be that you will be successful in securing visitation rights.
She won't, Sam.
Shh. Pay attention to me. Right now, your daughter is very angry with you. And she may continue to be angry with you. All I can tell you is, all I can tell you is, listen to me very carefully. You did the right thing. And if by doing the right thing, you lose visitation with your grandchildren while they're little, that's a price that you have to pay. Because when your grandson came to you and said that he was the victim of his mother's temper, you had 2 choices. Either you do nothing or you become active. Now, it's very possible that your daughter would not have done anything to seriously or mortally harm either of your grandchildren.
Never.
But, well, you say never. If you have a temper and you throw a phone at a 9-year-old because he wanted to call his grandmother, wanted to go and stay with her, you threw away his cards, he was having a temper tantrum, and you, Miss Hopkins, responded by having a temper tantrum, that's not what a parent does. Parent does not have a temper tantrum.
You're right.
Okay? Now, you did the right thing because children have to be protected.
Yes.
And you have to say to yourself, I want to see my grandchildren, I want to be part of their lives, but if the price that I had to pay for losing that while they're little was making this call, I can sleep better because I made the call. Because if I didn't make the call and something happened, I would die. Mm-hmm. You got it?
That's correct.
How old is the child?
He is 2.
2?
Yes.
According to your complaint, the defendant filed false charges against you of assault, resulting in your having to pay legal fees and bail money.
That's correct.
You want to be compensated for that. The defendant says that the charges were true. She is counterclaiming for some assault and some property damage, which I will get to in a moment. When did the 2 of you separate?
July 2001.
And who took the child at that time?
I did.
Were you involved in a custody dispute after July of 2001?
I went to the courts and got some papers drawn up. Actually went to a paralegal. one of my mom's friends.
Just tell me, was there a custody
Yes.
case in the courts?
Yes,
And who has primary custody of the child?
me right now.
Do you have a copy of that order?
There's mediation papers in there as well.
We both have custody. I know that everything is joint right now. I have a paper here that says that we have joint.
Okay, you're right. So the child is being shifted back and forth on a weekly basis. Part of the week you have the child, and part of the week you have the child. And I assume that this incident happened on October 16th during one of those periods of exchange.
Well, right now is a stipulation. The courts were saying until she can get on her feet and actually have her own place of stay, then we can start doing that arrangement. But right now we do Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we haven't really made that concrete yet, Your Honor.
Okay. October 16th is when this incident happened?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened, sir.
Well, I called on a cell phone to let her know that our child was not going to be ready to be dropped off at 4 o'clock like we arranged. She never got that message. I checked my messages at home around 4:20. She said, where are you at? I'm waiting here 20 minutes. I called her back and told her, hey, I'm running late. Jacob's just waking up. I don't want to rush him. He gets cranky. She started persisting to scream at me, telling me this is not right. This is my time with my son, blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll be there as soon as possible. Cut up some food for him, got him a drink, drove him down to Penadobe Park where we meet. She walked right over to my mom's truck, took him right out of the car, didn't say a word to me. By this time, my son's face was really sad. I went over to tell him goodbye. At that time, she persisted on yelling and screaming at me, telling me I was a bad dad and how I shouldn't have been late. And I told her this is the same reason why we broke up, so we wouldn't have to fight in front of our son. She started screaming. I said, no, I'm going to take my son out of here because you're not in a good state. When I started to grab him out of the car seat, she grabbed my arm, and I told her to back off me and just to calm down. I'm going to take him home, and we'll decide on another day.
So what happened? She grabbed your arm?
She grabbed me, and I shrugged her off pretty much. She fell onto the ground, hit her butt, and hit her left elbow. The police report said she had a 1-inch scratch. I actually persisted to help her up. I told her, let me help you up. She said, no. I went to the truck and sat down. She came back around in her truck, got out of her truck with my son watching, and started flailing at me.
What does that mean?
She was, through the truck, she was pretty much trying to hit me. Hit my glasses, stuff like that, and I sat there and thought about what really happened. I drove home and I called and said, you know what, I want my son. A couple more phone calls, the cops were on the phone telling me that Mary was in a bad state of mind and can you come up to Vacaville and pick up my son. So when I went up there, the cop came out, told me, do you know your rights? I'm going to put you under arrest. And that's when they served me with the temporary restraining order.
What happened with that case?
I have papers showing that the DA has dropped the charges and there was not enough evidence to prove the case. Their police report is stapled to it as well.
Okay, now I'll hear you.
Okay. On October 16th, we did agree to meet at Penadobe at 4 o'clock. It was about 4:30, and I called on the cell phone. I called his mother's house, and I called his house and left a thing on the answering machine. And finally, about 4:30, he called me back, and he said that my son was still sleeping. He said that if I wanted to wait until my son was going to be awake, that I could wait at the park until Evan and my son was ready.
Let me stop you there for a moment.
Okay.
Had you had this exchange before at the park?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
It's been about 2 months.
And have the exchanges always taken place at the same time, 4 o'clock?
Yes, but there's been other incidences when sometimes he won't show up, sometimes he'll show up late.
But for 2 months they had gone on reasonably well.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, now continue.
I obviously got upset because my time with my son is at 4 o'clock. You know, he has made it very difficult for me to even see my son since I had left the residence. He said, you know, I'll show up whenever I show up.
What time did he arrive?
He finally showed up about a little after 5.
Go ahead.
So once he showed up, he arrived in his mother's car, and I opened the door, and I got my son out of the car.
Did you say anything to each other at the time that you opened the door?
I let him know that I was very upset.
That's not what I asked you. What did you say?
I cannot do this. You need to show up on time. If we have a set agreement, you need to show up on time. And I carried him over to my car, and I was buckling him into the car seat. We were arguing back and forth still.
Why would you argue with him?
I was upset because he was late.
And you have a conversation with him outside the earshot of his child.
Right.
Not
It's-
right. You didn't do that. You were yelling and screaming and agitated.
Yes.
And you couldn't control yourself, even in front of your child.
Yes.
Well, that's wrong.
I know.
So you can understand why he would say, I don't think you should have him because you're not in control of yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he came around from behind you and he tried to take the child out of the car?
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He was yelling at me. He was saying that you're not going to have your son. You're not going to see your son ever again. I'm going to take custody of Jacob. And during this time, I was buckling my son into the car, and he grabbed my arm right here and swung me around to where I landed way behind my truck, and I landed directly on my back to where it knocked the wind out of me. I was like, you're not going to take my son. You just threw me on the ground. He ran over to my side of the car, and he tried to pull the keys out of the ignition. I was able to get the car started, and I took off.
And then you went home?
Yes. I called the police as soon as I got home.
Why?
Because I was assaulted. Evan has abused me for the past 3 years that I was with him. And I'm not going to let him do this to me anymore. For him to throw me on the ground in front of my son, I can't.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Evan Davis says ex-girlfriend Mary Booth had him falsely arrested for assault after a custody exchange of their child. Mary says her allegations are true.
You both behaved very badly that day.
I understand.
You both behaved very badly that day.
But I don't feel that if anybody's behavior does not mean that anybody should be threatened physically.
Well, one gets from your scenario, Miss Booth, that he did not punch you, right?
No.
He didn't grab you by both shoulders and throw you to the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
What he did was he tried to get you away from the baby so that he... What he did was try to get you away from the baby. And he pulled your arm, swung you around, and you fell. He didn't put his hands on your chest and fling you to the ground, right?
Well...
Am I right?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, let me tell you something. I think that you both behaved badly that day. You initially out of control. And you may have been out of control because you don't have custody of your child, because you were angry, because you're involved in, this ongoing open-ended order of the family court. You're both recovering from drug abuse, is that right? Well, that's what it says in here. That's what it says in here.
Yeah.
It says that you were clean for a month at the time of the mediation. He was clean for 5 months. Tell me, did I read that?
No.
That's what it says in the mediation papers, Your Honor.
That's what it says in the mediation papers. What do you mean, no? That's what it says. I'm going to read it again. Maybe I misread it.
Evan has not been clean.
Just a second. Mother acknowledges past drug use by both parents and states she has been clean for about 1 month.
Yes. I know
That's just
that,
what I said.
I know
You
that
acknowledge-
he still uses drugs at that time.
I said, first I'm talking to you. I said you. I said both of you are recovering from drug abuse. And you said no.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
You didn't understand? You didn't understand what I said? Yes doesn't mean no. Father says that he also was using drugs, but he had been clean for 4 to 5 months at the time of this mediation. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not. I assume somebody did a hair follicle test on both of you, did they?
No.
No.
That's a big mistake.
Should have.
Huh?
They should have.
Yeah, they sure should have. Anyway, you're out of control, Miss Booth. How much was your bail?
$1,500. I have receipts.
And aside from the bail, how much did you pay a lawyer?
I didn't pay a lawyer anything. I paid a paralegal to do some of my work for me.
I thought you said the paralegal was a friend of yours.
Well, she still charges.
You have a bill?
No, I do not. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Can I hand you guys? Well, that wasn't my case. I was basically for the bail and for the mental anguish and for the 7-day restraining order.
Well, the 7-day restraining order was not as a result of any factual finding, only because she went in there and asked for one. What?
Your Honor, he violated his restraining order. He called me 5 times within that time of the restraining order, saying that he wanted to come pick up his son and that I would never see his son again. And he basically made threats saying that he was...
So what happened with that case?
They filed something saying that he violated the restraining order. I have it right here.
No, that you say he violated the restraining order. Shouldn't have been a restraining order to begin with. Restraining order was issued ex parte, which means you just asked for it, they gave it to you, but at the time it came to court, they dropped it because they weren't going to give you one for a year. You only had a restraining order for a week, is that right?
Yeah, that's all I asked for.
That's not all you asked for. You would have liked one permanently.
Well, I wanted to get one permanently, but I felt like if I did, that it would interrupt with me seeing, you know, with the exchange of my son, and I didn't want to do that.
Because the child was going back to his father.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't want to have it, you know, interrupt with that.
I got it. Okay. You called the police with regard to this alleged violation of the order, which says no contact for 7 days. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You called the police came over and they listened to the recording, the one recording that you had. Is that right?
Yes.
The one recording that you had. And the one recording that you had, according to the police, was as follows. Victim Booth's cellular phone voicemail was played for me. The voice on the call sounded like Subject Davis's voice, and the subject of the conversation was to confirm the exchange of the child on 10/23/01. No threats, just to confirm the exchange. Booth was adamant she wanted to file a report about this violation of the order.
He had called me
Subject Davis arrived at the location and listened to the voice message. Davis denied making the call. He said it was his brother. This may have been true, according to the police, because as the voice ended, the message was, leave a message with Evan, which is you.
Yes.
So you wouldn't say, leave a message with me. You would say, leave a message on my mail. You would...
Right, exactly.
Okay. Listen, I am now going to turn to the counterclaim for a minute, and then I'm going to make a decision. Your counterclaim says, Ms. Booth, among other things, that in March, that was before you finally separated, that the plaintiff assaulted you.
Yes.
And he broke your glasses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went back to living with him for 5 months.
Yes, I did.
So forget it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, I have, like, no family. I have no family. I have nowhere to go.
Ms. Booth,
I didn't want to leave my son.
You made a baby together. If you're smart, you will put all of the anger and hostility and everything else behind you and decide that you are going to make these exchanges comfortable, that a 2-year-old doesn't always act on your schedule, and if he's sleeping, he's sleeping. Why should you wake him up? That's what a reasonable person does. Not act like a baby and get all bent out of shape because you're missing a half hour or an hour worth of time with the child, especially when it's been going reasonably. Better put behind, both of you, put behind any animus, any hard feeling that you have and everything else, and just decide that you are now bound to each other for the next 20 years and learn to live with it. Otherwise, you're going to have these skirmishes all the time. So we've just done away with this alleged March assault because then you all got together again and lived happily ever after for 5 months. Then you say in July, he ultimately threw you out. And when he threw you out, he broke some precious moments figures and an antique piece of furniture. So you want to tell me what happened in July?
On July 7th, Evan and I had gotten into a very big fight. He had threatened to kill me, and the next day I decided that I was going to go stay at a friend's house for a couple of days. I came back 2 days later to get some belongings, and my whole wardrobe was in the car, locked, and the doors, locks were changed. So I broke into the house, and I got some of my belongings, and I noticed that almost all of my furniture was gone, and I went into the garage. All of my furniture was laying out all over the garage. This piece of furniture, which was given to me by my great-grandparents. On top is the before picture, and the rest are the after. When I went out there, there was my precious moments sitting on top. There was 3 of them sitting on top of the cabinet with the heads torn off of them.
Tell me what happened with this piece of furniture when you moved it out. Does it look as if you moved it very carefully.
I did move it very carefully. all the stuff was moved out of the garage. So I don't know if it got broke at that time when they moved it, or if one of her friends moved it on accident and didn't tell her it broke. Because I wasn't there. My mom was there, but she
So
couldn't
what you're
be at the
telling
residence.
me is when you moved this piece into the garage, it was in good condition.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, actually there was a leg missing from the prior because there never was a leg on there.
The
And there
back
were some marks on the front that was scratched up from my
No.
son chipping it off. And the locks were actually missing too because my son took them off.
What about these little figurines?
I told her at the time of the date I broke her figurine. I dropped it in the bag and it broke. And I only
How
broke
many figurines
one.
were
Just
broken?
one broke.
How much did you pay for these figurines?
They were gifts, and they were $50 I got on the internet.
How many figurines do you claim were broken?
3.
Did he tell you that he broke
No,
one?
he didn't say one. He said that he broke them. He said, I said, you ripped the heads off of these things. And
me
he
see
said, yes, I ripped the heads off.
Okay. Well, that's what they're asking for these things, $50. That's not what they sell for.
I don't know how much they are.
So now let me tell you how I'm going to resolve this case. Now, you've already gotten your lecture on trying to be good young parents in a situation where you're going to be exchanging custody and visitation. I don't think that either one of you wants your child to suffer.
No.
Your behavior on that date made your child suffer. He was 2 years old, and you frightened him because you were out of control. It wasn't as if he didn't show up at all. He showed up an hour late. You had a conversation with him a half hour before and said he was going to be a little late. Just hang in there. So you had no reason to lose it, which you did. And if she lost it, and if you were concerned that she lost it, you don't feed into that. You let her take the child. Next day, you go into court. Say, listen, I want to set up a supervised visitation till she gets herself set. You don't fight in front of the child. Did I say that loud enough?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that? So, it cost you $1,500 for your bail. Is that right?
That's correct.
She's going to pay $750 because I think that she was at least half responsible for what went on that day.
Okay.
And I don't know how much these figurines are worth, but certainly he acknowledges that he broke one, if not 3 of them. So I'm giving you a credit of $100 on your count of claim. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $650. That's all.
How is that excused?
Live-in boyfriend.
Yes.
Shared an apartment together, and it is your claim that when he moved out, after he assaulted you, he owed you for rent and bills and damage to the apartment that was caused during the course of this assault. You also want to be compensated for the assault.
Yes.
The defendant says that he was paid up as far as his rent is concerned at the time that he moved, that you caused the altercation, and that as a matter of fact, it was you who assaulted him. That's your defense.
Yes.
Okay. When did you move in together?
August.
August of 2001?
Yes.
What date?
August 4th.
Is that when you moved in, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you move out?
At the beginning of November, the end of October.
Is that correct?
He didn't sleep October 31st, but he moved all his stuff November 1st. But
All
he
right.
still has some stuff in my apartment.
All right, so he was out the end of October.
Yes.
So August, September, and October, 3 months.
Yes.
One of the things you're suing him for is rent. How much was he supposed
Before
to pay?
when we signed the lease, it was supposed to be, it's 3 of us living there. His cousin also lives there. It was supposed to be the rent split into 3 and the utilities between us 2. But after we signed the lease and I gave him the check for the first month's rent and the deposit, he said, that his cousin was only going to pay $400 because he's only living in a room, that the rest of the rent, we will have to split it in half. And that wasn't the arrangement.
How many people signed the lease?
3 of us.
What months do you claim he owes you rent for?
I say November because he only gave me 2 weeks notice that he was going to move out in October.
So what you're suing for is November's rent because he didn't give you notice. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but he didn't. It was supposed to be the deposit and the 1 month's rent was supposed to be 50-50. I gave him the check and he only gave me $1,000 towards it, so he owes me $300.
For what?
Because it was supposed to be $1,300 and $1,300.
Are you still living in the apartment?
Yes, I am.
Who else is living in the apartment?
His cousin and his cousin's girlfriend.
So there are 3 people living there now.
Yes.
The cousin remained.
Yes, but he
And
only...
the girlfriend moved in. Mm-hmm. So make them pay the security deposit.
No.
When? No, I'll tell you yes. Don't tell me no.
No, I'm just saying that it was our agreement between us 2. And his
When
cousin
everything was
still
fine.
pays no, but his cousin still only pays $400. No utilities, no nothing. Because that was the agreement that he
Get
had.
him out. Get
But
him out.
he's
What
in the
about the
lease.
girlfriend? What does she pay?
She doesn't pay anything.
What'd you let him move in for?
I didn't let her. She came in one time and she never left afterwards.
Call the police, have him removed.
I didn't know I could do that.
She doesn't live there. She's not on the lease. She doesn't pay rent. Put her out. Now, you didn't move another person into the apartment in November?
No, I didn't.
A boy?
No.
Man? No. He
No.
says you did.
No, I didn't move anybody in. I've been paying for everything myself.
My question to you is, the beginning of November, did you start a new relationship with somebody else?
Yes, I did.
And does the person that you started a new relationship with occasionally stay over at the apartment?
Once in a while.
Once in a while. And does he once in a while stay over the apartment the beginning of November?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So now you've got the cousin, the girlfriend, and your sometimes boyfriend living in the apartment. You want him to pay
No, he
rent.
doesn't live there. He just stays there.
He stays there
because
occasionally. Well, if he
after
stays there
work.
occasionally, then let him pay half the rent. Leave him alone with the rent. Now let's get started with the assault. Let me hear your version of what happened with the assault.
Okay, I received a phone call from his ex-girlfriend telling me that he's been carrying on a relationship with her since June, before we moved in together.
Okay.
When I found out, I already knew, like, the relationship was already diminishing. So...
Had you met the new boyfriend yet?
We've been friends since we were 8 years old, so yes.
you met him already?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on. So you got a call
I've
from the
known him
girlfriend.
since I was
Miss
young.
Gonzalez, you got a call from the girlfriend, and then
Yes,
what happened? After
and
you got a
she
call
was-
from the
She
girlfriend.
was just telling me a lot of things, and it hurt me, but it wasn't surprising to me. He was outside, and I told him to come upstairs, and I told him that I wanted to speak to him, and he said no. It's whenever he wanted to speak to me. So I said, forget about it, you know. We just need to start looking for different apartments because I can't afford this apartment by myself. So he's like, fine, you know. He's been staying in the living room, you know, off and on, because we were back and forth the whole time that we were living together.
All right, so he said he didn't want to talk. He wanted to talk when you wanted
He didn't
to
want
talk.
to talk, so I said, fine, you know what? It's over, it's over. I heard it. I confirmed my suspicions. It's fine. You know, you did whatever you needed to do, and, you know, that's it. So I was outside waiting, you know, to go out with my friends, and he started with me, you know. He's like, oh, it was you, you know, you drove me away and all that. So I didn't even want to start arguing with him in front of the house. I just left. So on the 18th, that was a Thursday, since I wouldn't come home straight after work because I didn't want to see him, I would stay in my mother's house, or I would go out with my friends or whatever. And he knew I was seeing the other guy. He knew that.
Well, you say in your complaint that you knew things weren't working out as
Yeah.
soon as... Shh, I'm speaking. You say in your complaint you knew things weren't working out as soon as you moved in together, so you tried everything, including making him jealous. That's what you wrote in your complaint.
Yes, but that wasn't with him.
You tried to make him jealous with somebody else.
No, because when I started seeing this guy, we were already over and done with.
All I'm telling you is, you said in your complaint, including making him jealous.
Yes.
Okay. But it was with somebody else,
Yeah.
not the guy that currently is staying
No.
at your house part-time.
No.
All right.
I just wanted to see if he cared, you know. So every time I would come home, he knew I would speak to the, you know, the guy that I'm seeing now. So he would get on the phone. He would get on the internet real fast, you know. So I wouldn't speak to him. He was there all afternoon. The minute I would get home, he would go on the internet. So I asked him, I'm like, you know, in 10 minutes, you know, I'm going to go take a shower. Can you get off the internet? You know, because I'm going to expect a phone call. And I told him it was from an apartment, because I was looking for an apartment. We were all supposed to be looking for apartments.
But it was from the boyfriend?
Yeah. So he's like, no, I get off whenever I feel like getting off. I'm like, well, no, you get off, you know, whenever I need to use the phone because you've been here all day. And he's like, oh, use my cell phone. I'm like, I don't want to use your cell phone. I don't want to use anything of yours anymore. You know, that's it. I don't want to owe you anything. He's like, oh, I get off whenever I get off. So I went and I yanked the phone cord out. So he came at me and he pushed me, and that's when I just pulled it off. It just took all my strength and it came off. That's when the whole argument started. His cousin was there, actually.
I don't care where his cousin was. Just tell me what happened.
So we were in the kitchen, and he's flinging me back and forth against the walls like a rag doll. My son is screaming. He's crying, telling him to stop. So I had the phone in my hand, and I threw it at him, but it hit the wall. So then he just kept on, and his cousin's in between us, trying, like, pushing him away, just stop, you know. So I tried to pick up the phone, you know, so I could call the police. So then at one point, I threw the phone, and I guess it hit him because he was bleeding. So
What do you mean, just a second. What do you mean you guess it hit him? Because he
Well,
was
it hit
bleeding.
him because, you
So
know...
don't tell me I guess. You threw the phone at him, and he was bleeding.
Yeah. That was after he was
Just
fingering
a
me.
second. You could have your turn.
He was fingering me against all the walls, the kitchen table, the stove, and all that. So I ran to the room with his cell phone to call the cops, and I locked the door, and my son was in there with me. And I went through, and he's like, oh, she's calling the cops, you know. So he went, and he noticed that the door was locked, so he punched it open, and he threw me on the floor, and he took the phone.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Maricel Gonzalez says after she was assaulted by her former live-in boyfriend, Sandy Espinal, he moved out. She's suing for the assault and for unpaid rent.
Go ahead.
So he was getting like his stuff ready to leave. I'm like, oh, you know, go. If you leave, you know, the cops are still gonna come after you. The cops are still gonna come after you, you know, because you hit me, you know.
I didn't hear anything about him hitting you.
Well, he was pushing
Just a
me.
minute. I didn't hear anything about him hitting you, madam. I heard pushing. The only blood I heard about so far was the blood that he had on him. That's indicated, I assume, in the police report. Is that right?
I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so? If it's
It
not
didn't say
indicated
that.
in the police report, then they missed it because he was the only one bleeding. Is that right?
It didn't say it there, but it was out of self-defense because he was flinging me everywhere, and his cousin couldn't even get him off of me.
Okay.
No, he didn't smack me, you know, or punch me with an open hand, but that doesn't mean that it's not
Okay. Did you
abusive.
receive any medical treatment?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
'Cause I
Now
only
let me
had
hear from you.
bruises.
Your Honor,
Excuse me?
that day I did
No,
not.
I'm finished with you.
I did not swing her. I did not hit her. She did not throw the phone at me and hit me. She hit me right with the phone in her hand. She went into inside my cousin's room to use his phone because the caller's phone that she had through was on the floor with the battery all broken. So she went into my cousin's room to use his phone. She didn't get to use the phone. Then,
What do you mean she didn't get to use the phone, sir? She didn't get to use the phone because you stopped her?
yes.
No.
Hey, you got a hot temper. You started to
sorry.
listen to me. You got a hot temper because the first thing that happened was he was on the computer and you went over to pull the cord out because you wanted to get off to get a call from your boyfriend.
No, it's
Stupid.
It's not
So,
that. Your
it's
Honor.
exactly what you told me, Miss Gonzalez. It's precisely what you told me.
No,
You-
I was just
want you to
trying
be
to ask
quiet,
something.
pay attention. I know you're used to talking, having people listen to you, but you're going to pay attention. What you told me was you came home, he was on the computer, you were getting a call from your boyfriend in 10 minutes. You told him to get off the computer. He said, I'm not going to get off the computer. You lied to him and told him it was for a call from an apartment. You went over and you pulled the cord out of the computer. The first physical thing that happened was your temper. Quiet. Now, she didn't get to make the call, sir, because you did what to the door?
No, I didn't know. I pushed the door open, and I did not push on the floor. I grabbed my cell phone from her. I just snatched it from her, and I walked out the room. And then she proceeded to go to the following room to use the following phone. When I went in there, I went to speak to Gloria, that's my witness here, and she was next to Gloria, like on the bed, and I was talking to her. Once I had my face to her, she hit me. She clacked me with the phone right in my face.
Okay.
No.
That's how come I was bleeding, because if she throws a phone at me,
No.
I'm a dodging. But she came, she
No.
caught me off guard from the
Don't
side.
tell me no. Whatever it was, you
Can I
both
ask
acted very badly that day. I don't have a counterclaim for assault.
Yes.
The police arrived. Did they arrest you?
No, ma'am.
They didn't arrest you because the only one injured was you.
It was me.
Oh, that's what I assumed. I don't know what you want from him. You now have, you live in an apartment, your son lives in an apartment, cousin's girlfriend, and your part-time new boyfriend. What do you want from him? He's gone.
No, it's just we made a commitment together. And
Your
I never moved
commitment
out.
was over. You decided, Miss Gonzalez, according to your complaint, that I agreed that we should move in together, but as soon as we moved in, he changed. It was not working out. There were arguments every day. I knew if I kicked him out, I would be stuck with $1,300 in rent. I tried to work things out. I tried to talk to him. I cried. I tried to make him jealous. Nothing worked. I was tired of being abused, neglected, disrespected, unappreciated, I assume you mean. Okay? That's what you say.
Yeah.
You wanted him out. You got him out. Goodbye. Good luck. Have a good life.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You got me out of the apartment. Now leave me alone. She still want to be with me. That's the problem. I don't want to be with her.
He frustrated me the whole time that we were together.
Happiness. I don't got to see her no more. I don't got to deal with her no more.
He'll get whatever he deserves at the end. It's okay though.
Don't go by looks. Looks are the crazy ones.
Don't go by looks, sweetie. Shh, look at you.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of White versus Kamara, step forward, please.
23-year-old substitute teacher Laura White is suing her ex-fiancé, 30-year-old artist Jeremy Kamara, for credit card charges. Jeremy says Laura forgave the debt when she decided to keep the engagement ring.
Miss White, while you were dating the defendant, you decided to do one of the foolish things that people do, and you got a credit card for him. I assume your credit wasn't good enough to get a credit card yourself. Is that right?
Yes, I guess so.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And on that credit card, there was a zero balance, and you purchased nothing on that credit card. Is that right?
Correct.
He had sole custody of the credit card.
Yes.
He put some car repairs on the credit card, and he also bought you an engagement ring on the credit card.
Yes.
When you broke up several months later, you say that while he paid you some money, he did not pay the balance. And with charges, et cetera, it comes to about $1,300. The defendant says that you elected to keep the engagement ring, so he shouldn't have to pay for that, and that he did pay some money, but because you elected to keep the engagement ring, he doesn't feel as if he has to pay anything else. Is that right, sir?
Yes, it is. That's right.
Do I scare you?
No.
Then speak up. Let me see the credit card bills. Let me see the ring. I see you've got a box there. I assume you're willing to give him back the ring?
Yes.
Perfect. Why did you want to keep it to begin with?
I never wanted to. I just kind of kept it for collateral.
Oh, it's lovely.
I didn't ever want the ring, but he still owed the money, so.
You said if I didn't give you, if I gave it back, I
Listen to me.
wouldn't have to pay.
First, you don't speak loudly enough so that I can hear you, and then you talk to her. You don't talk to her, you talk to me. Okay, she's got certain amounts here that you paid, sir. She says that on December 7th, you paid $100. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
$36.50 on another date by check number 598. Another payment of $100. She's got the check number. Another payment of Laura paid $36.
Yes.
What did you pay that for?
He wasn't paying me. There were only certain months that he did pay me the money.
Then she paid again $40 because the account became delinquent. And then he paid $35 in cash back in, looks like June. And Laura paid $34 just to keep the account out of collections. Then her mother paid $400.
After she got the ring back.
What do you mean after she got the ring back?
After she got the ring back, I didn't have to pay none of the money on the ring no more. I just had to pay for the car that got fixed.
Well, now you're going to get the ring back. She doesn't want to pay for it.
I don't want to have anything to do with the ring or nothing.
Let me understand this. You want her to keep the engagement ring, then pay the credit card.
I was going to pay the remainder of the bill, what I owed on my car, and she was going to keep the ring and she was going to pay it off. That's what I had given it back to her. That's what the whole thing was.
I don't understand you. You're mumbling. You have to speak up.
I gave her the ring back, and I wasn't going to have to pay for it. She was going to keep the ring and do whatever.
You mean you had an agreement to do that?
Yeah. And I missed $150.
When did, just a second, when did you make the agreement that she would keep the ring?
Right after she didn't want to deal with it no more. I just said, I'll give it back to you, and I don't have to pay anything except
Would you
for...
talk? I mean, it's hard for me to understand him.
I was sick and tired of trying to get him to pay. I was desperate at the time.
I missed 2 months.
So I took the
That's
ring.
all
I took the ring back,
Wacko.
and I asked my mom to help me out with it, just so I could get the balance down. And so I took the ring back, just saying, give it to me. And I never wanted to be responsible for it, though. So that's why I have it now.
You had given it to him back when you said we're off, the engagement is off?
When the engagement was off, he came over to my house and took it out of my jewelry box.
Oh, he did?
Because I was going to pay for it if I didn't have the ring, you know what I'm saying?
Are you speaking to her?
Yeah.
He came to the house and took the ring back.
Yes.
And then when he wasn't paying on the account regularly, you took the ring back.
I got him to give it back to me, yes.
Okay, and that's why it's here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Kamara, you get the ring back and you pay the bill. Do you understand?
That's what I would have done in the beginning. I missed one
Well, you missed how many payments?
payment. One payment.
That's not
Or two
true.
payments.
Mr. Kamara, if you're making little teeny payments of $35, of $40, then what happens, Mr. Kamara, is the interest keeps building up. And you know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Eventually you're going to get tired of paying for this thing that you don't have any appreciation for
I
anymore.
never would have stopped paying for the ring. I gave it back to her because she wanted it. And then I would have paid it still.
No, she didn't want
I
it
don't
back,
want it.
sir.
I
I got
don't
news
wash
for
my
you.
hands cleaner.
This lady doesn't want this ring back.
That's fine.
This lady wanted collateral because you weren't paying as you were supposed to pay, and her credit was going down the toilet. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount requested, $1,300. Thank you very much.
Yes. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Frazier, the defendant is your former boyfriend?
Ex, Your Honor.
And is your claim that he threw you out of a home that you shared together and did not return much of your property? In addition to that, you claim an assault and injuries from an assault.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I've looked over your claim with regard to the assault, which I would like to address first. So let's go back. When did you move in together?
It was around about September that we started to share an efficiency.
And it was just the two of you there?
Yes.
When was the assault?
This particular assault happened on the 5th of September, and it started over money.
Well, tell me about that.
Well, it was a big fight. He got big and burly, as he usually does, pushed him up against the wall. I defended myself, scratched him on the face. I ended up with a bruise on the arm, a bruise on the leg, which she can be a witness to. I showed her the very next day.
You didn't receive any medical treatment for this bruise on your arm and leg?
No. I didn't have any medical insurance to go seek.
Let's be honest with each other.
I'm being honest, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you have a black and blue mark on your arm and you have a black and blue mark on your leg, you usually don't go to a doctor for that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I read through your complaint, and it said that some 2 weeks later, more than 2 weeks later, was the date he threw you out of the apartment.
And then there was another fight leading up to that.
Did you go back to the home after September 5th?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
You showed your daughter the bruise, and then you went home, and you cohabited together. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
On the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, et cetera, all until the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume by that time the scratch on his face had faded and your bruise had faded. Is that right?
I still have a reminiscence of the one on my leg, Your Honor.
Did you talk about the assault when you moved back into the house?
No.
He didn't say he was sorry. You didn't say you were sorry. No discussion about it at all?
Nope.
So then let's go past the assault. And let's go to September the 20th. What happened on September the 20th?
I came home from work. He came home high, drunk, and started a fight. He asked me to come into the bathroom to get high with him. I refused. I refused 3 times. He got loud. He started pushing me around. The drugs he had at the time, he threw into a drawer. There was somebody who was sharing the place, sleeping on the floor at the time. When he got into the fight with me, the person told him to leave me alone. It wasn't worth going to jail for. He told him to leave me alone, let me leave, etc., etc. I started to pack things up to get out of there, because if I didn't leave, I probably would have been dead.
Okay. So you left. Now, what property do you claim you left there?
I left a picture collection. I left drawers of clothes. I left suits hanging up. Everything that I owned was
Pictures
in that
and
efficiency.
clothes so far.
I'm sorry?
So far, I have pictures and clothes.
I had a TV, VCR. I had a camera. I had foot spa. I had goods that my parents had given to me.
What arrangements did you try to make after the 20th to get your property back?
Melanie went back the day after
The
to get my
21st.
stuff. Yeah, she went back to get my stuff. Okay.
Step up, please. You're her daughter.
Yes.
Tell me what happened when you went back September 21st.
I knocked the door. I had the key with me. No one answered, so I used the key to open the door. When I opened the door, he was standing there, and I told him that I came back to get as much things as I could fit into the car. I took some items, and
What did you take?
I took a computer, some bathroom items. It was a small car, so I couldn't fit pretty much anything else in there. And he told me that I could come back the following day because he would not be there and collect the rest of the items. I went back the following day, and the locks were changed, and no one was there.
So you went back on the 22nd, and the locks had been changed?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And when I met up with my mother again, I explained to her that the locks were changed. I couldn't get in. I couldn't get anything. We tried to figure out a way when we could go there again and get the rest of the items.
At that time, Your Honor, I actually called the apartment complex and told them that I would be there the next day with a van to get my items. I could not get in because the locks had been changed.
So, now I'll hear from you.
Where would you like me to start, Your Honor?
I'd like you to start with her property. I'm going to make fast work of the assault. You had a fight, and then you went home. And then you cohabited together for some 3 weeks thereafter. So I am not entertaining your claim for the assault. Let's get to the property.
I asked her to leave, Your Honor.
You didn't ask.
I don't want you to listen to me, Miss Frazier. See how quiet he was when you were speaking?
It's just a show, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I was head of household at the time. It was $750 a month, and when rent wasn't paid on time, there was late charges added to that. I was the only one working, and it was rough.
All right, so that's you were fighting about money. A lot of people fight about money. What I
Okay.
want to know is, sir, there came a time on the 20th of September that she left.
I asked her to leave, yes.
Okay, you asked her to leave, and she left.
She took most of all her property that was of value that she owned at the time.
You're lying, Eric.
Miss
You
Frazier,
are lying.
Miss Frazier, if you speak
Ma'am, I
again,
left in
if
a
you
cab.
speak again, I am going to dismiss your claim. Do you understand? You have an opportunity to speak, then he has an opportunity to speak. If I want to clarify anything, I will come back to you. Go ahead.
There was another roommate moving in, and he had a lot of personal belongings of property. It's my responsibility as bringing another boarder in to protect his stuff because it's only natural. So we decided, the landlord decided that it was okay to change the locks. This is none of our doing. This is all three of us.
You changed the locks, fine. So you
Okay.
changed the locks immediately. Okay.
We did, because now she was not living there anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at me. Try looking at me. I want you to look at me.
I'm sorry. She called me 2 weeks after she had left the premises, asking for her belongings. It was on a Sunday. I told her, coming Thursday, come and get your belongings. Thursday came. I spoke to the landlord prior to this, and I had an $811 bill on the rent. I knew I couldn't maintain this place anymore. He gave me 15 minutes to leave the premises.
Why did you pick that Thursday for her to come and get the stuff if she called you on a Sunday?
Because that was when I got paid, and that was my chance to make the movement. I mean, I couldn't...
No. You're mixing apples and oranges, Mr. Sanchez. She calls you on a Sunday wanting to come and pick up her stuff. You tell her to come Thursday. Why didn't you say, if you want to come and get your stuff, come today, come tomorrow?
Well, why didn't she suggest that? Why can't I come tomorrow? Why can't I come Tuesday?
No, I'm just asking you why you told her to come Thursday.
It just seemed like an okay thing to say. I wasn't thinking about it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Olivia Frazier says ex-boyfriend Eric Sanchez assaulted her and threw her out of their apartment. Olivia says Eric is a drug addict.
All right, so by Thursday you had trouble with the landlord, right?
Correct. 3 days after she left, I boxed all her stuff, everything, and put it on...
TV, VCR?
Everything was in the corner. All of it was in the corner.
Her stuff?
All of her stuff, boxes.
Oh, okay.
Because when she came back, I didn't want her running through the part to the room, getting her belongings.
It's reasonable.
I didn't have enough time to get all my belongings. I left stuff behind. Her stuff was
On
left
what
there.
day, sir, were you evicted?
Around the 30th of September, around that time.
The end of September?
The end of September.
All right. So this is the problem that I have, Mr. Sanchez, with your scenario. You asked her to leave on the 20th of September. Her daughter comes back on the 21st of September, takes some of the property. You have the locks changed the next day. That's the 22nd of September. There are 8 days between the 22nd of September and September 30th when you were evicted from the property. She calls you on a Sunday, which is probably 4 days later, and says, I want to come and get my property. Not 2 weeks, 4 days. Instead of you saying, come right away, you say, come Thursday, which is September 30th, which is a date that you say you just picked out of the air because you knew there was going to be a confrontation with the landlord because you didn't have his money for rent. 4 days, not 2 weeks, because your defense is she should have gotten her stuff sooner. Your turn.
When you're asked to leave, you're not asked, first of all, you didn't pay rent when you lived there. Second of all, you're not going to have free storage. When I ask you kindly to leave, I want you to take your belongings and go with them. Take all of it. Don't leave it behind.
Mr. Sanchez, According to you, on September 30th, when the landlord gave you 15 minutes to move out, you had to leave a lot of your stuff because you couldn't even take your stuff. Did that irritate you?
She had 3 weeks.
No. Don't tell me 3 weeks.
I had 15 minutes. She had 3 weeks.
I'm speaking, and you're going to answer my question. Did that irritate you when the landlord gave you 15 minutes to get out and get all your stuff? Of course. Now, you and the plaintiff shared a home together. This was not the first home you shared together, based upon what I have read. You shared another apartment together prior to this apartment. You shared a home together. You shared a relationship together. You shared a bed together. So you were not her landlord. If you asked her to leave because you felt as if she wasn't shouldering her weight as far as the rent was concerned, that's fine. I have no problem with that. And she was probably just as happy to go because she says you're a drunken drug abuser. And why she stayed with you after you allegedly assaulted her, I don't know, but that's her problem. But when you ask someone to leave and you are separating, then you act like a human being, which is come and get your stuff. I don't want to be here. Maybe a confrontation. Come with the police. Come with somebody else. Get your stuff. Get your stuff tomorrow. Get your stuff the next day. Clearly, she wasn't abandoning her property, sir, because her daughter came back and tried to get as much of the property as she could. And you had boxed her property and put it in a corner. And it wasn't 2 weeks. It was 4 days since she got a phone call from her saying, I want to come and get the rest of my stuff. That's if I believe you. And it was probably even before that. So, Miss Frazier, I want you to tell me, you have clothes, you have pictures, you have TV, you have VCR, you have a camera. All of those things, he says he boxed. And he
Your
left
Honor,
there.
before you go deeper into this, can I say one more thing? When she left on that Thursday, she gave me $140 for rent.
I didn't give it to you.
asked her,
You're close, Miss Frazier.
It was 2 weeks after the date that I asked her to leave on that Thursday. It was 2 weeks on a Sunday that I heard from her. That Sunday she called and I said, by Thursday, come and get your stuff.
Sanchez, pay attention. You told her to leave, according to both of you, on September 20th. You were evicted from your apartment on September 30th. That's 10 days.
September 5th, Your Honor, is
No,
when...
September 5th, sir, is when she allegedly claims that you had a big fight and she
That's
moved
when
out
she
of...
was asked to leave.
Just a second. But then she moved back in. You had an obligation, sir, to safeguard her property, and you didn't do it.
And I did. I boxed it and put it in the corner.
Then you should have made sure that you got
I didn't have time enough to take my stuff. I'm going to bag women's lingerie and shoes and box belongings that don't belong to me.
Yes.
Well, I tried. I did my best by boxing and put it in the corner, Your Honor.
Then
That's
you
as best as I could do.
Well, I'm saying...
She had the ample time to take it.
Sanchez, it's not good enough.
Should I have lugged
Your
it on
best-
my back and take it to...
Yes.
Oh, I got another thing.
Yes.
Well, I have another thing.
Just
Can
a second. You asked me a question. I'm going to give you
Okay.
an answer, Mr. Sanchez. Should you have put it on your back and taken it to her house? If the back is all you had.
Okay.
If your back is all you had, but
Your Honor,
maybe...
can
but, Listen.
Your Honor.
There's only one macho person here.
And that's you. That's cool.
That's cool. That's
Your
right.
Honor.
You're still going,
Honor.
Mr. Sanchez. I didn't look at your direction and give you permission to speak. A woman who lived with you, shared your bed, shared your thoughts, shared a lot of reasonable times and a lot of terrible times. But you wanted things to be over reasonably, then that's what you do. You strap the stuff on your back, and little by little you take it over to her house.
Okay. Your Honor.
Now I'm almost ready to say, now I'll hear you, Mr.
Okay.
Sanchez.
That's
I'm not totally ready yet, Mr. Sanchez.
You going to...
Just almost ready.
Okay.
Now I'll hear you, Mr. Sanchez.
Okay. That's all good and fine. A man can do this. But when you leave without a foreign address, without recognition of your job, a number, where she stayed or lived, because had I had that information, I would have called her and said, come and get your stuff now. I'm off on this day. Please come get your stuff. I didn't have any clue where she was.
All right. Now, Mr. Sanchez.
Carrying the stuff on my back would have been cool, but where am I going to take it?
Just a second. No dramatic.
Where am I going to go? Around town?
Mr. Sanchez, don't irritate me. Don't irritate me. I'm just getting over the fact that you wore shorts to court. Where was Miss Frazier working while she was living with you in August?
She wasn't working.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I say
Yes.
something, please? Okay, the first apartment, that they shared together. My
She
mother
paid the
was
rent.
only
I know.
one
She says in
working.
her complaint she paid the rent and he didn't. Listen to me. Where were you working in September?
I was working for a local computer company, which he knew of. But before that, I was
When?
going to school.
Don't speak.
That's where the
I don't wanna-
$140
I don't
came
want-
from that I gave to the roommate.
Pay attention to me. Did he have the telephone number?
Yes, there was an 800 number, and he also had the number of where I was staying,
With
which was
me.
with
Oh,
her.
my-
He had that number weeks before.
Okay.
That's
and you
not
live in
true,
the
yeah.
same town?
Yes.
Okay.
Not true.
All right. Now, pictures, clothes, TV, VCR, and camera. Do you have bills for any of those things, Miss Frazier?
There was a box of receipts that he allegedly boxed up.
So
I don't
the
have
answer
them.
is you don't.
No.
Was it a new TV? What size TV?
27-inch Zenith is a year old.
Okay. Do you remember how much you paid for it?
Yes, I paid $227.
And what about the VCR?
And the VCR was $155 from Brandsmart. I'm still in their computer system.
And the camera?
$375.
Reasonable enough. And assorted clothing and pictures, is that right?
Yes.
The scanner.
I had a scanner. I had
printer.
A printer. I also had a digital camera on my computer. I had belongings that my parents gave to me before they died. I had a crystal collection that was worth over $1,500.
Do you have an appraisal?
$1,500.
Do you have an appraisal?
Not here.
It's amazing. All of a sudden, you got all this stuff of value, but you leave it behind.
Because you stole it, so shut up.
You're close. Miss Frazier, you're close. You're almost home.
He annoys me, Your Honor.
He annoys me too. But don't you understand, Miss Frazier, don't you understand? You made a mistake.
I did.
You pay for the mistake. I don't believe that you had all this valuable stuff. My God, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. But I believe you left a lot of stuff behind. He's going to have to compensate you for it because he didn't take care of it.
You have a job.
He had the locks changed, so you couldn't get it.
Go to the police.
I did.
Then that's what
Your
you
Honor,
do. You go
do
to
you
the police and you
believe
say,
that
I
she-
want to
went
get my...
to the police, and here it is, his report here.
I want my property, and the police went with you to get your property. And what happened?
When I went there was nothing there.
Oh, because you went after the 30th. I'm talking about before. I'm
I
talking
went
about...
4 times, Your Honor. And the landlord said
You should
that he'd
have proof of
observed
4 times.
you going in there, moving stuff. You came with one bag.
You're speaking. You're almost there. Judgment for the plaintiff. Before you really, really do it. Because you're going to fight with him. It's not going to do me any good. It's not going to do you any good. Certainly not your daughter. He doesn't care. Judgment
If
for
she
the
had a
plaintiff.
small vehicle, Your Honor, and you only could
Hey!
so much, make 5 trips.
Can I ask
Take
you a
it
question?
all.
Can I ask you a question? Did you ever go to church on a Sunday, on Easter Sunday?
Yes, I have.
Do you get dressed to go to church, or do you wear shorts? Do you get dressed to go to church, or do you wear shorts
I
and
apologize,
sneakers?
Your Honor.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,200. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. On the calendar, the matter of Parker versus Martinez. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Parker, which one of your daughters loaned her car to the defendant?
Jennifer, be that one right there.
Step up, Jennifer. How do you know the defendant?
I used to work with Carlos, and he dated my best friend.
And when did you tell him he could use your car?
I let him use it on August 10th.
Was it the first time you let him use your car?
I let him borrow it to go to his sister's house one time. And
So it wasn't the first time?
No.
Did your father know you were lending him the car?
No, he did not.
Were you under instructions not to let anybody use your car?
Yes, I was.
So why did you let Carlos use the car?
Because the situation he was in, he was supposed to go to a court in Enfield, and he had no other way of getting there, and I felt bad for him. I didn't want him to get in any trouble, and he said that if he didn't go to court, he'd have an arrest warrant out for him.
Oh.
And so I felt bad.
What'd you have to go to court for, Carlos?
A group of us.
Is not an answer.
Nah, it's not. But a group of us, including her, we were at a party with a whole bunch of internationals that come to work at Six Flags. And for me, trying to round up everybody so we can get out of there because the cops had shown up and telling everybody to leave unless you belong to the campus, the cops said, we're going to start with you because I was outside, so he arrested me, threw me in the car.
That's not true, Your Honor. We were at the party, and the cops told us we had to be inside.
Inside where?
Just inside the buildings. And they told everyone they wanted us in the building just because we were being loud and everything. And as long as we stayed inside, there wouldn't be a problem with it.
Carlos didn't want to stay inside. He felt that he could be outside if he wanted to, and that's why he was arrested.
Your Honor, I think that's false. I remember the cops saying that they wanted everybody out because everybody was trashed out their minds.
What happened at your court hearing, Carlos?
It got, like, waved off, continuous without finding, nothing really, because it was like I didn't really do nothing. I was just outside.
This was the first time you were ever arrested, Carlos?
No.
So you needed Jennifer's car to go to a court hearing.
Yes.
So what happened? You went to court?
I went to court.
And everything was fine, and then you left court, and what happened, Carlos?
I was coming back, going through Springfield, and I went to take a left on the street, ran a stop sign, and hit a car to get back on the highway to go back to Six Flags to drop off her car.
Was anybody injured?
No, thank God.
I wasn't so concerned about you. I was concerned about the other people
So
in
was
the
I.
car. Why did you run the stop sign, Carlos?
I don't know. I probably didn't see it, or I don't know.
Yes.
I think I can shine some light on this. He was being followed by the police. He was cited for failure to stop for a police officer, running a stop sign. He was passing cars, trying to lose them. He took the corner so fast that not only did he not stay in his lane, he went to the other lane, T-boned this car, and flipped it over.
Does that sound right to you?
No.
Well,
Were you being followed by the police?
Nope.
You have a police report?
yes.
I'd like to see it.
On the back, there's a date with the pre-trial conference and that he had.
Take your hands off your pocket, please.
There's also 2 independent reports that are with that from eyewitnesses. He got out of the car and ran after he T-boned the car in the other lane.
Carlos, when this accident happened, you jumped out of the car and started to run?
No.
Huh?
No.
You weren't pursued by the police?
No.
Really?
Really.
Surprising. All these people must be wrong. Were you driving a green car?
That was her car, yes.
Was the other car green?
No.
The driver of the green sports car got out and ran east on Union Street. The police chased after him.
I was nowhere near Union Street. I was on Main Street.
Well, maybe if I change Union Street to Main Street, you would find it more accurate.
No, because I was parked at a Dunkin' Donuts, so I don't see where you would get Union Street if you knew the area.
I'm not talking Union Street. I'm talking about being pursued by the police, Carlos.
Regardless the fact is not about
Were
the police
you-
chasing me. The fact is that
I'm asking
here,
you a question.
and I'm answering you.
Were you pursued by the police?
No.
On foot?
No.
Afterwards? No. These people are so mistaken. In any event, this car was an old car. It was 16 years old, and according to you, it was totaled.
I have pictures of it if you'd like to see before
I
and
sure
after.
would.
I'd refurbished the car for my daughter. It was in pretty nice shape beforehand.
Well, that's why Carlos wanted to borrow it. It's in nice shape. Or it was in nice shape.
Yeah, you got to the other
Now it
pictures.
is no longer in nice shape. Now it is a total disaster. A total wreck. Okay. You know what the book value is on the car?
Yes, Your Honor. I went online to Kelly's Blue Book, which is probably the leading authority on book values. I got 2 of them. One was a trade-in value, one was a resale value. The lower one was a trade-in value. That was the one I used, along with the towing bill. We had to get it home. She had her clothes and school books and everything inside it.
Okay, so the whole thing is $925.
For the car,
Right?
yes.
And you had, I assume, no collision insurance.
No.
Carlos, why don't you feel as if you have any responsibility for this car?
Because, Your Honor, she's lent me the car plenty of times before, not only once, more than 7 times I know she's lent me the car.
Yes.
Not only to go to court, not only to go to my sister's, but for other reasons.
Yes.
She knew how my driving was.
What do you mean how the driving was?
I'll tell you straight up, I'm a reckless driver. You know, I ain't gonna lie.
Well, let me ask you this question, Carlos. In the other 7 times that she lent you the car, were you ever in an accident?
Nope.
So that based upon your history of driving our car, she would have no reason to think you wouldn't be as careful on the 8th time as you were on the first 7 times. Let's move on to the other reasons why you don't think you're responsible.
For the simple fact that when the accident did happen and I did get in contact with her, she had told me that she was happy that I was all right and that it wasn't the other way around.
What a nice girl.
Yeah.
She was happy that you were okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Darn
And
it.
shh. I'm listening to Carlos. So she was happy you were okay, and
And this was at another party when I had seen her, and she was like, well, let's not even talk about it. I'm here to get trashed, and that's what we did.
Okay, and?
That was about it. But she didn't contact me about no matters, nothing.
So your first defense is that when you called and told her about the accident, she said, I'm very glad you're not hurt.
He never called and told me.
Shh. That's the first thing.
Yeah, but it wasn't a phone call, it was that person.
In person. So she said, I'm really glad you're not hurt.
Yeah.
So that's your first defense. And your second defense is she knew that you weren't a good driver. And your third defense is that when you met at a party sometime later, she said, I don't want to talk about it now, let's get trashed.
Yes.
Do you go to school?
I went to college. I'm not going no more.
Well, maybe you should go back.
Why?
Because you can't speak English. I don't go no more is not English. I don't go to college anymore is English.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Gary Parker says Carlos Martinez wrecked his daughter's car while running from the police. Carlos is denying all charges.
One of the things that I find most irritating about you is that you borrowed a car, you had an accident, but it wasn't an accident. In your case, it was an on purpose, because you, on purpose, ran a stop sign, was speeding, and you destroyed her car. And instead of being a man and accepting responsibility and saying, look, I'm really sorry, I did that, you know, I will work, whatever I have to do, pay you back slowly for the cost of the car, you come up with these lame excuses and present them to me in shattered English. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,125. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She trusted me to give me the car.
There was no reason for me not to trust him.
Right there, she's responsible right there.
We all make mistakes and accidents. You just have to own up to them and take care of them when it happens.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lawrence versus Goss. Step forward, please.
Home care nurse Darius Lawrence is suing her roommate, real estate agent Ron Goss, for unpaid cleaning and landscaping services. Ron has a countersuit for unpaid rent.
Miss Lawrence, according to your complaint, you answered an ad in the newspaper for a roommate, and you moved in with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And you claim a rather interesting arrangement, that you came to an agreement with the defendant that instead of paying rent, you would do housework and landscaping around the house.
What it was is I would do rent and trade with bill credit if I needed to ask.
What does that mean?
In
Rent
other
and
words,
trade.
The rent was $275 plus utilities, and if I did work for him, he would give me credit off my rent and my utilities.
And your lawsuit says that you did so much work around the house that he owes you money.
And landscaping.
And landscaping that he owes you money.
And I paid products to keep the home together, and I bought food, kept the refrigerator full.
The defendant says that there was no such arrangement except for 1 month when he did give you a credit for doing some cleaning because you were short of money. He is counterclaiming not only for the rent that you owe him, but also because he says that you forced out 2 other tenants because of your bizarre behavior. So that's what this case is about. All right. When did you see the ad in the paper?
On May 4th.
When did you move in?
The 29th of May.
And what kind of property is it?
It's a house that he sold to a friend of his.
And you had your own room?
Yes.
And full use of the house? Other than that?
Yes.
When did you move out?
I haven't. We still live there together in the residence.
I'm in the process, Your Honor, of evicting her. I gave her a 30-day notice on November 3rd. She was to be out December 3rd. She didn't leave, so then I had to go and do a forced eviction. Yesterday we were at the courthouse for her to get out. She does not want to leave. She has not paid me a single dime of rent since September 8th.
So you're still living together?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How unpleasant. Okay. Tell me about this first conversation that you had with him with regard to the rent.
He asked me what type of things do I do. I told him I'm a professional cleaner. I do landscaping, and I would do a trade private house cleaning, his laundry, his basic chores, etc. I told him I would keep the refrigerator full, do the cooking.
What kind of reduction in rent would that be?
I thought an honorable fair trade when I came to him and requested it.
Ms. Lawrence, you always pick a dollar amount. If you pay someone for cleaning your home, that's so much. So you tell me, Is what you're saying that you had no fixed amount that you would have your rent reduced by doing these chores?
Well, I explained to him landscaping I thought was a fair deal. Each week was $25 a week, and for a home his size, I thought $10 an hour was fair for private and professional cleaning.
Okay, and you explained that to him. You said $10 an hour for professional cleaning and $25 for landscaping. Is that what you said to him?
Yes, I explained that to him.
Just look at me, don't look down.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain how many hours you thought it would take to clean the house?
No, ma'am.
You didn't, so it was sort of open-ended. If you decided to really clean for 5 hours a day or 3 hours a day, it would be $30 a day, and you did that every day, so you would keep a running tag of how much work you did in the house, and at the end of the month, you would probably be presenting him a bill.
That's what I was trying to do with him.
And so now you claim that he owes you $3,266 for the cleaning and landscaping services that you performed from May until now.
That's correct.
And for a refund of rent because you did give him some money in rent.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, of course, want that back because why would you pay him anything if you were doing all this work, right?
Well, I wasn't going to try to be greedy and want all the rent back. I just wanted a fair adjustment with him, but he wouldn't come to the dickering table and read my receipts.
And $1,650 should have been paid for rent. And how much did you actually pay him?
What I calculated I came up with is $1,200.
How much did she pay you in rent, sir?
I'd say $485 to $500 is what she gave me in the 7
So let's say $500. That's being generous.
Yes.
It's $1,100 owing on rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you have a conversation, Mr. Gauze, with Miss Lawrence about doing this house cleaning for $10 an hour and landscaping for $25 an hour?
First off, Judge, she came in May 15th with no upfront rent or deposits. I told her I would take off $125 the first month to help her out, and I was to get $150 within the next month. She was getting unemployment checks at the time. She was going to pay me weekly with those checks. It was very sporadic, $30, maybe 3 weeks, $40, another 3 weeks. She never gave me a full month's rent ever. And in the meantime, I had 2 roommates move in, one June 1, which would be about 2 weeks after she came. He could only make it 2 weeks because she drove him out of the house. She likes to control the house like it's hers, and he couldn't take it. So I lost rent from him. And then another roommate came in about August. He lasted 3 weeks. He had to leave because of her also.
I'm not entertaining that part of your lawsuit,
Okay.
sir. Let's talk about answering my question. When she didn't pay you rent, say, the second month, did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I wanted her to leave. I said I could not afford her. I said I want to rent a room for money, not for services. I could not afford her. I told her that in the summertime.
And what did she say?
She just kept assuming that I could, and she kept doing the jobs, and I wanted her to leave since August.
When you say she kept doing the jobs, did you ask her to do any work?
No, I told her I could not afford her many times. I said I just want the rent that was stated.
When, for the first time, did you tell her that you wanted her out?
I would say about 1st of August, after the second guy left. He was wanting to stay, and I was trying to get rid of her then. So it's been quite a while since I've been trying to get her out. So then I had to do it with the court process.
I'm going to go back to my initial question to you, Mr. Gauze. Did you ever sit down and discuss with her that she would charge you what she considered fair, $10 an hour for cleaning and $25 for landscaping?
No.
Did that conversation ever take place?
No.
Of course it didn't. You couldn't even look me straight in the eye and give me that line. Miss Lawrence, you moved into this gentleman's house and you have not paid rent. If another judge won't tell you, I will. He wants you to pay rent or get out. He's told you that now for 5 months. So my question to you is, why don't you move?
I paid rent. Here's my rent receipts.
Let me see your receipts. Those are rent receipts. Is that what you're showing me?
Rent receipts?
Just
Yes.
listen, before she hands me that stack of papers, are you showing me rent receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. What's this $72, the first thing?
When I give him cash, I write on the back of my receipt, I paid rent. And then I have money orders from my credit union, money orders from the check exchange, and those are the receipts.
No, those are not receipts. That's baloney. I don't know what some other judge is going to buy of your story. I don't buy this. This is a money order, and this was for $40. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Allegedly to him. Then we have some more of these $25. So every time you took cash out of a machine, you consider this a rent receipt.
What he did is took cash and money orders. He took both.
Baloney. You're a hustler. This is all garbage. Has nothing to do with rent. Now, Miss Lawrence, why don't you move? Is my question. He's not happy. You can't be happy. Why are you imposing yourself on this man and not paying rent?
Because he offered me honorable fair trade and he broke his agreement.
You're full of baloney, madam. You made up a story when you said to me that you had an agreement that he would pay you $10 an hour for cleaning and $25 for landscaping. That's baloney. It doesn't make sense. It defies common sense. I would have to say that he's a lunatic for doing that. You keep the records of how much you earn. At the end of the month, you present him a bill for $500 and say, you owe me money. I don't owe you money, you owe me money. He doesn't look like a nut to me. So your claim is dismissed. It's baloney. You owe him $1,100 in rent. On the counterclaim, that's what I'm awarding you. Good.
Has been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Williams, you were working a security detail at a boat casino. Where was this?
This was in Illinois.
According to your complaint, a fight broke out aboard the boat, and you were in the process of escorting the defendant who was involved in that fight off the boat. Another altercation ensued, and you allege that the defendant, during the course of that altercation, when he was trying to punch somebody else, punched you in the jaw instead, and you were seriously injured.
Correct.
The defendant says it wasn't him. Did you see the beginning of the fight inside the casino?
No, I was on an assignment inside the casino, but when I heard over my radio that a fight had broken out, I proceeded to go to that location where the fight was happening.
All right, Mr. Martinez, so then I'm going to you, sir. You were gambling at the casino?
Right.
Tell me about the fight that broke out. You bumped into each other and you started to exchange words.
Right, and then alcohol was involved.
So you were drunk?
Right.
And who bumped into whom?
He bumped into me in the washroom. So on the way out, he was already outside waiting for me.
What do you mean he bumped into you?
We just bumped into each other. And then...
It wasn't, you know, an intentional hitting or anything
No,
else.
no. And I kind of said, excuse me. He kind of said some, you know, some remarks.
So you bumped him?
He bumped me.
Okay. And then he was waiting for you outside?
Right. And then that's when the whole commotion started out outside the casino.
Well, what happened outside? Do you remember? Were you too drunk to remember?
No,
Do you remember?
He exchanged some words with me. I exchanged some words with him too. And then he got into my face, and then we started, you know, wrestling inside the casino. The security team came, broke us apart. We were walking out of the casino. They failed to restrain him, so he came out of nowhere while I was being restrained by the security team. He hit me. So when he hit me, I tried to hit him back. He was swinging too at the same time, and she was in the middle of the way. She got hit. I'm sorry she got hit, but it was not me who hit her. I
How do you
think
know
she
that?
sued the wrong person.
How do you know that it wasn't you who hit her?
I know.
How do you know?
Well, I don't really know if I hit her or not.
That's better. What time had you arrived at the casino?
Around 2 o'clock in the morning,
What time did this incident happen?
2:30, 3, maybe an
Where
hour.
had you been before?
Before, we were at a club.
From what time to what time?
11 to 2 in the morning when it was closing.
So you did most of your drinking at the club.
Right.
Why didn't you go home after the club if you were so drunk?
Well, we want to go have some more fun.
All right. Now, Miss Williams, you're restraining the defendant on your way out of the club.
Actually, I was walking Rito off the boat because he had sustained an injury to his face.
He?
Yeah, and I was an EMT
He's the
on boat.
defendant?
Yes.
You were escorting the defendant off the
Correct,
boat.
because he had been injured.
How were you escorting him?
I just walked him off the boat.
You weren't holding on to him?
No, actually, I was telling him what way he needed to walk off the boat because while we were on the boat, I noticed that he had sustained an injury to his face. I didn't know if he had broken his nose or cut his lip or whatever, so I put my gloves on to start helping him. As I walked him off the boat, he walked out one way, I walked out another. I was standing there talking to him. He walked around, shook my manager's hand, at which point Mr. walked off the boat, and that's when he hit Rito in the side of the face.
Again?
Yes.
Well, you don't know who hit
I
him
don't
the
know.
first
I don't
time,
know.
but he was
correct.
hit for a second time at least on the side of his face.
Correct.
And then what happened?
At which point Rito's brother was also present at this. He went to make the first hit back at Mr. because Rito had stumbled back. Everyone was pushing and shoving. At that point, I tried to get control of Mr. to get him handcuffed, and that's when Rito was basically the only one left standing at that point, jumped back into the fight, which he really didn't need to because there was police officers and other security agents there. He jumped back in, threw 3 punches, and the third one hit me.
Threw 3 punches at whom?
He was attempting to hit Mr. to
Did
retaliate.
he land any of the other punches on Mr.?
He might have hit one, but by that point we had pushing them apart.
So he continued to swing?
Correct.
And there is no question in your mind that it was Mr. Martinez who punched you?
Absolutely not, because when I was assisting him on the boat with his injuries, walking him off the boat, he had a tan sweater on with khaki pants. The sweater had been ripped open at the collar, he had blood on his face, and when he was proceeding to make those punches, I saw the exact same thing, the ripped open sweater at the neckline, which I have photos of, his police photos of the ripped sweater and everything. So I have no doubt in my mind that it was him who hit me.
All right, can you tell me about your injuries?
When he hit me, again, I have a video of it. It's difficult to see, but I do get hit directly on the chin.
You have a video of
I have
being
a video of-
assaulted?
Yes, I have
Can
a
I
video
see
of
it,
this.
please?
Sure. I'll need to describe what's going on. It's not very clear, but I can show you. Okay, this is Rito right here walking off the boat. He's trying to hold his sweater. He shook my manager's hand. This is me. He gets punched. His brother goes in. 1, 2, 3. I just got hit. I black out a little bit. I reach for my handcuffs to handcuff Mr. Okay, he gets hit. His brother jumps in. 1, 2, 3. I just get hit. I bend down to get my handcuffs and go to secure Mr.
That's Mr. Martinez who threw the 3 punches?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, now tell me about your injuries.
After getting hit, I felt a burning sensation and a pop on my right jaw, and my jaw immediately locked up. I could not open it or move it in any way. I finished handcuffing Mr. and at which point I was telling the other security officers, you know, I've just been hit in the jaw and I'm hurt. I proceed to go to the bathroom to see how bad my injuries are. My chin is swollen up, very red, and again locked up. I proceed to the IGB office where all 3 were being detained and being arrested, and informed my supervisor that I had been hit and I was injured and that I needed to get to the hospital because I didn't know if I was.
Report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it.
Those are the medical bills. And I have a breakdown of the medical bills, but then the second batch is the medical report, basically just stating that they found that I had a contusion to my jaw. When I got off of work, I went to my oral surgeon where they did another review. The disc had been displaced in my jaw. I've had a headache basically ever since the day it's happened. I was on a 12-day no-chew diet. I still can't eat solid foods to this day without severe pain and popping in my jaw. I had a surgery beginning of this year to see if that would help make the disc move back into place. That's been unsuccessful. I do have one other surgery that I can have, however that runs a high risk of hitting the facial nerve in my face that could cause facial paralysis.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Security Officer Lori Williams says Rito Martinez is responsible for her injuries. Lori claims while fighting with another man, Rito hit her in the jaw.
Who performed the first surgery for you?
Dr. I've only had just the one surgery.
And one perhaps anticipated.
Right, but like I said, it runs a high risk. I can either just live the way I am right now or try the other surgery, but again, running the risk of having the nerve damage and facial paralysis, which I really don't want to have done.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I just turned 30.
So, Mr. Martinez, let me tell you what this says. This says that there is an anterior displacement of the disc on the right in the closed mouth position with a reduction in the open mouth position. And then there is some indication that because of the way that she cannot open her mouth anymore. There is some degenerative change. She is 30 years old. And as a result of what you did on that evening, while intoxicated, because that's what started it all,
Right.
she is going to probably spend the rest of her life with some discomfort.
Right. I mean, sorry she got hit. I mean, it was my intention was not to hit her. You know.
Well, you wouldn't have been involved in this whole fracas if you hadn't been drunk.
Right. Right.
And I assume you voluntarily drank. Nobody put a funnel in your mouth, right? So that you caused the condition yourself that resulted in the altercation on the casino floor, which extended outside. The video is clear that there were 3 serious punches thrown. One hit her. She's suing you for $5,000. That's almost like a bargain. How old are you?
32.
So you're about the same age. Can you imagine spending the next 40 or 50 years not being able to chew without some sort of discomfort?
No.
Your evening for fun's going to cost you $5 grand, Mr. Martinez. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
So I just want to apologize to her about the whole incident.
He didn't need to retaliate because there was plenty of people there to help him out.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Mullen versus Taylor. Step forward, please.
Restaurant manager Robert Mullen is suing his son's ex-girlfriend, 20-year-old college student Christina Taylor, for the return of furniture.
Mr. Mullen, I assume that this young man over here is your son. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The defendant is his former girlfriend. According to your complaint, there came a time recently when they decided to move in together. You purchased some furniture and gave them some furniture for their apartment. They subsequently broke up, and you want your stuff back. Is that what this is about?
It's close, Your Honor. I don't want furniture back any longer. I've attempted for over 7 months now to get this furniture back, and I had a son moving out in September going away to college, and he needed some furniture, so I ended up purchasing some new furniture for him. This furniture that she has would just be sitting in the garage now.
So you want money from her?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. Why don't you step up here, young man? Your name is?
Dan Mullen.
Dan.
Mm-hmm.
When did you move in with Miss Taylor?
June of 2000.
You moved in together to an apartment that you leased together, or you moved in to her apartment?
That we leased together. We both moved in June.
And what was your share of the rent?
$360, I believe.
Your Honor, it was $260.
Well, clearly if he had paid it, he would have known what the amount was. $260. That was your share.
Yeah.
And how long was the lease?
12 months, June to June.
When did you move out?
November.
Did she ask you to leave?
No. I moved back on my own.
Why did you do that?
I wasn't happy in the city. I wasn't happy living there, so I decided to leave.
And from November until June, I assume that you paid her your half of the rent.
I paid the landlord, Your Honor, and for the rest of the lease. And,
You paid?
I paid.
Now, when your son moved into the apartment, tell me about the furniture that you purchased.
We purchased him a new bed, a new kitchen table and 2 chairs and 2 end tables, and we gave him a TV and a stereo from the house.
Why didn't you take this property with you if you thought it was your property?
At the time, I didn't have a place to store it. She needed a bed. I just wanted to just cut all ties, and then when she would come back from school, then I'd go pick it up. I'd let the rest of the roommates use the furniture, because there was a kitchen table. They wouldn't have a kitchen table. So I just wanted them to have some furniture, I guess.
What do you mean you guess? You just left?
Yeah.
And when you came home without the furniture, did you have a conversation with your father?
Yes. I told them I was going to let them have the furniture until the end of the year, and then I'd go pick it up.
And what did he say to you?
He said, well, make sure you get the furniture back.
When for the first time did you ask her for the furniture back, sir?
I believe Dan asked her for it back in May and made arrangements for us to go down there in May or in June, and that's when we started to get the waltz around the mulberry bush, you know, that she'd be there next week or the week after. She was going on vacation. Then I think my wife took over in August and started calling Christina, and Christina started stating that she had some bills that Dan needed to get taken care of, and my wife asked her what they were, and she said she'd send us copies of them, and she's never, to date, she has not done any of that.
Now, Miss Taylor, this furniture that was brought in by Dan, did you view that as his furniture?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why didn't you return it? He let you keep it until the end of the school year. Why didn't you return it?
Well, the reason he did not take his furniture when he left was because it was a common understanding that he owed me money for a trip to Acapulco, a weekend trip in the Dells, cash payment for bail, and bills. And I have
did you owe her any
evidence
money,
of all
sir?
this.
I always said that I paid her $250. That's what I...
Did you owe her any money when you left?
$250. Yes.
Did you pay her?
No, I offered to pay her on several occasions. When I was going to go down and pick up the furniture, I told her I'd come down with a check for $250.
Well, you said $250. She seems to think it's a lot more than $250.
Much more than $250.
Yeah, I paid for the trip to Acapulco on my half. I paid for that. We decided that we'd take a trip to the Wisconsin Dells, and she would pay for my half of the way, and I'd pay her back $250.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and he hasn't?
Correct.
What did you do with the furniture?
The furniture is still at the apartment.
So what you're saying is you were holding this furniture as collateral?
Correct. And he said I could do so when he moved out. He said, keep it here until I can pay you back everything that I owe you.
Mr. Mullen, you gave this furniture to your son, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
It was a gift.
No, it was not. I was loaning it to him.
No, that's not true, sir. That's not true. Mr. Mullen, you gave the furniture to your son. You had no contract with her. You had no agreement with the defendant. What you had is an arrangement with your son. I am giving you furniture. Were you in school?
Yes.
You were in college. You did what every other parent does. They furnished the apartment, right? This
That's
was
correct.
not a loan to him. You made him a gift. So let's look at the law of gift. Your son left this furniture there as collateral for bills that he owed the defendant. It was his furniture to do whatever he wanted to do. He could give it away, he could sell it, he could do whatever he wanted with it. He chose to leave it as collateral for money that he owed. And I'm not getting into the amount of money that he owed, because clearly there's a discrepancy, but he says he at least owes $250, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which he hasn't paid.
I offered to pay it on several occasions.
I don't care. You're not part of this lawsuit, except you really should be, because if your father made you a gift, then your father really has no interest in this furniture anymore. It's really your furniture.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
It was a gift, Mr. Mullen. You know it was a gift, and I know it was a gift. You gave your son other furniture when your other child moved away and went to college?
That's correct.
Did you have him sign a contract that he would get
No,
this
I did
furniture
not.
back?
No, I did not.
And I assume that if he has a little bit of a party there and the furniture gets damaged and the furniture gets stained from beer bottles and et cetera, you're not going to sue him, are you? No, because it was a gift. So you got to deal with your boy. Your boy's got to take care of his property. Can't be a fool. If when he moved out a year ago, he wanted his property back, what he does is he says, I'm going back home, I'm going to take property and I'm going to store it in my father's garage. Or I have a brother who's going to be going away to college and he's going to need the furniture, I take it with me. That's what a responsible person does. Because I think that there's some truth in what she says, that you said, well, keep the furniture there until I pay you what I owe you. Right?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Yes, I agreed with you.
Oh, fine. Well, that's not okay. That's yes. That's what I said. So you haven't paid her back what you owe her. This was your gift. It's your property. When you pay her, she'll give you back the furniture. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Has been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. You folks have seats, please.
Well, I want to tell you, trying to figure out this case made me a little dizzy. So I'm going to test out the facts on Officer Byrd, see if he can get them from what I understand the facts are from your papers. You're Terry.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's Jillian?
Yeah.
According to what I understand, Jillian made the stupid mistake of bringing $6,000 in cash to school one day. Is that right, Julian?
Yes.
You were going to buy a car?
Yeah.
Terry offered to give you a ride.
Yeah, he told me he would take me
to school?
No.
And for the car?
To get the car.
And you go into school and you decide to leave the $6,000 in Terry's car.
Yeah.
You come out and find that from the $6,000, there's $4,800. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Terry says, I don't know where the money is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You go home, you tell your brother, and you probably tell your father and what happened. And you and your brother decide to go over to Terry's house to confront him about the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You claim that when they came over to your house to confront Terry about taking her money, that they caused, he, the brother, Christopher, took a bat and bashed in
I didn't even bring a bat. Oh, sorry.
And bashed in your car.
It was my mother's car. I was the adult at the house at the time.
Bashed in the family car. They say that when they got there, Terry and somebody else came out and started to bang on their car. They want damages that it is alleged that you did to their car and their house. Do we understand that now?
I got everything you said.
Oh, God. That took me a while to figure out.
I'm glad I got the Reader's Digest version.
Now I'm going to start with you. Why would you bring $6,000 in cash to school?
Okay, because my mom was going out of town and she was going to buy me a car because I have a son and like my car didn't have air conditioner, and I was just excited to get it.
Just give me the Reader's Digest version, as Bird says.
Okay, so I went to the bank and just brought the money to school because he said he would take me, so I left it in there so that because like people
In
go
where?
through into Terry's car
Where in the car?
Under his seat, because I drive his car to get lunch every day, so I was taking his car, and so I just put it under the seat in there because at school people go through your stuff, and I didn't want it taken at school. So.
All right, now Terry, did she show you how much money was in the envelope?
I didn't find out that she placed the money in my car until we were after we had ate lunch, and she had still had the keys.
Ma'am, during third period, that's when I got to school because I don't have first two periods. When I got to school, I asked Terry, I'm like, Terry, I have $6,000 with me. I don't want to carry around. Can I please put it in your car?
Talk slower, please.
Sorry. So I asked him if I could put the money in his car. He gave me the keys. During third period, I went and put it in his car, and then I had the keys again until lunch. So he knew I put it in there way before lunch.
During third period, she was telling everybody, yeah, I'm going to go get my car today. I'm so happy. And she said, I'm looking for Dwayne, which is one of my friends and like her boyfriend. So I'm looking for Dwayne. I said, why are you looking for Dwayne? I need to hide my money in his car. I said, you can hide your money in my car if you want to. She said, no, that's okay.
No.
And about her saying I was going to take her to go get her car after school, I said that for a brief moment, and at the same time I said, oh wait, I have weight training after school, I can't do it. She was with Dwayne after school, when she came to the weight room to ask us if she could look at my car, because Dwayne was taking her.
Ma'am, they weren't having weight training for a couple weeks, and then that was the first day they started having weight training again. He didn't even know till after his weight training class, which was like right before lunch. So he didn't even know till after lunch that he couldn't take me.
How many people did you take out for lunch?
There was 2 people in there. I was in the car the whole time. It was under my seat.
But there were 2 other people in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So now you find that the money is missing. You go back home.
No.
Tell me what you did after you found the money missing.
He said he had weight training, so I went back to the school because he had weight training still, and I wanted to look in his car. And so, because Dwayne took me since he said he couldn't, and me and Dwayne went in there, and I asked him if I could go through his car, and he went through it before I did, you know. He's like, oh, no, it's not in here, and just locked his car.
So what did you do the next day?
We went to his house to ask him about the money, and he has my brother's amplifier. It's for a stereo.
Okay. Now you can tell me what happened when they came to your house the next day.
Okay, Your Honor. About 12:30 Saturday, there was like a loud bang on the door, and we all were like, what is that? And my brother's friend opened the door and said, it's Dylan and her brother, you know, they're mad. And they're screaming, all the neighbors are coming outside because we're standing at the door. I'm telling them, you need to go. Then I saw that he had a bat. And I said, you need to get out of here right now because you have a weapon, you know. And that's when they got mad. They left. They're calling us, and we're coming back with a gun.
No.
I mean, my witness, I have a neighbor here that lives right next door to us. She saw the whole thing. She was on the phone with the police, Then we started hearing a bam, bam, bam.
Now I'm shooting.
If you say another word.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so when I came outside, I saw the neighbors, a couple of neighbors outside, and they were all on their phones calling the police. And I saw my brothers at the end of the apartments chasing after them, and they, you know, they were in their cars.
I
they were
missed
gone.
this.
They were like
That I missed.
already, they were speeding off. And so, and then I looked around the corner, I saw the car, and I was like, oh my God, you know, I have the pictures here, and it's obvious it was beaten with a bat.
I'll take a look at the pictures. Now, what better grasp can you lend to this, Terry?
All right, my friend, I asked him to go get the door because we heard the beating at the door. He said, Terry, you need to come out there. I went out there, and Jillian was standing there with her brother. And the first thing he's, give us the money and give us the amp now. I'm like, so at that point I'm mad because first she's accusing me of stealing money. It's the second time I've heard it. First time it was just her mom talking to my sister. And we're mad. I'm like, get out of here. We ain't got your money, this and that. He said, yes, you do. Give us the money. And so he steps in my sister's face. So I get him out of my sister's face. I step in front of him.
How did you do that?
He was all in her face. And my sister saw he had a bat. You guys need to get out of here. So I'm like, so he started getting in her face. That's when I stepped in front of her. And that's when he had a bat the whole time. I wasn't worried about it. I had my friends here. You guys need to
How did his hand get broken?
Yeah, explain that one.
Yeah, I will. So we were mad.
Just
but
a sec. All right. Shut up.
I knew you were going to tell me that. All right.
Go ahead.
So everybody was cussing and exchanging words and that.
How did his hand get broken?
He says it happened. Well, we'll get to it.
You're the one with the grasp, Terry.
Right. It's all a story that I was trying to lead to it. And so he left down the stairs. He was going downstairs with his sister. We closed the door and went back inside. And they're like, Terry, put your shoes on. And then, squash, squash. We hear windows getting busted. So we all run out the house. He's running with his bat, running away to his truck. She's running to her car. And me, my best friend James, and my brother Randall are running after him. Randall, the only one that even got close to him, and it was after he was already in the truck speeding away. My brother had a broomstick, a plastic one, and he just swung at hit the back of the truck, hit the cab part, and then that was it. He sped away. We were all mad. We didn't find out.
No idea.
We didn't find out. He said his hand was broken until the cop told us. If I was going to beat him up or something, he would have been real beat up.
Now, I want to know how this happened to the car.
It's my turn. Okay, we went up there. We asked for the amp and the money. They all come to the door. She's calling us white trash, all kinds of names. They come with a pool stick.
Who's they?
Him. He's the one that hit me. He hit me with the pool stick. He swung for me. I ducked, hit me in the hand, broke my hand. I mean, you can see it, right? So at that time, we're running away. I see something on the ground, like a piece of wood or something, because they live upstairs. It was downstairs. And I'm just trying to defend myself. I mean, I'm so angry right now, and then I just start swinging at their car. This happened the car happened after the fact that they broke my hand.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
It must have been painful for you,
It was painful. I mean, I should be suing them.
Just a minute. You didn't let me finish.
Sorry.
That must have been really painful to pick up
terrible.
a bat or a piece of wood after your hand is broken and swing the bat at least 10, 12 times in order to cause this kind of damage to the car. That must have been real painful.
It was only 4 times.
But when there were 4 times that it was painful, is that right?
It wasn't too bad.
It wasn't?
Not that bad.
Because your adrenaline's pumping and you don't pay attention to what's going on.
Really? Where did you get your medical license? I'd like to hear the witness. Who's the witness? Could you step up, please? Could you tell me your name?
Tiara Young.
Miss Young, you're a neighbor?
Yes.
So tell me about it.
At first, I just thought they were just an argument. I didn't get involved with the police until he called them several times. Then I heard Annalisa say, I know you don't have a bat. What are you going to do with the bat? So I didn't get involved until I heard bat. And then there was mention of, I have something else for you, kind of as if he had a gun. So I called the police. It seemed like he was instigating the most. So I went downstairs to try to see the license plate number or what type of vehicle, because I knew their physical description. I was watching through the blinds the whole time. That's when I walked up, the first time, it didn't really sound like it was something hitting the car, kind of like the dumpsters right by our building, so it seemed like maybe somebody was throwing trash in the bin. When I turned, that's when I saw him with the bat at the car. I did not try to stay to see him be at the car anymore. He had already called them. I was just trying to get out.
How was I going to hurt you if I call you a name? And I didn't call you the name.
No, I never said
Hey!
called me the name.
Stupid! Shut up! That's the third time I told you. Right?
I'm just trying to.
That's the third time I told you.
Whatever.
Not whatever. Is that your father?
Yeah.
Believe me, he's not pleased with you right now.
Not too.
Your Honor, he never directly called me.
You don't have to explain
Okay.
anything to me.
Okay.
You know, he's got mush in his brains.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He said, I'm filing a complaint. I want the person who assaulted me to be punished. I want them arrested. They assaulted me.
Well, I didn't do that.
That's what I would do. Somebody assaulted me and broke my hand.
Annalisa McDonald and her brother Terry claim their car was vandalized by Jillian Bortz and her brother Christopher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Young. You have a counterclaim for damage to your car, your home, and the return of the money that was stolen. Let's get to the damages to your car and your home. Who wants to report on that?
I can.
Go ahead.
Okay. I had to file a police report with the school about the money, and they gave both of us a copy of it with both of our addresses on it. The same day that they gave him a copy of it, my house, it was just my dad was there. They threw a brick through our kitchen window.
Who did?
It was them. His friend James, his best friend James that he just told you about, his truck was identified there by 2 different people.
James?
Yeah, James.
Just a second.
Okay.
James? That's not him.
Yeah, but they identified them.
Who's they?
2 neighbors.
Are they here?
No, they're not.
What's next?
My dad knows more about what happened that night. Then my
Was
dad
your father
just
at
called me.
home?
Yeah, he was at home. It was 1 in the morning.
Mr. Bortz, is that your last name?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you saw?
I was asleep. I was awakened a loud banging noise. And a few minutes later, a neighbor had drove up in her house. You can see through the kitchen window. And I just glanced that way, and I see the kitchen windows broken out.
But you didn't see who vandalized your house.
No, I did not.
Did you see who vandalized your car?
No.
Did that happen on the same night?
This was the same, yes.
What happened to your car?
Same thing. Large bricks or rocks thrown at it.
Was there any witness to that?
Yes.
Is that witness here?
No.
Have there been any arrests in that case?
I have no idea.
But you plan on pursuing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, about that same night, me and my brother were in our bed asleep at 2 in the morning. The cops came, asked us about it. Yeah, told us that there was a kitchen window broken in.
I wouldn't say anything if I were you right now.
Oh, but they cleared it.
I wouldn't say anything if I were you right now. That case may not be over. Jillian, so let's talk a little bit about your money. I don't know who took your money. I know that you don't put money in a car, in a school parking lot. Use the car, take people around for lunch, talk about the fact that you're going to buy a car, and then ask a court to make a determination that without any proof whatsoever, any direct proof, that somebody is responsible for that money being missing. The person who's responsible, the only person I know who's responsible for that money being missing is the person who was foolish enough to take it to school and to put it under the front seat of a car in a school parking lot. That's you. So I can't reward that with a judgment against Terry on your counterclaim because there isn't sufficient proof. The only thing I do know is that you and your brother is clearly a hothead, went to their house. And I may not necessarily fully believe these 2 people because they have a little bit of an axe to grind with this whole thing because they had the interaction with you. But I believe Miss Young. I believe her when she says there was nobody who was hitting you with bats and pool cues.
Can I ask her a question?
I'm speaking. Before your brother smashed out the car, which he acknowledges that he did. If you hadn't put yourself in that position in the first place by going over there with your brother, we wouldn't be in this mess. Can I see an estimate for the damage to the car,
I have the
please?
estimate and the breakdown of the cost under it.
Now, I assume that on your side, the person who assaulted you, if you claimed that you were assaulted and you broke your hand, you were assaulted with a deadly instrument, I assume that you filed a police report and insisted on an arrest. Is that right?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I was leaving the next day to go back home.
Tell her how
What
you tried to
difference
do
does
it
it
in
make
Hawaii.
if you're assaulted?
I tried to go in, I live in Hawaii. I tried to go down there to the police station. They said, just take care of it here.
You have
They
to
said
take care of it
they
here.
said they can't do anything down there because it's in Hawaii. It's a different, it's separated from Vegas.
You go to the police and you
I
say,
did
I
go
was
to, that's what I just
assaulted.
told you. I went to the
I was
police
assaulted.
station.
I want to pursue the matter. You have a father. How old are you?
19.
You have a father. You say, I'm filing a complaint. I want the person who assaulted me to be punished. I want them arrested. They assaulted me.
Well, I didn't do that.
Well, that's what I would do. If somebody assaulted me and broke my hand. In any event, I'm dismissing your counterclaim. You did absolutely the wrong thing by going over there. Mr. Bortz, I don't know who it was that caused the vandalism to your house. I assume that you have an open complaint and that the police will follow up on that complaint. It's not an old complaint. So I assume that if they find after interviewing witnesses that this young man had anything to do with vandalizing your house, you will pursue that complaint, as well as pursuing the complaint with regard to your son's assault. I mean, I would be more worried about it if my son's hand was broken than if my window was broken in my kitchen. Right? Of course. As I said, I don't know who took the money, but you're going to get your deductible paid. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. Count.
Hare versus Darrensburg. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Miss Hare, you were a tenant of the defendant's. Did you rent a room from him?
Yes.
According to your complaint, he unceremoniously threw you out after you had paid your rent for that month. He kept your security deposit and he threw your stuff out after you. So it was destroyed on the curb. The defendant says you got drunk as a skunk while watching a football game. There was some betting going on, small-time betting, $5 anyway. When one team lost, and I know nothing about football except that they run around bases, that you went absolutely crazy. They don't run around bases.
Football,
No,
they
I know
run
that.
around there. Oh, okay.
I know. You destroyed the house, damaged his property, bit him a couple of times. He's countersuing for the damage you caused to his property, for the assault on him, these bite marks, for broken glasses, etc. So, how long did you live with the defendant?
Almost 2 months.
Now, this incident happened on, it must have been a Sunday because it was football, is
Correct.
that right? So, you were betting on a game, there was a bet, little
The
bet?
Rams.
The Rams.
I knew they were going to lose, and they did.
Now, you had been drinking that day?
All of us had.
So you had paid for how much of
I
the month?
prepaid 3 weeks for November's rent.
How much was the rent per week?
$75.
Oh, is that right, so far?
$75.
Had she prepaid any part of November's rent?
No.
No.
No, no, ma'am. No,
Was she
Your
up
Honor.
to date on her rent?
She was 2 weeks behind.
Do you keep rent receipts?
Oh, he kept them when he moved all my stuff out.
So you
Otherwise, I
don't?
have proof. I have no proof of anything.
All right, but proof is what we need in court.
Big time.
Big time. Okay. So you're watching the game. It's October 28th. The Rams lose like you knew they would lose. Everybody was drinking, including you. So what did you do?
Somehow we had a confrontation in which...
Who had a confrontation?
Me and Mr. Darnsborg.
What do you mean somehow?
Well, I don't know exactly how it started, but I do
Well,
know...
maybe if you don't know how it started, maybe he knows.
He does. Well, I'm sure he'll find a way to... You know.
Well, maybe he does. How did it start?
The Rams lost, and
Which was devastating to him.
she won the bet, which was $5, and she got real excited about it. She started jumping up and down, doing obscene gestures in front of the TV in front of me. And she jumped from one couch to another, jumping on people, all excited, bit a person before she jumped on my friend Eddie here. He said she slapped him or something like that, and then she leaned over and bit me right here. That's how it started.
On the leg?
On the leg.
She wasn't angry.
She was happy.
She was happy.
Real
But
happy.
Shh, hey, please. She was happy, but drunk.
Happily drunk.
What happened next?
Some kind of way she had spilled a beer on top of the stereo and knocked it over. Okay, that's when things really got excited. That's when I got mad.
You didn't get mad when she bit you?
I was furious then, and I got up, and that's when she got up, backed up, spilled the beer on the stereo, knocked it over. I don't remember exactly what I did at that instant, other than I eventually got over and got a rag and wiped off the stereo. I'm furious because I have a picture of it. The top of it is exposed. I paid good money for that stereo set. And people started getting up and walking around. You know, everybody's mad. This gentleman that's with her went into the restroom at the time, and she ran in there after him. That's when he said, I thought she attacked him. I think she did. He lost his step, fell down up against the wall. It's a mobile home, so the walls are prefabricated. And it was like a fight in there. So that's when I got up, grabbed her, pulled her into the living room, threw her on the couch, really. Tried to calm her down, and that's when Jim came out of the bathroom.
That's Jim. You're Jim.
Screaming to her to leave, and then they left. This is pretty much what happened.
Okay, so they left. And you changed the locks?
I changed the locks. She stayed, she was gone that night, and she apologized and thought everything would be okay, said she messed up, tried to give me and my friend Jim, Robert, a hug, and she did, but we just didn't want to do anything. I knew what I was going to do right then, and that was to go pick up 15 brand new boxes, box all their stuff up, quite a bit of stuff. I'm talking about she had boxes and clothes of things 3/4 of the way up the wall.
What'd you do with it all?
I put it on the street.
Did you call her and tell her you were doing that?
No, ma'am.
Well, why not?
I didn't feel a need to. I feel she's a criminal. I was afraid that she would possibly accuse me of something else. I had called the police earlier about removing her because she walks around the house with a glass pipe smoking and acting crazy from time to time.
Oh, my.
I asked the police what I should do about it, and
Don't tell me
they
what the
wanted
police
me.
told you. I just want to know. You put her things out on the curb, boxes
ma'am.
and boxes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you never called her to tell her that you were doing that?
No, ma'am.
Now, there came a time, Miss Hayer, that you did, in fact, retrieve some of your property from his house.
Yes.
When was that?
When I came home from work that night.
Found what?
His friend Robert informed. I drove right past my belongings as I pulled into the mobile home park, not even seeing it. His friend Robert stopped me and says, Jenny, I got something I got to tell you. I feel I'm the best one to show you. And he turned me around and showed me there's all your belongings. They're on the street. If I didn't notice Jimmy's lamp, I wouldn't have noticed anything. And right then I was dumbfounded.
And you stayed there with your stuff?
Robert, his friend, stayed with my stuff. He made sure that nobody messed with my belongings. He said he sat there all day making sure nobody stuff.
Really?
Yeah, his friend Robert's a very nice man.
I'm not Robert.
Oh, your friend
No,
Robert.
that's Eddie.
Oh, that's wonderful. So what kind of belongings do you say were damaged or taken?
Oh, the things that he didn't put out on the curb.
Like what?
My Ryobi drill, a hand cordless drill.
What else?
An umbrella, which is sentimental value.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, the receipts, yes, the receipts that he failed to put back with my belongings. My pull-up bar, I know he still has in his backyard because I have driven by. I know that it's still there.
You what?
My pull-up bar. It's a workout bar.
Do you have a pull-up
It's a
bar?
parallel bar for doing pull-ups.
Pull-ups.
It's still there.
Do you want to give that to her?
Oh, yeah, she can pick it up 8 times
You have
a
a drill of hers?
No, my friend Robert, which I didn't know he was doing it, he felt for what he was doing, he wanted to be compensated. He did take the drill and the umbrella.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Virginia Harris says ex-roommate Paul Darrensborg kicked her out after an argument over a football bet. Paul says a drunken Virginia was acting crazy.
Did you bite him?
I might have.
May it cost you a drill?
That's why I figured, well, I won't get the drill back in working
You're
order
certainly
anyways.
not. And you have no proof that you paid
The
rent.
receipts. My witness here has seen my receipts.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
You know all the dates on the receipts, sir?
Oh, I don't know the dates, but I did see the receipts.
Well, of
I
course
do
she
know
kept
that they
receipts. She
were
was there for months.
rent receipts.
2 months.
Yeah, she was there for months, but she has no receipts into November. You didn't remember any receipts from November?
No.
I don't.
So we have no proof that you actually prepaid rent. How much was the security deposit?
$150.
Good. Now you want to tell me about your counterclaim? Your counterclaim says that she just threw stuff on your stereo.
Yes.
Did you have it fixed?
No, I haven't had it fixed.
Do you have pictures of it?
He
Yes.
had pictures of him and the lady over there on top of the stereo unit when the drink got spilled. And then when I heard that he says, I broke his stereo, well, why aren't the pictures wet?
You don't remember.
This is the pictures of stereo, and this is the wall and the door to the roof, to the bathroom.
Well, to the bathroom.
Did you break the door to a wall in his bathroom as a result of an altercation that you were having with her?
No, ma'am, I never. And I don't believe she did either.
Well, you don't remember either. Step up here, please. Your last name is?
Crafton?
Did you see the plaintiff bite him?
No, I never.
Was she out of control?
She was a little wild, yes, I would say, but so were the rest of us.
Or was she out of control?
I wouldn't say out of control, no. I would say she was feeling pretty good, yes, like the rest of us. But I'm sure she knew what she was doing.
She doesn't remember what she was doing. She just told me that.
Well, I know that I did not do anything purposely.
You may not have done anything purposely, but if you damage the property, you got to pay for it. Got to compensate him for it. You have a counterclaim. Masaya gets nothing, except I have to figure out whether or not she gets anything back from her security deposit. So you're saying that there was damage to your stereo, but you have no receipts for it. Is that right?
No, I have no receipts for the purchase
And she
of the
damaged
stereo.
the door, which you didn't have fixed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and you have no estimates for the
Yes,
door?
I have one estimate on
so
the
then
door.
I'd like to see the estimate.
But if I had money, Your Honor, to get the stereo fixed and to get this door fixed, I wouldn't be renting a room.
Listen, if you don't have an estimate, I'm not telling you to get it fixed. I can't tell how much it was going to be to have something fixed unless I have an estimate.
It's ruined. It was saturated. You can't
Well, I
spill
don't know
that much
that. Get
fluid
an
on us.
expert to come in and testify to that. $175. So that covers her security deposit. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. So the only thing I have to decide is whether or not you had a right to throw her out of the house unceremoniously. I believe that you did. I believe that she was acting in a totally bizarre manner, and that bizarre behavior may have been the result of liquor. But you don't have to tolerate that in your home. She was a month-to-month tenant. You threw her out. Property went. She got all of her property back. You boxed it. The only thing you didn't get back was an umbrella and a drill, which Robert has. He doesn't have it. He has your pull-up bar, which he will see to it that is returned to you. You caused damage to the door, $175 worth, so you get no security back. However, the security was $150. The damage to the door is $175, so you're only down $25, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have any medical bills, any doctor's reports as a result of the bites
No, I
on
don't,
you?
Your Honor.
Okay, so you get $25. Don't get drunk. People look stupid when they get drunk, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm just happy that she's out of the house.
Glass pipe, what is that? You know, he had to make me look bad somehow.
I think everybody should be very careful on who you rent a room to.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Potts versus Lake. Step forward, please.
24-year-old student Jamie Potts and her husband Marvin Potts are suing her brother, 23-year-old Shay Lake, for a year of unpaid rent and for the cost of a van.
Mr. and Mrs. Potts, the defendant is your brother, is that right?
Yes, he is.
And your brother-in-law.
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your complaint, your brother moved into your home. And there was an agreement that he'd pay $60 rent, which would cover his rent, his food, utilities, etc. He paid that for a while and then stopped.
Yeah.
You want him to pay for 26 weeks of rent that he owes. In addition, you sold him a van for $500. He was to make payments on that van until it was paid off. He took the van and made a couple of payments, but still didn't complete paying for it.
Correct.
When did your brother move in?
He moved in with us 8 months ago in April. He had a job, a full-time job, and he was paying us like he was supposed to. And then he was laid off, from what I understand, what he told me, he was laid off. And he just stopped paying us.
Where are you living now?
With her still.
What are you doing here?
Well, Your Honor, the reason that he's still living with us is because we had a house fire. And right now we're staying at a hotel, Holiday Inn Hotel. So we're not paying for rent right now. We're not paying for mortgage.
As soon as we go back to the house, he's not allowed to go back to the house.
He's not going to come back with us.
He's fine as far as we're supposed to be back in the house in 3 weeks.
You're living in the same motel?
No,
It's
we
two
have
rooms.
2 different rooms.
It's 2 rooms. He's in
He
the
shares a room with our children. We have 2 children, and there's 2 beds in each room, and they're together. And he shares a room with them, and we have the other room. And we didn't want to just, I mean, I don't want to just kick him out without, you know, without any place to go. He's my brother.
So what are you suing him for?
We've told him
Because-
that as soon as we back, he's not allowed back in the house.
I don't care
Once
whether he's
we're back in the
allowed back in the house or not. If you're angry with... Well, let's get to the van. Let's forget about this. Did you take their van?
Yes, I did.
Do you drive their van?
Yes, I do.
In whose name is the van?
Mine.
So you had a title to you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do a bill of sale for this van?
No, we didn't.
Why not?
Because he's my brother. I didn't think I'd have to. When you have family, you expect that your family is going to do what they say they're going to do. And the reason that he says he's not paying us for the van is because he gave me a car when he was 16. He had his license taken away, but he's lived with us.
He
so I
lived
don't.
with us after that for about 6 months, rent-free. While he was having problems with his father.
defense to the van is what? Why didn't you finish paying for the van?
I never started actually paying for the van. When I was 16, I lost my license, so I
How old are you now?
I'm 23.
Go ahead.
And I gave my car to my sister, and she never paid me for it, so when she gave me the van, I figured that was payment for the car.
Well, Mr. Lake, was it ever discussed that you were going to pay $500 for the van?
Briefly, yeah, a little bit.
What do you mean briefly?
It was discussed a little bit, but not too much. I mean, she's my sister, so...
Just a second. Either she said to you, listen, you gave me a car 7 years ago, so I'm going to give you this old van. Or she said to you, I will sell you the van for $500. And you said, okay. And she gave you the van and signed the title over to you. Which one was it, Mr. Lake?
She did tell me that I have to pay her $500 for the van.
There you go. So you made up in your own mind that 7 years ago you gave her your car, so this was a fair swap.
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, you can't do that. I mean, that's ridiculous, right?
Not as far as I'm concerned, no.
Why not as far as you're concerned?
Well, I still gave it to her, no matter how long ago it was.
Oh, but it makes a big difference,
And it was
sir.
worth more than the van that she gave
But it
me.
makes a big difference, Mr. Lake. The big difference is if you had said to her, no, I believe you should give me the van because of the car I gave you 7 years ago, and then she had a choice. And her choice was to say, no, I want to be paid for this, or yes, you're right. You were nice to me once, now I'm going to be nice to you.
Well, then she might not have given it to me, so...
Right, so you tricked her.
Yes.
But he does this to me all the time. He's my little brother.
Look, Miss Potts, you don't get any rent from him. Let me explain something to you.
We have a contract written up.
I don't care whether you have a contract or not. If your brother stops paying you rent, and he stopped paying you rent 5 months ago, and you still let him stay in the house, that's your problem.
Okay, he's not
Do
staying
not
in the house.
visit that on courts.
He is not staying in the house.
No,
He was staying in the house until there was a fire.
But Your Honor, there is more to it than that. You have to understand. After he got laid off from his job, he had surgery on his ankle because the doctor told him that that could be the reason it's bothering him. He was in an accident in '97, and he had pins removed from his ankle. So that was, that took a month, and then after that, he got a job and he was fired from it. That's
why we didn't kick him out, because he was
It's
trying.
just, there was always something. We didn't just say, okay, you got to leave. This is not something. He's my brother.
Good.
He always had a reason why. There
Fine.
was always reasons.
He has been told that he has.
Don't bother me over the rent. You have a cause of action with regard to the car. What year car was this?
It was like an '87.
You have title to show me?
89.
I didn't bring it with me, no.
He has everything.
Well, how do I know you even sold him this van?
He admitted to it.
I don't believe him necessarily.
You don't believe?
He just told me he tricked you into giving him a van that I have no. You have the registration for that van?
Not on me, no.
You have your driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Let me see your driver's license. Don't you usually keep registration with your driver's license, Bird?
No, Judge. I keep my registration in my car.
Oh, do you? Where's your van parked, sir?
In Michigan.
And is that where the registration is?
Yes, it is.
Uh-huh. Is your van insured?
No, it's not.
So how can you be driving around in an uninsured vehicle, sir?
Very carefully.
Very carefully. I'm going to take care of this very, very easily. The court will prepare an order that within 5 days you will retitle the van to your sister, and that way she can register the van if she wants to, and she can insure the van. So the court will prepare that order. That gives you 5 days. Clear? The rest of your case is dismissed. That's all.
Can I add one more thing?
That's
The
it.
van is not
Parties are excused. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Miss Virgin, your son is currently incarcerated. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
And he's incarcerated already having been sentenced, and his sentence, according to you, is 20 years?
Yes.
What was he convicted of?
Aggravated robbery case that he wasn't involved in.
According to your complaint, you hired the defendant and paid the defendant $500 because he promised you $550 because he promised you that within a year, through his efforts, he would get your son out of jail.
Yes.
And according to you, he did nothing, and you want your money back.
Yes.
Defendant says he did accept $550 because of his expertise. There were no guarantees of anything. And as it happens, he was not even hired to process an appeal for your son, but to try to get some money back for lawyers that you had paid over the course of your son's trials and appeals. How did you meet him?
Through my daughter. My daughter was talking about my son's case on her job, and one of her co-workers overheard her talking about the case, and she told her that she knew a person who could help get my son out of prison.
Step up, please. Tell me your last name.
Smith.
Did you make contact with the defendant, Miss Smith? Did you personally, or did your mother?
My mother.
So tell me, Miss Virgin, about the conversation that you had with the defendant when you called him.
When I called him, he gave me his address, and I met with him at his house.
At his house?
At his house.
He didn't have a place of business?
No.
Go ahead.
I met with him at his house, and he told me that he's done other cases like this, and he could guarantee that he would have my son out by this time next year.
Now, Mr. Hobbs, what kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a consultant, Your Honor.
What kind of consultant?
I'm a political consultant.
What do you mean a political consultant? Who
Who
are your clients?
My clients are people who are running for office, who are running for judge, who are running for political office, Congress, and all over.
And how long have you been doing this sort of work, sir?
Almost 8 years.
Tell me your version of the conversation.
The conversation went like this. Do you want me to start at the beginning, Your Honor?
Yes.
She contacted me on a Sunday. She was desperate, and I told her to come on over. She said, Mr. Hobbs, I have 5 attorneys that owe me money. And I said, you know, if we would talk to them, Miss Virgin, we'd probably get our money back. They don't want to see you in court or nothing like that. I say, maybe I can. Let me call them and contact them. Got on the phone. She was on the phone with me. I called 3 ways. I said, Mr. So-and-so, you have took $2,000 from Miss Virgin. She needs her money back, or she needs an appeal filed from her. He said he would have the appeal filed Tuesday of next week, or he would send her money back. I called back that Tuesday. The appeal had not been filed. He was not finished with it. She was angry. I called back the following week. He did not have the appeal. I said, this is what we'll do. Send her half of her money back for the work that you've done already, which is $1,000, and we'll present that to Ms. Virgin so she could go get another attorney, which she wanted. I took her to the best appeals attorney, they say, quote unquote, in Texas. We sit down 2 hours and talk to this attorney. He asked her, do you want to go ahead with this appeal? This is going to cost you $5,000. She said, yes. As soon as we get the money from the other lawyer, we'll come and hire you. Your Honor, I had did my job. She asked me to do something, and I did that. The attorney did never send her money or her appeal.
Miss Virgin, Mr. Hobbs indicates that the conversation was not about getting your son out of jail. The discussion that you had to do with getting some money back from one appeals lawyer so that you could pay another appeals lawyer. Does that sound familiar to you?
He told me that he knew people who could help him get my son out of prison within a year.
Your Honor, with all the respect I have for her, I would not ever in my life tell anybody in the United States or outside the United States that I could get a 20-year-old sentence and get her son out the state penitentiary in a year.
He told me he's done it for other people.
Your Honor.
That's the only reason
Your
why I
Honor,
gave him the $550.
Your Honor, I did not tell her that.
Did you, in fact, participate in a three-way telephone conversation with the defendant and the old lawyer that never filed the brief?
Yes, I did.
When you sat down with the other appellate lawyer, did you discuss with him the process that had gone on so far?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Hobbs participate in that conversation?
Yes.
How many hours in total, Miss Virgin, do you think Mr. Hobbs spent with you?
3.
How many hours do you think he spent reading over the transcripts, etc.?
45 minutes.
So that's 4 hours. I want to know, sir, what particular expertise do you have with regard to reading over transcripts, making a determination as appeals? Do you have any legal training?
No, ma'am. My quest is getting the lawyer to do her thing, the best lawyer that we can, on a reasonable price. Miss Virgin do not have no money. She do not have money to pay me.
I gather, Mr. Hobbs, that both Miss Smith and her mother needed a spokesperson.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is really what you were hired for.
No, Miss Judy, I was hired to get her a good appeals lawyer.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jacqueline Virgin says political consultant Tommy Hobbs promised to get her son released from jail. Jacqueline says her son is still incarcerated and she wants a refund.
Did you finally get somebody to process an appeal for your son?
Yes, I got a lawyer named Charles.
Did you pay this lawyer any money, Miss Virgin?
Not yet.
And I told her not to.
Why is that?
Judge Judy, she sent me to the streets to find out about her son. She introduced me to a fellow named... This is one of the guys who was in the game, the one that had the gun. I got to the other two guys, the neighbors, who were teenagers at that particular time. These two guys, these are bumping jack guys.
What is bumping jack?
Bumping jack means any old lady, old man you catch coming out the apartment who had just got off an airplane, they bump and jack them. They beat them up and take their money.
Got it, beat them up.
Come to find out, her son's nickname in the streets is Bat.
What? Bat?
Bat, like a bat, a baseball bat. He was the gang leader.
Is what you're telling me, Mr. Hobbs, that she gave you certain information and you went out to try to find that out in the street?
And give it back to the attorney that we were going to hire.
Did Mr. Hobbs ever talk to you about the fact that he had gone out and spoken to these prospective witnesses and what they told him?
No, he didn't speak to anybody. He just took my money and didn't want to refund it.
Judge Judy.
Yeah.
Stays across the bayou from me. She begged me to go over and talk to him.
Did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
Mr. is the one that had the gun.
You went to see this Mr. Mr. tells you that he was the one with the gun.
Right.
Not Miss Virgin's son.
Right, and he wanted to testify in court to that.
Okay.
So I told him, no, you're going to have to come to the appeal court that lawyer we're going to hire to give him this statement. Can you give an affidavit to me? Didn't see the guy no more. Then I caught up with him on the streets.
And?
Bat, her son, is the one, is the guy.
Is the guy that what?
He's the one that goes and rents the hotel.
So Miss Virgin's son was involved in some way in this robbery that took place?
Ma'am, yes. That's my opinion.
That was what you were told?
Yes, ma'am. Bat would go get his neighbors, these two brothers. They go to the hotel.
And what did they do with the hotel?
They rented the hotel to set up for what they was going to do.
Explain it to me.
Old lady walks out her apartment, okay?
Apartment or the hotel?
Out the hotel. Goes down the streets, right?
From
anywhere,
the hotel.
go and get something to eat. Right. They bumping Jack her.
Miss Virgin says that her son was convicted of an aggravated robbery.
Yes, ma'am.
From what you tell me, a bump and jack is you bump somebody and you take their money and run. That's not an aggravated robbery.
If you have a weapon, it is.
Yes. So somebody had a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Your Honor, my son was involved in an aggravated robbery case that he didn't commit because he was put into a lineup as an extra, picked out as the victim in an unjust system because this is a case that he can't erase. He was put in jail without bail.
Miss Virgin, let me ask you this question. How old was your son when he was arrested?
He was
20.
18. No, he was 20. He was 20 years old.
Now I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Prior to this arrest, how many times had your son been arrested?
My son had been arrested one time.
Before this?
Before this.
As an adult or as a juvenile?
As a juvenile.
For what?
For a possession case.
Possession of what?
What was it? Cocaine. Not cocaine, it was
What, Mr. Hobbs, do you know?
I think it was a weapon.
It wasn't coke. It wasn't
not
a
a
weapon.
weapon.
It was not a weapon.
Well, won't y'all tell her the truth?
He
then?
had some crack. He was arrested for crack on him.
Sale.
To sell?
Yes.
Not to sell.
To use?
He said he was holding it for a friend.
Miss Virgin, listen to me. I believe that you are a mother who is pretty desperate. Who is pretty
Your
desperate.
Honor, I am not
Just listen.
desperate.
Yes, you are. You're a mother who's pretty desperate. You would like her son out of jail.
I would like him out of jail because he's innocent.
Okay.
He had 8 witnesses at the trial stating where he was at the time of the
Evidently
robbery.
nobody believed
And,
him. Miss Virgin, that's not up to me to determine.
Your Honor.
This case has to do with whether Mr. Hobbs did the job that he was hired to do, and that was to try to get some money back from you, from lawyers.
He
who
wasn't
had-
hired to get the money back.
I'm speaking that he was hired to do the job of trying to get some money back and get an appeals going so that your son at least had a shot of an appeals process that would result in his being exonerated of these charges. And I find that he did sufficient work to warrant the $550 that you paid him. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He told me that he could get my son out of jail by this time next year.
She doesn't realize what she has as a son.
He said that he had done it for other people.
She's a good lady. She just wants her son back.
I should have won the verdict.
She's already had one nervous breakdown. She needs to get on with her life.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Hayden Krappel versus Hayden Kennedy Lyons. Step forward, please.
Cindy Hayden and her son, 16-year-old Anthony Kreppel, are suing Cindy's brother, Rick Hayden, his girlfriend, Lila Kennedy, and Lila's son, 16-year-old Nicholas Lyons. Cindy says during a road trip, Nicholas assaulted her son.
All right, let's deal with this in short order if we can. Miss Hayden, the defendant is your brother, Mr. Hayden.
Yes.
Co-defendant is a friend of yours, or was a friend of yours,
Yes.
Miss Kennedy. And according to your complaint, you wanted to bring Miss Kennedy to meet your brother.
Correct.
And you arranged to go with your children and Miss Kennedy's children to where your brother lives, which was some distance away in another state.
Yes.
On sort of a road trip / vacation, whatever. So far correct?
Correct.
And you say that while there, your son and the defendant's son got into some sort of an altercation, and your son was assaulted.
Yes.
Miss Kennedy said she's not taking you back. You're not all going back in the same car. Make your own arrangements to get home.
Correct.
So you are suing for 2 things. For the expenses that you had to get home.
Correct.
And you are suing them also on behalf of your son for whatever injuries he sustained as a result of this altercation with the defendant's son.
Correct.
That's what the case is about. What makes you think they're responsible to provide transportation for you home after this argument that got physical with the 2 boys?
For the simple fact, when we left on this trip, it was a trip paid for there and back.
By whom?
By my brother Rick. He had sent me money for gas to get there and sent Miss Kennedy money before we left to get home on.
I paid for the trip, Your Honor, but she spent her share of the money on marijuana before she
I don't care
made
whether
her
she
trip.
spent her share on marijuana. It doesn't make any difference. He sent gas money.
No.
He sent gas money. You're not entitled to any money for your return trip. Forget that.
Okay.
Now, tell me about the fight that happened between your son and the defendant, Miss Kennedy's son.
Lila and I was arguing over the money situation, that I had paid for a haircut. She said I didn't. It was minute. The next thing I know, Lila grabbed me in a headlock. As I was in my headlock and I was looking over, I seen that in the doorway there was my brother, Rick, my son, and also Nick Lyons. Well, my brother Rick had my son held by both of his arms. He was behind him and had him held by both of his arms while Nick Lyons was punching my son in the chest with his fist.
So you called the police?
Yes.
What kind of injuries did you have, young man?
Well, I got a knot on my chest. It caused a bunch of bruising, and they said that this knot will probably be here for about a year or so.
A knot?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me your version of what happened that day. Why don't you tell me what happened?
All the yelling and everything was going on, and Tony, he went after my mom, and I was defending my mom, basically.
Was she holding this lady?
No,
in
that
her
didn't happen until me and her son got into it, and I had him on the floor holding him down, and then she jumped on my back, threw me in a headlock herself, and had me to the point where I couldn't breathe, and I was turning purple in the face, and she grabbed her off of me, and that happened, and she had her back up against the wall, and me and Tony continued at it.
Did he hit you at all?
Not that I can remember.
But you hit him?
Yeah.
How many times?
Once in the face, and that was it, and I kneed him in the chest.
It was pretty
Once
much
in
a
the
wrestling
face.
match.
What?
It was pretty much just a wrestling match, and there was nobody holding anybody except Lila holding Cindy, because Cindy, after they ended up on a wrestling match on the floor, Cindy jumps on his back, clawing him at the face, choking him, screaming and yelling and calling him dirty names.
You mean over haircut money?
She wanted to go home. The whole arrangement was that Cindy called. I hadn't talked to her for years because she's been a parasite in the family for years. She's done this to everybody in the family. Every time she goes somewhere, she turns it into a big melee mess. So I thought, well, give her one more chance. She's your sister. You know, it's Thanksgiving. Bring her down here, see if she's changed. Well, that was it. She changed all right.
Okay. She wanted to go home.
After she started threatening Lila's life because Lila wouldn't take her home when she wanted to go because she ran out of her drugs. And she wouldn't leave it alone. Every time I would leave the room, she would go back in there. And the last time, when I finally got fed up, she told Lila, just wait till I get you home if you make it that far. So then Tony attacks Lila and starts screaming and went after Lila. I tried to
Does
separate
that sound
them.
right to you?
Actually, I was telling Lila that it was true. My mom paid for the haircut that Nick had.
So you were arguing with Lila?
Yeah, and then Nick came up
Loud?
behind me. Yeah, we were arguing pretty loud.
Loud? You were yelling at her?
Yeah, she was yelling at me and yelling at my mom. at the
How
same
old are
time.
you?
16.
How old is she? Older. She's a mother. She has a child your age. Is that right?
Yeah.
So what were you doing yelling at her?
I was defending my mom.
Your mother looks like she can defend herself. Your lawsuit's dismissed. You had a fight, you had an argument, you were all involved with it. It got physical, which is outrageous for the adults to become involved with a physical argument. Now you want to be compensated for that, plus the ride home? You're dreaming. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may... Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Ms. Lee, according to your complaint, you and the defendant had a long-distance relationship. You lived several hours away from each other, and you were in this relationship for a couple of years.
2 years. That's correct.
That's a couple.
Yes.
And you indicate in your complaint that while you were together, you would bring some of your property over there because you spent so much time there.
Exactly.
The relationship terminated, and you want your property back.
Correct.
The defendant says that you did bring some things to his house, and the things that you brought to his house were gifts. In addition to being gifts, he talks about money being taken off for vandalism and other nonsense. So we'll get to it in a minute. When did you start this relationship?
Mid-August of 1999,
And where were you living?
Portland, Oregon.
And where was the defendant living?
Tukwila, Washington.
How far is that?
180 miles.
And how often would you visit him?
Every single weekend.
So far, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when did you start to bring property to the house?
I wanted him to learn how to go to karaoke bars with me, and he wasn't comfortable with that. So I said, well, why don't I buy a karaoke machine and some CDGs? It's a very expensive system and microphones, and he already had a stereo system. And since we spent so much time there, that's the first time I bought that.
So you brought it to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's one of the items that you want back, your karaoke system.
Correct.
What else did you bring there?
DVD player.
Why would you bring a DVD player?
Don't.
Sorry, Your Honor.
A DVD player. Tell me
Correct.
about that. Tell me how that
Well,
came about.
Adam wanted to have a system downstairs. He bought a 65-inch TV downstairs with a DVD player. But then I said, well, I like to be upstairs because it's cold downstairs. And he says, well, we don't have a DVD player upstairs. So I said, all right, I'll go buy one.
Okay.
Just like that.
So you went and you bought one.
At Costco. I have the receipt.
And you brought it to the house.
I did, because I'm always there. Sorry. Sorry. I'm nervous.
Don't be silly.
I'm
Be
sorry.
nervous, but don't be silly.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Good. Okay, so you brought the DVD player over there so that you could use it upstairs because you were cold downstairs.
Yes, correct.
What else?
I have a list. Do you want me to show it to you?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, it's organized by level of importance.
No.
I'm sorry.
Listen to
I'm
me.
sorry.
Listen to me very carefully.
Okay.
I want you to tell me what things are yours.
They're all
Give me back
mine.
her list.
Everything on this list is mine.
Go, read it.
Okay, the CDG collection.
Slowly.
$1,500, a CDG player, $300, a DVD player, $245, a set of microphone cables and stand, $150, office furniture at Costco, $399.
She's been paid for these
Oh,
things.
shh.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Now let's get to the office furniture.
Yes?
What kind of office furniture?
It's a set because he had an office room. I didn't really like his office set, so I said, let's just go get a new one because I really liked him. I thought we were going to spend...
Strike that. Listen to me.
Okay.
Strike that off your list. If you say, you have a set, I really don't like it, I'm going to get a new set.
No, he wanted a new set.
Or he wanted a new set, and you said, I'll go get it. Go ahead. What's next?
Domestic stuff from Costco. We furnished his kitchen, and I furnished his bedroom set, comforters, pillows, yada, yada, yada. And I know you don't really... And then bathroom stuff, and then I also got him a tent for his car.
A what?
A tent for his car, which he traded in.
I'm curious, how did the tent come about?
He said that he can't drive a car without a tent.
Shh, please.
So he wanted one, so I got it for him.
Good, that's nice. That's a gift. Next.
And all the other furniture that I bought was like a dry erase board, wall, like I had 5 wall frames that I bought at an auction.
Well, what'd you bring him there for?
Because I moved out of my condo and I didn't have room for it, and he said he'll hold it for me.
Oh, really? Those things I want to hear about. What was that he said he would hold for you?
Well, because I didn't have room in my...
Tell me what it was that he said he would hold.
It's like a dry erase board. Well,
A what?
The dry erase board. It's like a large one that you can like write on. It's mahogany. It's really pretty.
I don't understand what that is.
Did you say dry erase board?
It's a dry erase board with mahogany size. You pull it out, and you can like. It's a dry
write
erase.
on it.
You write
With
on
a
it.
dry-
You got
with
that,
a dry
sir?
mark.
Yes, I do. But I gave her money for that, Your Honor.
He decided how much he wanted to pay me.
She paid $25 for it.
Just a second. He gave you money for it?
He says he did, but he did not give me money for it. He just says, I gave you money, and he decides what it's for. That's the way he does things. Okay.
Let's deal with 2 items.
All right, we'll just deal with the...
Let's deal with 2 items. If you're smart, you don't bring things to somebody else's house until you got a piece of paper that says the state of, where do you come from?
Washington.
Washington recognizes that this person and this person are husband and wife, they live together, anything they have is joint. You want to be a fool and bring over all those things to the house? Fine. You want to be a fool and pay for the tinting on his car?
Yes, ma'am.
You do that. But you don't come to court then and say, listen, you have to make me whole because the relationship didn't work out. Otherwise, I would be working 24 hours a day, and I don't like to work so hard.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Hannah Lee says ex-boyfriend Ezra Blanche owes for a karaoke machine, a DVD player, and other household items. Ezra says Hannah forgave the debt when she lost a bet.
Okay, let's deal with the karaoke machine and the DVD player. Let me hear, sir, your rendition of the karaoke machine.
Well, basically, the idea was to go half on the CDGs and things like that. But I didn't want it, I figured if we're going to break up, I don't want to have to deal with having to give it back to her, so I gave her money for these things.
You did? How much money did you give her?
Yes, I gave her $1,200 as payment on a lot of the things.
Let's talk about specifically the karaoke machine.
Okay, and the DVD player. The DVD player was actually a gift. As a matter of fact, that was a Christmas gift. But she's all about money. Basically, okay.
I'm not interested in your editorial comments. Just stick to the facts.
Okay. The fact is that she believes that she can throw money at something.
Listen to me. That's editorial. Do you understand what editorial means?
It's relevant.
I want the facts. When you say to me the DVD player was a Christmas present, that is your determination of a fact.
Okay, there's also
Then I will ask you questions about it. Right now we're on the karaoke machine. You say that you gave her $1,200 towards the karaoke machine and the other stuff that goes with it.
Correct.
Did he give you any money towards it?
He did give me money. However, that money was for the negative equity on his car because he drove a Camaro when I first met him and he couldn't afford it anymore. And so I bailed him out. I had a...
That's incorrect, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
It was $7,000 negative equity and he had to get rid of the car because his child support was going up.
So how much did you give him?
I gave him my Tercel. That's $4,500.
You gave him your car?
I traded in my car and I bought a Mazda Miata.
So how did he get any money?
My car was the money. And I said, well, I lost my car in this trade. And he said, I would pay you $100 a month to help with your payments and stuff like that. So I took the $1,200 as part of the money for my car.
Did she help you out with your negative balance on your car?
Basically, she traded her car in on a deal, and I also paid money also.
I don't care about what you paid also. I'm talking about what money came out of her pocket. Are you following me? Did she, in the course of your relationship, help you out by trading in her car, which cost her some money?
It was also for her benefit, Your Honor.
Was it for your benefit?
Both, yes, Your Honor.
How much benefit did you receive from it?
$1,000.
Did you pay her back for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you paid her back the $1,000 in addition to the $1,200 that you gave her for the karaoke machine?
Based on a bet, Your Honor, yes.
Excuse me?
Based on a bet, Your Honor, yes, and also based on
What do you
vandalism.
mean based on a bet? Explain that to me.
She made a bet, Your Honor, that she would have a six-pack of abs in 30 days.
No, I don't understand. Didn't say a word that you said, sir.
She made a bet, or she made a wager that she could do something within 30 days. When she did not do it in the 30 days, she lost that particular bet.
She lost that bet, and who did she make the bet with?
With me.
So it's not that you paid her the $1,200.
No, I did pay her $1,200, Your Honor.
So what you didn't pay her for was the $1,000 for the car.
Correct, but we never agreed to pay on that.
So what debt was forgiven as a result of this wager that you had?
I have a list, Your Honor.
Of things that were forgiven as a result of the wager?
A list of things that she purchased and I've paid for either with the wager or with services or with vandalism.
Tell me about the vandalism.
Well, basically, she has a very, very nasty temper, and she has a problem with my past.
What did she do?
She put a hole in my wall. She kicked dents in my door. She put holes in my door.
Now, did she do this, and after she did this, you terminated the relationship?
Terminated the relationship several times, Your Honor.
All right, but you didn't terminate the relationship after each of these incidents, finally.
Actually, I did, and then she would always try to throw money back at me.
Whatever,
Yeah.
sir. You didn't. She punched a hole in the wall, you had a fight, she left, then she came back. Is that right?
Yes.
And you took her back, right? And she continued to come on weekends.
Correct.
That is what we call forgiving. You forgave those things. You don't come now and say, I sort of charged it off to debts and wagers. Listen, sir, you have a DVD player in your house and a karaoke machine, is that right?
Correct.
Does the karaoke machine work?
Yes.
And all the accoutrements work?
Yes.
And what about the DVD player? Does it work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. Pack it all up, because she's getting it back. Not all this other nonsense. But this she's getting back, because if you have a relationship that doesn't work out, clearly the karaoke machine you say you paid for, I don't believe you paid for it.
What about the damages, Your Honor?
I don't have a counterclaim for damages, sir. You never filed a claim against her for damages, did you?
No, I didn't have a chance to, Your Honor.
Well, chance. That's what we're here for. I don't have a claim. The karaoke machine you said you paid for, and then you did the negative equity in the car you didn't pay for, but then there was a wager, and she said if I can spin around 4 times with a banana on my nose, then I will pay for it. Whatever the bet was. She lost the bet, so you said, that's baloney. Okay. Relationship is terminated. You have to do the right thing. The right thing is she invested a lot of money in electrical equipment for your house.
The DVD player was a gift, Your Honor.
Does it sound familiar to you that she said, let's put one upstairs because it's too cold downstairs?
Not exactly, Your Honor, no.
Well, what exactly? You said not exactly. Was that a no or a yes?
Well, she told me that I could forget about paying for that because she had done something in the relationship and she wanted to stay.
She said, you can forget about paying for it because
Right.
I did something wrong.
Correct.
A minute ago, you told me it was a Christmas present.
Well, I'm talking on top of that, Your Honor.
Well, a minute ago, you told me it was a Christmas present.
Yes, Your Honor.
You see, when you lie, sir, what happens is you usually
Your
trip
Honor.
over your tongue eventually, you know? Eventually. You're giving back the DVD player and the karaoke machine. They're going back within 5 days. Pack them up. She will pay for shipping, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Court will prepare an order. Good luck to you both. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It just didn't work out, but I still care about him a lot.
She's got a very nasty temper.
He's a good person.
She likes to get physical and violent.
I wish him the very best.
She needs to grow up.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bacamino versus Gala, step forward, please.
Tammy Bacamino and her boyfriend John Adams are suing motel manager Eric Gala for charging a bedspread to her credit card. Eric says while staying at his Love Motel, the couple stole it.
According to your complaint, you were a guest at a motel that was run by or owned by the defendant. You left. You evidently signed a credit card for your stay. When you got your credit card bill in the mail, you noticed that there was an additional charge. You called up to find out what the additional charge was, and what were you told?
They said I stole the bedspread, a round bedspread.
Okay, and how much did they charge you for the round bedspread?
It was $80. It's not the money.
Shh.
It was just the principle that I would not steal something.
Absolutely. So what did you do when you saw the charge?
Well, first of all, this is my boyfriend of 3 years. It was our anniversary. And just for the fun of it, as a novelty, we went to this hotel that had a round bed and a jacuzzi. And he was surprised. I mean, I did it as a surprise for him. He didn't know. And it's, you know, it's for 3 hours and it's $75. And you go in and just use the jacuzzi. And then after we left, I didn't find out till a month later that they also charged me $80.
For the bedspread.
Right.
So what did you do when you found out about this $80 charge?
Yep, I called them and I asked them what's this extra $80 charge because it did not say on my charge card statement. And it was the woman in charge at the time, or I guess the lady who runs the desk. And she said, oh, it must have been a mistake and that, you know, she was going to look into it for me and then they would credit my card back. She told me to call back in 2 days, which I did. And she didn't have an answer for me. And then I called back again and then she said, well, the manager, his name was Eric Gale, said that I had stolen the round bedspread.
Okay. What date did you go to the motel?
It was May 30th. May 30th of last year.
And what hours did you rent this room?
It was from 8 o'clock to 11.
Is this a busy place?
I don't think so. It's a fun place.
This is not
No, but is it a busy place?
a five-star motel or anything like
No,
that.
I don't mean that. I didn't ask if it was a five-star motel.
You know,
I asked you if it was
it's just a
busy. When you
novelty
got
thing.
there, there might have been other cars.
Well, there might have been. I didn't really notice.
You didn't notice. Okay, Mr. Gala,
Yes, Your Honor.
let me hear you, sir.
Well, the clerk that she had mentioned that she called when she was disputing her charge explained to me that she was told to check with who she had stayed with. Maybe they misadvertently took the bedspread.
How big is this bedspread?
It's a king-size quilted bedspread.
You don't accidentally take a king-size quilted bedspread.
Well,
And it's round.
What we found in the past, Your Honor, when something like this happens and we go through this procedure, when we ask them to check, usually within 1 or 2 days it reappears and we reverse the charges, is usually what happens. When the clerk asked her to check with the person she stayed with, she was emphatic that she was with her husband and her husband did not take it.
So?
I did not say that.
Shh. And the maid, when she checked the room, had explained that the door was locked.
Oh, you can't tell me what the maid explained. The maid's not here. Where's the maid?
Well, She's been with us for 5 years. She would not have taken the bedspread.
I don't know who took the bedspread.
Who in their right mind would take a soiled bedspread from
Just a second.
anywhere?
So far, it doesn't sound like you're having a
think it's
problem here. Okay. They came to the motel. They stayed for 3 hours. Were you present that day?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
So you have no first-hand information about this case?
Well, the only thing that I can explain to you is that we're a family-owned and operated business for 50 years. Last 26 years, I've been managing it. The maid's been there for 5 years. We have a security gate all the way around the premises. We have traffic control gates.
You have
to get
the
in and out.
register of the guests that evening?
I don't have that with me, but I do have the credit card statement that she signed
No, that's
for the
not
room.
what I'm asking for. I'm asking you for the register of how many people slept in that room or stayed in that room on May 30th.
Just them, Your Honor.
You don't know that of your own personal knowledge, sir?
Yes, I have checked into that.
No, no, no. I want to see the register from the hotel for that date.
I was explaining to you they were the only ones to use it.
You don't know that, sir, because you said I don't know whether I was even there that day.
No, I checked into it. I looked into
I can't rely on your checking into it, sir. That's why we're in court.
The maid does make a morning check, and
She's not here, sir. You're giving me hearsay.
Okay.
And you can't testify because, you know, what hearsay is about. Hearsay is about my being able to cross-examine a witness, which is exactly what we're doing now. I'm examining you. I'm not just asking you questions that come out of here. I'm asking you questions to get facts. You can't give me the facts of your own knowledge. You can only give me facts based upon something that you've heard from somebody else, which is useless to me in court. So, you have to reverse their charge for the $80.
Yes,
They
Your
say
Honor.
they didn't do it. You have no proof that they did. Absolutely none. Right? That's admissible in court. So give them back their $80, judgment for the plaintiff.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Mr. Costa, you had a brother.
Yes.
Your brother had been arrested. I assume from your answer that he was arrested for assaulting you.
Yes, ma'am.
He was incarcerated. He contacted you for the purposes of bailing him out of jail. Is that right so far?
Yes.
And you say that you had an agreement with him that he would turn over some sort of a motorbike to you to repay you for his bail. Before that was accomplished, he died. So now we have a dispute between you two ladies who are sister-in-laws. You were separated from your husband at the time of his death, is
Correct,
that right?
ma'am.
You want her to turn over the title to the motorcycle to you,
Yes.
and she wants the motorcycle returned to her because it was taken from her home without permission.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your brother arrested?
July 22nd, 2001.
And you knew he was arrested for assaulting his
Yes.
wife. How long have you been separated?
We had actually separated June 28th of 2000. We reconciled and we separated May 28th of 2001.
Were you legally separated
Yes,
by
ma'am.
court order?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy of that court order?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Why
And
not?
When he passed away, I had contacted my lawyer, and he told me that I was now a widow, that there was nothing else that could be done as far as the proceedings of the divorce.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that your defense is that you were legally separated and therefore no longer responsible for any of his debts, even if I determined this was a just
Yes,
debt.
ma'am.
So it's surprising to me that you did not bring a copy of the judgment of separation. All right, so this happened on July 22nd of this year. He was arrested, he contacted you, told you he needed bail,
Yes.
and what did you do?
I called Flores Bail's Bond. I paid the first $2,500 that day, and then after my brother's death, I called the bail's bond and asked him if I still was responsible to pay the $2,500 for the rest because it was $5,000. He said, yes, you're still responsible for the next $2,500. So I paid that. And
Let me see the papers from the bail bondsman. How much was his bail?
It was $5,000. I guess the bail's bond has to put up like $50,000.
No, it was $50,000.
Yes, but the bail's
Why
bond
was it
puts
so
that
much
up.
money? Had he
Because-
assaulted you before?
Yes, ma'am.
Had your brother been incarcerated before?
No, ma'am.
Had he been incarcerated before?
Yes, ma'am.
Because $50,000 bail is a lot of bail.
Yes. Can I say something?
Yes.
The first time that he was incarcerated with her, the charges were dropped because the judge dropped the charges on that one. They found no case against it.
I doubt that. I didn't ask you about any of the substance of it. I asked you whether he had been incarcerated before, and the answer was yes. He had been charged with domestic violence before, because otherwise it's unlikely that bail would have been set in the amount of $50,000. You want to controvert what I just said?
On the spousal abuse, no matter what, if you get caught, I got spousal abuse on me.
That's good.
But
Listen, you're telling me that you're the expert on spousal abuse.
It's
Trust me.
$50,000. It's $50,000 no matter what.
I want you to listen to me.
I know it's $50,000.
You think he's finished yet?
I hope so.
Yeah. It's 50 grand no matter what.
Got spousal abuse on me too. Why do you think she owes you any money?
My brother and I had agreed. When I bailed him out of jail. He called me several times and asked me if I would take the motorcycle for the money that he owed me because he felt really bad. Then I called my brother on the 25th of August, and we talked for 16 minutes. I have the phone record here. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and take the bike. And he's like, well, take my barbecue or take the water softener or something like that. And I'm like, well, we'll just make something. We'll do something.
You mean take it instead of the bike, or take
No,
it in
take the
addition?
bike and that, because the bike's not worth that much money.
Okay.
And then he died 4 days later.
And where was the bike at that time?
It was at his house.
How did it get to be at your house?
It wasn't at my house. It was brought to my sister's house. When my mother found my brother deceased, she asked the police if it was okay for them to take
I object, Your Honor.
Shh. Just a second. I'll get to you in a minute.
They asked the police if they could take some stuff. He's like, yes, you can go ahead and take the stuff. Go ahead and write them down. So we wrote it down, and most of the stuff has been given back.
So that the bike was taken to your sister's house?
Yes.
And where is it now? Still at your sister's house?
It's at a friend of ours.
Was it ever at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did it get to your house?
My husband was living at the home. I moved out of our home into an apartment.
Then you moved back into the house?
No. I just recently moved into the home after my husband.
But the bike was never taken from your house while you were living there?
What? Okay.
It was never taken from your house while you were living there?
Not while I was living there, correct.
Okay. So now it's at a friend's house, and so you want the title to the bike?
Yes.
All right. So?
The reason why they had taken the property from the home is I got a call at work. I work in Lancaster. It took almost 3.5 hours to locate me because of where I work. By the time I had gotten home and gotten my 8-year-old out of school and gotten back to the house, everybody was already gone. The property was gone. All of his jewelry, family pictures. There was a lot of stuff that was taken from the property.
So what do you care? You just told me you were separated. You're going to divorce
him.
But
after being together that many years, you just don't stop loving somebody
Just
overnight.
listen to me. Now you love him because he's dead? Listen to me very carefully. Your brother had an obligation to his sister. He had agreed with her before he died that his property, the bike, would be turned over to her in payment of a debt that
I don't believe that is true at all.
I believe it.
I'm still paying for the motorcycle. He put it on a credit card.
Just 1 second. That's a different story. Let me see proof. Let me see proof.
He put $1,500 out of the checking account, and the rest went on a credit card.
Just a second, if you're... Just a minute. It says amount financed, $4,130. To whom was it financed?
If you flip that pink over, it'll show $1,500 came out of a checking, and the rest was put on a Visa.
Whose Visa is this?
Mine and my husband's.
Let me see.
Oh, well, it's heck there in my purse.
Get it?
Okay.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Monique DaCosta says shortly after bailing her brother out of jail, he passed away. Monique claims her former sister-in-law, Robin Arias, refuses to hand over the motorcycle he promised as collateral.
See, please. Well, this is in your brother's name, not in your name.
No, but I'm saying it's a joint account. All of our credit cards were joint accounts.
I don't know that. Well, then show me proof that you've been paying for the bike.
I haven't been able to make any payments because I'm still waiting for life insurance to come in.
So you haven't made any payments on the bike?
No, but I mean, I have to pay the credit card off.
I don't know that you have to at all. You don't even talk about that in your answer, that you're still responsible for the payments of the bike.
I was told by my lawyer, due to the fact that we weren't legally divorced, that I am still responsible for all of his debt.
Not if you have a separation that is a court-ordered separation, and that the court-ordered separation can, in fact, say that Neither one of you is responsible for the debts of either party from this day forward?
Correct, but we were living together when he purchased the bike.
So?
Your Honor, they were not living together. He was living with my mother when he purchased the bike.
Your Honor, that my witness is to attest to that we were living together.
What's your mother's address?
It's Linden Avenue.
That's where he lists his place of residence.
Right. But he was living at Newcomb Street.
I don't know that at all. Listen, you can't have it both ways. Are you collecting his life insurance?
Yes.
You're going to collect his life insurance. How much?
A whole lot.
He had 16 months to remove me as anything. That is the
Just
same.
answer my question. How much life insurance?
$85,000, and then a policy that he had prior to us ever getting married, he left for his 8-year-old son.
Is his 8-year-old son your 8-year-old son?
Yes, ma'am.
So your son?
Yes.
And who does your son live with now?
Me.
And how much life insurance will you collect from the child?
It's a structured settlement.
And how much?
Roughly, maybe $700,000 goes to his son.
Okay. Let's talk about what is reasonable, madam. But for the fact that your husband died, you would not be $85,000 richer. Your son would not be in substantially kind of position that he will be in.
Yes, ma'am.
Soon. That I'm telling you because if your brother couldn't repay his sister for the bail and had to sell his property, his motorcycle, his barbecue, whatever else, to pay his sister back, that means that he wasn't in such good financial shape.
Ma'am, he could have paid his sister back. This is a checking and savings account from when my husband died. He had more than $5,000 in it. He left it to his 8-year-old son in a uniform trust account. He could have
That
paid her back.
may have been. If it was a trust account, maybe he felt as if he didn't want to tap into that. What I'm telling you, Miss Arias, is you're supposed to do the right thing. The right thing is your sister-in-law bailed her brother out of jail, even though the bailout was a result of an assault allegedly committed on you.
I have the police report for
I'm
that.
not interested in the police report. I said even though it was not determined in a court, but that's why he was in jail, for assaulting you. But you just said to me a moment ago, just because you separated doesn't mean you stopped loving somebody. Isn't that what you said to me 2 seconds ago? So
Correct.
listen to me. You're supposed to do the right thing. This was a debt that your husband had. He had already arranged with his sister how that debt was going to be paid. There is no proof whatsoever that you are paying this bill and this card is not in your name.
No, it's my husband's, correct.
I understand that. There is no proof that you are currently paying this bill or will ever be responsible for this bill. Now, it is very possible that if, in fact, the bank decides to go after this bicycle, they will come and get it from her. But in the meantime, you give her the title.
I do not have a title. I had to do a 180 on it. She has possession. The DMV will not give me a title because I did a Grand Theft Auto report on it.
Well, you're a cutie pie because you knew exactly where it was. So we will prepare an order, which I am hoping that the Department of Motor Vehicles will honor, that this matter has been resolved here, that this court determines that the title to the bike should be in your name, that the bike was not in fact stolen, that it had been reported stolen by Miss Arias and it was never stolen, and would they please re-execute a new title in your name? I don't know if there's a lien holder.
There's no lien holder.
I assume that there's not a lien holder because it's on a credit card. And if you wait, I will prepare a copy of that order. Your counterclaim for the return of the bike to you is dismissed. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm glad it's over and done with.
This is what my brother wanted, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to get it. And you know what? The Lord above will take care of her in the long run.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Newhouse versus Covington. Step forward, please.
21-year-old college student Contessa Newhouse is suing her former co-worker, 44-year-old former customer service manager Cindy Covington, for defamation of character. Contessa says Cindy falsely accused her of calling in a bomb threat.
Ms. Newhouse, you and the defendant for a period of time worked in the same retail store. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
It is your claim that after you left your employment there, a short time afterwards, there was a bomb threat called into the store. The defendant received that threat. So far, is that right?
Yes.
And that the defendant told the police that she thought it was you who had called in the bomb threat. So you are suing her for defamation, for slander. That's what your lawsuit is. You want $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you leave your employment there?
I left my employment on August 23rd of 2001.
And the defendant was one of your supervisors?
A customer service manager.
And when was the bomb threat called in?
Around October the 10th or the 11th.
When you received the call, what did the call say?
Because you, Shirley, and Carlos are all going to blow up because there's a bomb under your feet. Well, Shirley and Carlos and I were involved in a termination of her roommate, and the roommate had been there that day.
Did you, at the time you received this telephone call, believe that you recognized the voice?
Yes, I did. I felt it was Contessa's voice, and I mentioned that to the police.
And as a result of that, the police came to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there any investigation that followed?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what the investigation consisted
The investigation was I had to go down there for questioning, and I was required to take a polygraph so that any suspicions would be dropped against me.
And you did that?
Yes, ma'am.
So other than going down to the police station for questioning, and you took a polygraph, which was a voluntary polygraph because they don't insist that you take a polygraph.
He asked me if I'd take the polygraph so that they would leave me alone and let me live my life, and I volunteered did it, yes.
Right, so it was voluntary. So what do you want?
What I want is, Your Honor, back in April of 2001, I have never really known this lady, but I took back a television when I first moved into my apartment. They gave me the wrong television out of the layaway, and I took it back because it was defaulted in someone else's, and they called her up to the service desk, and she flat out called me a liar and told me that I better get the right TV. So I got my TV and I left, and I came back and I wrote a 3-page statement and I gave it to the store manager. And I know it got her in trouble.
Then you went to work there. I read your complaint. Then you went to work there after that.
Right. I went to
and
work.
then you had difficulty with her.
Mm-hmm. The one night that I got put under Cindy, I had never worked underneath her.
Cindy. Okay.
She worked under me several times.
Go ahead.
Money came up missing out of my drawer, and she made it plain and simple to go tell everybody I took the money out of my drawer. Then I had to go to the bathroom so bad at my register that she turned off my light and expected me to help all my customers instead of letting me go. I
didn't trust her, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I started to wet my pants, which is a humiliation when your manager will not let you go.
So that happened to you back in August, and you left.
I left because of my integrity being questioned, being called a liar and a thief by Miss Covington, and because of humiliation.
Fine. Okay, so you left.
Right. I also had a roommate that lived with me that is very good friends with Miss Covington that I kicked out because she molested my daughter and because she went and she slandered my name all over also. I kicked her out the Monday before the bomb threat. And yes, I did call the night of the bomb threat to talk to a friend, but I nowhere even near the time of the bomb threat. My mother called me from the gas station, which is my
Miss
witness.
Newhouse, let me stop you right there, because it's not a very difficult case. Police respond to a bomb threat that they take very seriously. They question everybody, including the person who received the call. The person who received the call, that is the defendant, says, and I'm sure the police asked, did you recognize the person? She says, I think I recognize Miss Newhouse's voice. They came, they spoke to you, they investigated, and they did not pursue it. Now, if we as a community said, every time somebody said, I think it looks like that person, or it sounded like that person, or it could be that person, and the police investigate, and it turns out not to be the right suspect, that you can turn around and sue the person, in this case, Miss Covington, who made that statement, that would have a chilling effect on police work. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. So you are entitled to nothing.
Ma'am, the one thing that it's harassment, the way that I had been treated for the last 6 months.
That's not what we're talking about. You want to sue her for harassment. You want to sue her for harassment. You sue the store that you were working for.
Ma'am, for a woman who's never talked to me on the phone, how would she have known it was my voice?
She doesn't have to talk to you on the phone. She talked to you in person. She doesn't have to talk to you on the telephone.
But I sound completely different on the telephone. After previous jobs that I've had, I've never sounded the same as I do in person.
Well, how do you know that? You listen to
Because
yourself
I have
on
a
the telephone?
mother-in-law who thought I was a
Miss Newhouse, you don't have a case. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may